igas Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Delta Trends Day 2025, Hybrid Security, Learning and Action at Europe's Eastern Border. Welcome to University of Tartu, welcome to Estonia. My name is Ott Pärna, and I'm Industry Professor at the University of Tartu Delta Center. And I'm also one of your moderators today.
Good morning. My name is Kadri Ukrainsky, and I'm Innovation Policy Professor here at Tartu University Delta Management School. I'm also your moderator of today, and later on we will be joined by our third moderator, Professor Kristjan Vassil.
This is Delta Trends Day number 6. Delta Trends Days are annual international online events with carefully curated and precisely selected topics. Our previous Delta Trends Days have been focusing on themes such as new business and life models that are emerging from a crisis in 2020, how to reinvent a 400-year-old university for talent in 2021, the new economic world order in 2022, artificial intelligence, whether it's a hype, a revolution, or an innovation as usual in 2023, and the future of accounting and finance, digital and sustainable in 2024. But Kadri, what do we know about this year's Delta Trends Day?
This year's Delta Trends Day is focused on hybrid security. We will ask how Estonia and the Nordics can stay resilient in the time of global crisis. We will also ask what roles do diplomacy, innovation, and partnerships play in securing Europe's future. Also, can defense innovation in the EU speed up to correspond to global challenges and also help Ukraine? And lastly, we will ask, can human capital and culture secure resilience and drive security in difficult times?
And we are at the University of Tartu Delta Center, which is one of the most modern centers for study, research, and innovation in the Baltic and Nordic region. In addition to the Delta Management School, which is the main organizer of today's event, we have here also 3 different university institutes. We have Institute of Computer Science, we have Institute of Technology and Robotics, and we have Institute of Mathematics and Statistics. In addition, we have University's Entrepreneurship and Innovation Unit or Center located in this building. In addition, we have a separate building for corporate R&D units.
Yes, and this year's Delta Trends Day is co-organized by CDL Estonia. You might ask, what is CDL? CDL is short for Creative Destruction Lab. And this is a global mentorship program, first started in Toronto University 13 years ago. Now it is operating globally in 15 sites, and it has commercialized science more than worth more than $55 billion, a big amount. It has mentored more than 8,000 founders from 800 ventures. CDL Estonia is focused on digital society, security, and resilience. I'm one of the site leads of CDL Estonia, and you will meet here many of our mentors and our ventures in person today.
Okay, welcome to Delta Trends Day 2025. Hybrid security, learning and action at Europe's eastern border. You can watch us on Facebook Live today, as well as on Workshop and on Delphi Media Portal. Today's video recordings will be available for follow-up viewing on YouTube, Facebook, and Delta Management School's website, deltaschool.ut.ee. But let's move to the studio. This is the powerhouse and command center of our today's event. This is our hardcore technology team sitting here. We have about 25 to 30 computers behind the studio. We have roughly 10 different cameras working. It's almost winter outdoor. It is Tartu, second biggest town in Estonia. It's not sunny outside, but it's going to be sunny in-house. But now we found again Kadri. Kadri, should we start again?
Yes, absolutely, Ott. Our first session is on Estonia, the Nordics, and the struggle for European survival. And I'm very happy to welcome our first speaker here, who is former US Navy commander, currently from US San Diego National Security Innovation Catalyst, also a founder and CDL mentor. He will be talking about what is hybrid war and how to win it. Welcome, Scott Tate.
Thank you, Kadri. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. I'm Scott Tate. It's a privilege to be here today. And when Dr. Ukrainsky first asked me to do this, my initial response was, well, it seems like a bit of a dark topic to start off the day. And her response was that she wanted to do something that was both relevant and a little provocative. So we'll try to make this both. If you know Kadri, you know that Kadri gets what Kadri wants. So we're going to kick this off. First, a little War College 101. So when we teach strategists, we teach them to think in terms of three things. The ends, which are the goal or the end state you want to achieve. The means, which are the resources you have to do that. And then the ways, which are how you use your resources to achieve those ends. When we look at hybrid warfare, it kind of turns traditional Western strategy on its head. So the Western view of war is pretty two-dimensional. It's that we have these military operations that are essentially the highest level of state-on-state competition, and they're geared towards very military ends. That view constrains how we tend to approach warfare. We limit our thinking to only responding to military events with military forces and to thinking of war as a very narrowly defined activity. In fact, that's the gray area that hybrid warriors have learned to exploit. So the hybrid warfare approach is a little different. They see regular warfare as too costly and too risky. They believe they can achieve the exact same ends using these different ways and means. In fact, they believe that the outcome may be better than it would be with a traditional military victory, because where military victory tends to lead to the defeat of an armed force and maybe a regime change at a political level, hybrid warfare, if successfully executed, can change a society fundamentally and make it more appealing to the aggressor post-conflict. So the key here is that warlike ends can be accomplished through hybrid ways and means. And one of the first things we have to do is wrap our thinking around that. So another way, the U.S., not only the U.S., but the entire Western way of war tends to think of war as this one activity where you have a well-defined enemy and you apply military ways and means to deal with it. The hybrid approach separates the ways and means and spreads them across a spectrum where it's hard to see them as a military threat or as a threat that comes to the level of reaching what we would traditionally describe as war. But in fact, what they've done is spread those ways and means across the spectrum of activity that stays below the threshold of war and below what the West would normally think of as requiring a military response, but still shoots towards ends that are very much military in nature and just as dangerous as the consequences of a traditional war. So the hybrid warfare model, the ends are just as well defined as they would be in any military conflict, but the ways and means are intentionally very expansive, ever-changing, and a mix of conventional and unconventional. The employment is both deliberate in terms of things that are planned intentionally and very opportunistic. They don't necessarily have to create all the seams in society to recognize them and exploit them. They don't have to plan every bad event to realize when one can be useful. And both the Chinese and the Russians, the two lead practitioners of hybrid warfare, have become very adept at this. So what they want you to see is a scattering of negative things. They want you to see an overwhelming, confusing matrix of unrelated events that somehow leads to disorientation, despair, if you will, leads you to think that society is overly negative and falling apart. The reality is that this is a well-instrumented, well-orchestrated campaign where all of those seemingly unrelated events are actually dots on a line towards a very clearly defined end. And indeed, the first step and the most important step towards beating this is understanding it and making sure that our societies understand it as well. So hybrid warfare is war. That's the first and most important thing that we have to get our thinking around. This is a war. Our adversaries have been pretty clear in their own speaking and writing that this is war. What it is not is tied to any one type of operational art, such as special operations or espionage. It's not tied to any one type of technology, be it the internet or cyber or social media. It's not limited to government on government activity. It's not constrained by traditional rules of law and norms. It's certainly not prohibiting the use of conventional forces, although it de-emphasizes them. And it's not pursued due to lack of resources. This is not a guerrilla campaign where a smaller, weaker force has to adapt to asymmetric tactics in order to take on a stronger challenger. The second and third best resourced militaries in the world, China and Russia, have chosen this as their preferred method of fighting us because they see it as superior. They see it as strategically beneficial. So we must learn about it and learn how to counter it. So the hybrid model is pretty clearly defined. It operates in 4 phases, although each 4 of these phases can operate simultaneously, and in fact, many, if not most of them, do operate simultaneously. So the first step in hybrid attack is to demoralize a society, and that is essentially to undermine society's confidence in its institutions, to erode the confidence in that society is performing the roles that those institutions are intended and needed to perform. As those institutions start to fracture and be eroded, that opens the door to destabilization, which means that factions within them can be pitted against each other. In fact, the capable hybrid warfare operator will often back all the different factions early on to give them the resources, support, and help them just defeat each other. Then they need to push it to conflict. It doesn't have to be a military intervention or civil war. It can just be a protracted period of political violence, social unrest, anything that wears down society, that kind of normalizes violence and makes it seem as though violence isn't just acceptable, but probably necessary to resolve the problems that society is facing. Once society is worn down to a point where they're willing to trade away and reform some of their institutions, trade away freedoms and rights, the adversary will step in to help to resolve some of those conflicts in their own favor by recreating institutions or helping reform institutions or helping the factions that are preferable to them win, so that as society restabilizes, it looks much more like a society that's favorable to the hybrid aggressor than the society that started. So here's an example of hybrid warfare being victorious. Not to insult anyone, but if people are making statements like this, that we're not in the war, but we are under attack, they've missed the point. We are under attack, and we are in a war, and the sooner that we come to grips with that, the sooner we'll be able to effectively combat it. So Russia and China are the 2 lead practitioners, as I mentioned. They're coming at 2 slightly different goals using the same tactics. For the Russians, it's an attempt to undermine democracy, divide the West, and they're largely attacking us on a political level. For the Chinese, it's more an attack on our financial and economic systems with an attempt to create shadow institutions that counter and offset the Western system. Now, how do you fight and win a hybrid war? It does take a coherent, all-of-society approach. The military can't do it. Law enforcement can't do it. No one instrument of government can do it. Government itself can't do it. It has to be an all of society, well-informed and coordinated approach. It requires offense as well as defense. We often shy away from talking about things that might be offensive because we think they're going to be provocative, we think they'll be escalatory. Well, the adversaries are already escalating, and the only thing they respect is strength. So the sooner we get around to an effective offense, the sooner we can begin to have some victories in this. So in simplest terms, on the defense side, detection and attribution. So that's understanding what's going on and making sure that all of our society is informed so that when they do see the news reports that look like that scattergram, they take the data and put it onto that single line, and they understand what type of attacks they're facing and why this is all related. And then resilience and denial. So the more resilient we can make our institutions, our infrastructure, the less effective the attacks will be and the easier it'll be to recover and respond to them. But on the offense side, there has to be response and punishment, and we'll talk about that more in a second. So perceptions now and then. Why is it hard to get our head around this and to counter it effectively? So we recently had a NATO diplomat who said, well, asymmetric responses are important, but we won't stoop to the same level as the Russians. Well, as late as 1914, on the eve of the First World War, the British Royal Navy still refused to accept that submarines were going to be an effective means of warfare going forward. They bought their first submarine in 1901, but culturally and institutionally, they were unable to get their head around submarine warfare. The United States, however, as early as 1899, Alfred Thayer Mahan had come up with a way to kind of square that circle for the U.S. Navy. He simply said, drowning a man with a torpedo is no less humane than blasting him with a gun. So how you frame it and how you look at it definitely changes and opens the aperture on how you're willing to respond to it. And the bottom line key to all this is that you have to stay focused on the ends that your adversary is trying to achieve and not focus day by day on the ways and means that they're using to achieve it. Focusing on the ways and means will limit our ability to think through an effective response and limit our willingness to make those responses. So on the defense side, there are some straightforward things that can be done. Strategic awareness was mentioned, societal resilience, infrastructure hardening. We do need to develop better hybrid warfare response forces, so usually a combining or an expanding of the roles of existing forces. And with that comes improved legal and policy frameworks, which kind of clarify those gray areas, broaden the responsibilities that people believe that they have purview over, and help us to more effectively combat these things. The Swedish total defense approach has been particularly effective. The little in case of crisis or war booklet that they put out is exceptional, and I would recommend it to everyone. On the offense side, we also need improved policy and legal frameworks so that offense becomes not only acceptable but almost mandatory in the face of these. We'll talk a little bit about it, but effective commercial government partnerships are going to be needed, better trained and better organized government forces, better use of our espionage and intelligence forces, and probably some things we haven't come to think of yet, but particularly cross-pollination between specialties and cells that are really informed on this and working together across different aspects of society so that we can help connect those dots and bring it both to public attention and to craft rapid and effective responses. So some operating principles. The key here is that we should not constrain ourselves to responding in kind to aggressive actions. So we don't have to use the same ways and means that they used as we're countering them. We are open to use other things. If they bring a knife and mug you, it's fine to respond with a gun. Don't necessarily seek proportionality in your offensive tactics. Sometimes we want to respond more forcefully than they would expect to keep them on the back foot. Sometimes maybe we don't respond at all, at least for a while. But don't get into a game of tit for tat where we respond predictably and we respond only against the ways and means that they've used for a certain aggression. So some examples. If they use a ship's anchor to tear up infrastructure cables, we should use cyber attacks or something else to damage their infrastructure. If it looks like the Shadow Fleet is the weapon they're going to use to do certain things, perhaps we attack the Shadow Fleet but do it somewhere well outside the Baltic. There's plenty of ways to raise the pain threshold, and that's the goal. It's not to respond tit for tat. It's not to always be on the defense. It's to create a general sense of pain for the adversary using your own ways and means as chosen at times and locations of your choosing so that that threshold of pain becomes great enough that they will back off and we can come to some sort of detente. And with that, Kadri, I turn it over to you for questions and answers.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Scott. And may I remind for our viewers that in workshop environment you can ask questions from Scott, although I have so many questions already because it's a rare chance to have a person like you here in Estonia with us. So my first question is, obviously everybody has heard that the hybrid war was conceptualized by Russian General Gerasimov, and it has been around already for several years. You can read about it in the internet everywhere, and Russia is obviously pursuing all these goals. You talked also about the China, but if you now would evaluate, have the other adversaries or countries like North Korea or Iran, for example, or also smaller groups of terrorists like Hamas, have they also picked up these strategies and have they learned very quickly, and are they using these strategies?
Sure. So it's interesting, the intellectual roots of this go all the way back to Sun Tzu, and then a development through the Marxist thinkers in the early 1900s and 20th century. General Gerasimov captured it. He actually observed the color revolutions in the Arab Spring and kind of distilled this into what we now call the Gerasimov doctrine, but it's not new. It goes back a long time. I think when you look at real warfare, the Koreans, the Iranians, terrorists, lots of people are using some of the tactics that we would consider a part of hybrid warfare, but none of them are operating at the strategic level that the Russians and the Chinese are, with the goal of really transforming particularly the West, right? They want to achieve limited aims using hand-picked tactics that could fit into a hybrid scenario, but when you look at hybrid warfare, it's really warfare with a warlike aim, and right now the Russians and the Chinese are the only two that are operating at that strategic level.
Oh, that's good to know that they are not there yet, at least not systematically. But also about, just follow-up question to that, are we in Western democracies living still in this denial phase? Because we in Europe at least talk that we don't understand whether we are in hybrid war with Russia or not. What would you say?
I think we always want to, well, we're always reluctant to overreach in what we say, right? We want to be measured. We don't want to be alarmist. We think that by acknowledging what's happening as a war, it's going to fundamentally change the expectations, society's expectations of how the government will react to it. And governments would like to delay that for as long as possible. But I also think the sooner we get there and we just acknowledge that what's really happening and the expressed goals of these adversaries is fundamental change in our society, the sooner that we can start to inform people and craft effective responses instead of constantly being defensive.
Yes. Actually, I have in workshop first question. What about examples like Russian influence in Georgia? Can we anticipate and immunize a country against the political hijacking operations?
Absolutely. And it starts with this idea of inform them about the model. Once they understand the model, they'll start to see everything else, and they'll at least be cynical of what they're hearing and interpret it through that lens and say, well, is this something that could be part of this hybrid attack? There's a concept called pre-bunking. We talk about debunking after an idea is out there trying to prove it wrong. Pre-bunking is cognitive inoculation of the population. In the slides, there was a link to a wonderful little kind of a game that Cambridge University built where people play the role of a misinformation aggressor. And by playing that role, they start to see how easy it is to lead people off. They learn the tactics, and hopefully when they see them applied against themselves, they'll recognize it as such or at least question it. So there's lots of things we can do that just come down to fundamental education. It's easy, it's cheap, and it prepares people for the onslaught.
Yes. So actually a follow-up question. When I was born in Soviet Union, and in my school time we had civil defense classes. So you mentioned this game. Do you think that we have to vaccinate or immunize our societies by education somehow against this hybrid threat?
Yes, absolutely. That's the first step that we ought to be taking right now. Much better awareness of what this model looks like. Every time that there is an event, attribution that this is an event, creating trusted sources of information, government and otherwise, and then helping people really see this as a pattern rather than see it as a bunch of one-off events that become overwhelming.
Yeah. So you have been here with us as a mentor of CDL Estonia, and last year you have been here several times. Here in Tallinn, also in Tartu. How could you compare here our Baltic or Estonian awareness or situation, how we are living the similar denial as Europe in average, or are we a little bit more aware because of Russian close neighborhood?
So in political science, or at least in strategic studies, there's a saying that geography is destiny.
Yes.
And so I think the Baltic countries, given their geography and their history, are probably on the leading wave of acknowledging what's going on and taking decisive, meaningful steps to start to counter it. The Nordics are probably second, and the rest of Europe is going to have to catch on fast, because we've lived in an unnaturally peaceful period since the end of the Cold War that unfortunately now people are having to go back to things like civil defense and take seriously threats that we've had the luxury of living without for some time.
Yeah, and actually I have another question here in workshop. Are democracies with open media environments in general more or less effective than authoritarian regimes in countering hybrid warfare?
That's a great question, and I think there's no one easy answer. What strikes me is that in the short run, with any one event, the openness of free societies puts them at risk, right? It makes them more vulnerable. There's many more vectors that a hybrid warfare operator can use to get at us. But in the long run, our institutions, provided they continue to function, this balance of power, information between government, press, and whatnot, tends to breed a level of confidence that authoritarians cannot. And so short-term disadvantage, long-term advantage.
Yes, and actually it's very refreshing to hear that we should be more patient when some events happen and not wait for the results directly, because our democracies take time, but the resilient answer will come, right? So is being CDL Estonia mentor one of your answers to hybrid war, your personal answer?
Yeah, definitely. I think helping these young entrepreneurs who are super smart, helping them have the context of what's happening in the world, and helping them see how their inventions and their products can help benefit this greater effort has been very rewarding. It's eye-watering, the talent that comes into Creative Destruction Lab, and I've now worked with several different CDL sites, and Estonia does it as well or better than any of the others. So this is definitely the right place, both given proximity to the threat and the acknowledgement of it, and the quality of people that are here.
So thank you for coming, and thank you for being here. And for the listeners, Scott will be with us for the rest of today, so you can ask more questions about it. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think I inflict myself on a couple panels, and then you're welcome to give out my contact info if people want to follow up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kadri and Scott. Our next speaker is Mrs. Marin Ratnik. Marin is the Undersecretary for Economic and Development Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia. She has served at the ministry since 2000 and has held ambassadorial roles to Belgium, Luxembourg, Spain, Andorra, and Algeria, as well as to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, located in Vienna. Between 2017 and 2019, Mrs. Ratnik was the Prime Minister's Foreign Relations Advisor at the Government Office. She holds a degree in economics from WIS Institute and this building and this University of Tartu, and she has furthered her studies in international relations at the Estonian School of Diplomacy and Humboldt University in Berlin. Today, Mrs. Radnik will deliver a keynote speech titled, How Does Diplomacy Matter in a Current Interest-Driven World? Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Radnik. The floor is yours, Marin.
Welcome everybody at Delta Trends Day. It's first time for me to be here and I'm very glad to welcome here. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person because I have to travel as a diplomat. That's my main job. But particularly glad I'm here to be because I'm actually alumni of Tartu University. It's my alma mater, and I'm also alumni of actually economic faculty. So that's where I was studied and that's where I get the bachelor degree from. And I guess this is also the background why today I'm standing here before you as Undersecretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, responsible for international trade, business relations and development cooperation. So you might ask, how does the economic studies coincide with diplomacy? And I think that's critical to have this kind of background because in the current turbulent times, something that you have studied that's wide, that gives you different perspectives, gives you analytical powers to make the connections between economy, the trends, the trade, the future technologies, innovation, whatever you think that is not diplomacy, these days is diplomacy. So I would like to kick off with putting you into or framing you a picture. Imagine standing at the edge of the stormy sea. So the waves crash, the wind howls, and the horizon is uncertain. I think that's something where we stand today as diplomats, as actually as world, as Estonia in it. Russia's unjustified aggression against Ukraine, the uncertainties about international trade regulations or populist movements that challenge democratic values are not just anything that's far or distant headlines. It's part of our daily lives. That's where we operate. So additionally, the power that was aimed to tame that sea, that we call usually the nuclear weapon of small states, the international rules-based order, is something that's still there, but it's not always followed. The previously signed agreements or reached common understandings are also still there, but not necessarily taken care of. So amid this daily, sometimes hourly changing information and environment, that's where we as diplomats need to navigate. We have to be agile, quick, and also operative. So that's also the power of Estonian diplomacy today. We as a small nation know what it means to be occupied. We have our history. We have lost our independence and we know why diplomacy matters. It's not an abstract concept. It's something that has given us a voice and that's a lifeline for now and for the future. It connects us with allies, it amplifies our voice and secures also our future. So this is something that turns the confrontation into conversation, and it also, without it, the chaos, which we actually in the international policy live in at the moment, the chaos becomes conflict without diplomacy. With diplomacy, the chaos can become a cooperation, and that's the work that we aim to do. We are small. Estonian diplomats are more or less about 300 people officially. But I guess today everybody who works in the public service is somewhat a diplomat. So we know today the main rule or the main point that we follow is when you yell loud enough, you might not listened to. But if you keep silent, you will not be noticed. So we have to kind of dose our messages very clearly, what we are aiming at and what sheds the light to this current darkness. Because, let's be assured, there is light at the end of the tunnel. So we, as members of European Union, NATO, know that this is something where we are given the voice together in the same level as any other state in these alliances. There might be times where the logic was, and we said that, we used that we are ready to join the consensus. These times are far over. We have to think through what are our strengths, what are our weaknesses, how we turn our weaknesses to strengths, and how we bring forward the message that strengthens not only us here at the eastern border, here in the Northern Europe, here in the EU, but in the wider world. And let me give a couple of examples in that regard. Estonia is actually a leading voice currently in this turbulent world. Our foreign policy is very simply set, standing in the three pillars. We do everything to limit the possibility of the aggressor, of Russia, to continue with its warfare. So we are the ones, and I can proudly say that the Estonian diplomats very strongly stand, for example, that the sanctions that are put to Russia are stronger, wider, and also deeper. We are the ones who prepare the packages, in many cases, that European Union has adopted. Moreover, we see that there is no possibility or no readiness of the member states of European Union to join into the sanction Russia. There is a possibility to put trade barriers. So we are in the front of core group that is ready and fighting for setting the higher tariffs to the goods that go out of Russia. Key element of that is making the aggressor accountable. In the same way, Estonia is the one who sits in the front seat to push ahead the tribunal that takes Russia's blames, that prepares the accountability and the possibility that Russia to be accountable. But also, key topic currently is unmobilized Russian assets that we think should be used right now for Ukraine to help them to win the war. Second pillar, we do everything we can to support Ukraine. We do it militarily, economically, financially, politically. We are one of the countries in our smallness. We are one of the biggest contributors per capita. So we have shown that it's possible to support recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine already now. We started in 2022, in second half of the year where the war started. We were the first country who responded to President Zelensky's call to take over a patronage of one region in Ukraine and start from there. So we have shown with our leadership that's possible. We are on the ground and we can act. So many of the other countries so far and donors have joined us, our forces, but also joined Ukraine in their making their life better and building back better. And the third pillar is isolating Russia in international fora as much as we can. Also here we can see that our voice has a power. The latest was last evening, where in United Nations resolution was adopted that said that Russia is responsible and everybody has to support the fact that the Ukrainian children deported by Russia to Russia has to be brought back. There was overwhelming support to that, and Russia was standing alone with 11 other countries not to supporting it. So we have pushed for sanctions, advocated for Ukraine's EU membership and coordinated aid. We have been loud, clear, consistent, because silence would mean complicity, and that's what we cannot allow. So we have been able to mobilize alliances, isolate the aggressor, and sustain solidarity. And through that, we can show that Ukraine is not standing alone, that Ukraine stands with Europe. But our voice is not enough. So we have learned throughout difficult times that you need to build different alliances than eventually before. For example, the team also, Delta Trends, is Nordic-Baltic cooperation. So that's a key element currently in diplomacy, and that cooperation between the 8 countries, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Iceland, Denmark, has a complete new standing. There are daily communications and SMSs, chats, all the new means that are there. So diplomacy is not anymore something that you think that, there was a diplomat walking with a piece of paper to the next country. It took a week. The information flow is quick, easy, and that makes us, again, somewhat the superpower, because our circles are very small, very united, and our decision-making bodies are much more agile than sometimes the others. So we work very strongly in an Nordic-Baltic cooperation. We coordinate our messages in the EU, in NATO, in the world. And next year also Estonia is leading that group. We coordinate what we do, how we do, where we act and how we act. So we have actually a leading role. We're sitting on the front seat. And this role of Estonia in this group is also something to bridge between Nordic pragmatism and Baltic urgency, I would say. So we show that there can be, that things happen when there is a leader. So it's good to be there. I wanted to address also the current challenges in the current world and the current diplomatic and political context, which we are often asked. Is diplomacy something that still is relevant? Is it important in the times of AI, technology, quick information sharing, and everything that's there? My absolutely strong belief is that AI will never take over diplomacy, because diplomacy is somewhat, which I would say, it's a fine-tuning of messages, delivering in the way that you can convince the other side that your message is actually something that the others can believe in. There are many different definitions what diplomacy is or what it is not. One of those that's commonly used is it's a way to tell somebody to go to hell in the way that the person is looking forward to it. So AI will never be able to deliver that, will never ever take over that how you bring the message across, what is the charm, how is it hostile, is it positive, how to convince the other side of that your approach is something to follow eventually. So AI will never be successful in this time. I touched shortly about the importance of information. What AI can do, and already does, and helps us as diplomats to gather the information, to have quick assessments, to have a background information very fast or faster than ever before. It helps us also to set agendas, to streamline certain activities, but it doesn't replace us and never will. So, and information as such is become very critical. The critical of understanding and assessing where does it come from? Is it true? Is it false? How do I assess that? How can I react based on this that I know? And is this information that I know, is there based on facts? Because diplomacy works on facts. We build rhetorics around it, but facts are the core. So media literacy, to understand where's the source, how to compare it, how to test if it's true or false, is something that's really critical in current times. And everybody, I think really everybody, should understand that, starting from the schools, universities, kindergartens. I travel a lot and I have many conversations of taxi drivers, for example, or people around the world. It's interesting to see and understand that their informational source is completely different than ours. And then we reach quite quickly, even when we have a different opinions, reach to the understanding that his or her opinion is different because it has a different source of information. And when I, for example, have addressed just recently in Africa a Zimbabwean taxi driver asking that I know where your information comes from and your understanding therewith about what is NATO, what is not NATO, what is happening in Russian aggression of Ukraine. So, and he understood that actually he was given information that might not be true. So, but reach that understanding is already a step forward to be better of explaining, understanding, and literally being better in diplomacy. So I would like to finish up maybe with a couple of thoughts saying that diplomacy in current era is kind of a front line of all that is happening in the world. Diplomacy is not only delivering the message. Diplomacy today is also talking about trade, energy, climate, what climate will bring to us, how the trade lines, the supply chain affect our future, what can we do to secure our supply chain, what can be our role as Estonia, for example, also in the supply chain of critical minerals. So all of that, very detailed, very technical, is also diplomacy, and it goes through every line of life. So to come back to the metaphor that I had in the beginning, I would say that Estonia is a small ship on the stormy sea. We don't have necessarily all the weapons or treasure, but what we have is a clear compass, our values and our aims. And we should, and we are expressing that very clearly. So this is something that we need. It's not optional. In this era of chaos, it's a necessity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maureen. And these people who want to ask questions about diplomacy can actually do that and present their questions to our following presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, I have here with you Jamie Burnham, who is also a former diplomat, former military, innovation manager, but currently working in Windoo Technology, helping startups. So welcome, Jamie. Welcome, Jamie. We agreed with you to talk about critical national infrastructure, contested supply chain, and the next front line. So I would start by asking you, what is this mysterious next front line, and what is the battlefield, and where are the emerging threats there?
It really is the front line that I think we ignore. We're so focused, and understandably focused, on the bravery of the Ukrainian front line, that we overlook, I think, where some of our greatest and most emergent critical dangers sit. I mean, for 40 years, really, 50 years since the end of the Second World War, we've assumed that global trade is a given. It's rules-based, the World Trade Organization, big global multinationals with factories in all sorts of parts of the world have existed very, very efficiently and successfully. And I think that's really under threat, that those assumptions are being challenged. And I think it's fair to say that whereas efficiency and cost have been the sources of operational advantage, they're now becoming our weakness. So the cost of materials leads you to China. The speed that you can obtain materials can be disrupted. And so that really, as we move into this new era of economic competition, I think we're really looking at how we manage the risks that are emergent and these complex interdependencies. They're almost too complex for any human to cope with. And we can talk about sort of digital analytics and the role that plays. But I think that it's the front line because we're now in an age of economic competition, and we have real vulnerabilities that are now emergent across our infrastructure and across our supply chains.
Yes. So what kind of sectors are most impacted by this? What do you think?
So I don't think there's any sector that's free of this. And I'll tell you for why. I mean, at a very small level, we have examples in the UK of very, very small companies whose IP has been stolen through cyber attack. And that they have now collapsed economically. Now, does that have a strategic impact? No, it doesn't. But it has a real impact both on the value of that company and that business, and it's a real personal loss, but it's also a loss in terms of jobs and our broader economy. Right up through, I think we can safely say, to a different example and a recent example in September 2024, where the Israeli military took on Hezbollah, looking at supply chain and penetrating its supply chains to devastating operational effect. So there's no area of modern life that isn't contested in terms of the supply chain. We all depend upon our supply chain, upon the resilience. But I'd say that if we as countries have to think about this, then we need to think about it in terms of our critical infrastructure, our water supply, our electricity supply, our telecoms supply. The things that we all rely upon have to be protected, and they have to be resilient.
Yeah, actually, we had in Estonia one case recently discussed in our newspapers where this Ukrainian war made us improve our supply chains. But generally, if you think about what are most significant vulnerabilities of these supply chains and how these are intersecting with our national security concerns.
Yeah, so I think it comes back to this question of complexity, is we really don't know what we don't know. And if you think about it, the age of electronics has made those interdependencies even more complex. Internet of Things, everything from our fire extinguishers to our cars, to everything is interconnected now. And actually, so you need to think of it in terms of complex systems. And systems can be disrupted, and we don't understand systems. So there might be a critical dependency. So, for example, I understand that 80% of the car industry relies on one manufacturer for crocodile clips. Small, irrelevant in many ways, not irrelevant, but small, sort of low technology, low cost products. But if that factory were disrupted, it would have potentially a significant impact upon the car industry. So I think we have to think about this in terms of really understanding the layers of risk, and thinking through how we manage and map and cost risk, because our risk models are analog, and you can look at the internet, how people think about risk. They're products of compliance, really. They're not risk management, and I think we have to understand. If I can offer some thoughts on this. We've been doing a little bit of work with a technology startup that I work with called Darkscope. And we talk about 7 factors of risk in the supply chain. And they may all individually be small, but actually the cumulative effect can be very significant. So we talk about criticality, for example. In terms of national security, rare earths are a critical function. So F-35, for example, has something like 15 rare earths or some such figure. All our drones in Ukraine and here on the front line depend on neodymium, which 70% is mined by China, and 95% of magnets are manufactured in China. So we have a heavy critical dependency, criticality risk on China for magnets and therefore electric motors. Bad actor risk, the hostile risk of someone infiltrating your supply chain or your infrastructure. That could be a criminal, but it can also be hostile state actors. And we've seen that. What do we say? Operational risk, the flawed financial models, or a company is just weaker than you might think it is. We can think about geopolitical risk, sanctions. You know, all our graphite that we depend on for steel manufacturing is dependent on China. Vulnerability risk, counterfeiting, you know, factories that infiltrate, you know, or our food supply chain with fake products that cause harm. Transit risk, the Suez Canal being blocked. So when the Evergreen in September 21 found itself sitting across the Suez Canal, that cost us $9.6 billion every day in global trade for 6 days. And then theft risk, and we've seen this very clearly in a US transportation company that we work with, where significant percentages of shipping material is being stolen, and companies right across the UK and Europe are suffering similar harms. So it's about really starting to both map your supply chains in a world of complexity, and that is not simple. And then understanding that at each sort of node, what the risks associated with that are.
Yeah. So the picture you painted is very complex, and it is truly. What do you think, what can the governments do? Because you mentioned sanctions already, which are deliberate, right? But, you know, it's also difficult for the governments to manage this scope.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, I think where we sort of outsource our risk to government, we run real risks. You know, the government has a role, and it has a role to some stage in the regulatory space. So, for example, it's probably only governments that could force the raw materials away for steel production away from China, for example, by tariffs or by some sort of regulatory thing, and allow Europe to have some sort of independent steel manufacturing. But generally speaking, I think as a rule, where we've just used regulation as a means of managing risk, we found companies work to the regulation and not to the risk, and they've not understood the risks that they're facing. And I would advocate a more an approach which starts to cost risk. So and this is hard, but we've been doing it for generations. I mean, way back to sort of early medieval times on insurance and shipping. You know, it's not new. But I think in a modern age, it is clear to me that companies do not understand the risks they're taking. We have a generation of procurement specialists who are very, very good at moving the cost of material down and buying low, and they know how to ship it across the globe. But they are unaware, and chief executives of large companies are unable to map the risks associated with that decision. And consequently, you've seen this very recently with JLR on a cyber attack, where a very efficient, highly innovative company has suffered billions of catastrophic damage because of a simple oversight in their cybersecurity. And we believe, or NATO believes, that the Russian actors were involved. That's had not only a very significant impact on that company, but on the supply chain and the companies that depend upon them as a supplier. So the economic damage is almost unmeasurable, but is very significant. That's jobs, that's tax, that's the people being able to go to work in the morning, has all been placed at risk because of a lack of resilience in that company's infrastructure.
Yeah. We can continue our talk about risk and innovation later, as we have an innovation panel, right? But for now, thank you, Jamie.
I'm very happy to welcome you both, our CDL Estonia mentors, to this Zoom call. And this is actually recorded for Delta Trends Day, where we want to explore the hybrid security and learning from experience so far. And I called very, boldly this panel power players and how investors, universities, and startups all together can shape new global order. And you are representatives of these power players. So I'd like to get your input, your ideas exactly today, as these times change very fast around us. So maybe I will start from Andy, you, as you are the investor, and also you have been working closely with the universities. How do you see what unique opportunities we see here on the eastern borders of Nordic and Eastern Europe, and why defense or security innovation is so important here right now, and also not only innovation, but the innovation with impact? What do you see?
So I'm going to make 3 points here, Kadri. The first is the extent to which there's real value in working with people who have real knowledge of history, cultural context, and a realistic understanding of the threats that are posed to NATO on its eastern flank. I think we've been through maybe 2 or 3 decades where there have been, in my view, serious miscalculations by political leaders in Europe and the United States across all political parties with respect to the nature of the threat that comes from the Russian bear that's on your border. And I don't believe that those miscalculations were shared by people who live in this part of the world. I think they have a much more realistic perspective, and that's because they've experienced real history associated with that particular issue. So that's the first point. The second point is that we are now engaged in a kinetic war on the eastern border of NATO. And the people in this part of the world have a much deeper and, again, much more realistic understanding of what the modern battlefield looks like. And so that's a huge opportunity and an asset that can be leveraged by people who might otherwise be surprised if there's ever any kind of kinetic conflict that comes across that border. And then the last piece here is that Estonia is an extraordinary example of success using digital technology. And so that proximity to the battlefield, combined with the extraordinary ability of the people in this part of the world to know how to use modern technology to do things differently, is another really important asset that means that this is a really, really valuable place to be if you want to innovate in strategic deterrence.
Yeah, I agree with you. And John, I don't want you to kind of defend all these miscalculators that Andy was referring to, but since you have been working together with governments who are also big investors and relevant actors, so and your field is strategic communication, what do you think, what kind of storytelling and strategic messaging is relevant in this part of the world, as we are talking now, CDL Estonia?
Yeah, so I'm going to pick up on Andy's point, and as I do that, thank you for the opportunity to participate in another CDL event. And you guys do extraordinary work, and I think you should be recognized more for it. So thank you for having me, and thank you for having me alongside Andy. I always learn so much when he speaks, so that's really welcome. I think the stories we tell depend upon the history we've lived. And therefore narratives become essential, particularly in framing strategic deterrence. So everything that's happening in the battlefield, or candidly in the battle space, now is relevant. And it's no longer theoretical, it's now practical. And I applaud Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, the Nordics for working on an approach where their citizens participate in an effort to make sure that they do one thing a week that contributes to having Putin look in their direction and say, today is not a good day. And that would not be possible without narrative, and narrative is storytelling. And that's why strategic communications matters from a deterrent perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's you mentioned several times CDL, and we are obviously in CDL Estonia team, very, very grateful to your both, Andy, you as a partner and investor into us, and John, you as our mentor, because mentors are actually at the heart of the CDL program, and its quality, its dynamism, its kind of value for founders. But talking about this, what is the general role of this public-private partnership, such as CDL? Where all these power players work together to advance innovation, or also separately the role of different ecosystem players in advancing innovation, and maybe more precisely now how or what we can offer startup founders, because they are those who are doing the hard work and living it through the program. What we can offer them most.
Yeah, let me begin with that. And no matter how innovative or forward-leaning governments are, they still move at the speed of bureaucracy. And what becomes essential in pairing the private sector together with governments, even a government as forward-leaning and as successful as Estonia, it creates a space out there a little bit further that allows innovation to turn at the speed of opportunity or at the speed of threat, as Andy so articulate mentioned before. And that space enables incubators to thrive and then bring the government in for implementation, not just for experimentation. And so I think we're seeing a new model emerge in the national security domain where public-private partnerships are not designed solely, which they are in many countries in the West, to get money from the government into the private sector. This is where the private sector is plowing the road to enable the government to place much better investments on capabilities that are needed to prevent conflict or to win a conflict once it starts.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And what do you think?
I'll build on what John said, which he said, very eloquently, this expanded space for innovation. A program like CDL Estonia for strategic deterrence innovation is incredibly valuable for startups. And that's because startups need typically three things. They need capital, they need coaching, and they need customers, those three things. And if you're a part of the CDL Estonia cohort, you're going to be in a room full of mentors that includes defense industry VCs, and that means you've got people who have capital that's dedicated to investing in companies like yours. You're going to be surrounded by people who are experts in company building and who know how to take deep tech companies and turn them into something that's potentially massive. And you're going to find yourself talking to military leaders from around the world who have close connections to the people who do procurement. And that means you're going to have access to customers. And so, again, if you imagine that all startups need capital, they need coaching, and they need customers, and you're going to have people who can give you access to all three in the room.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And actually, I don't want, because you are both from America, I don't want to provoke you, analyzing the problems of Europe. But if you would like, you are very most welcome, right? But my last question, which I want to discuss with you, is actually, if you look at these ecosystems all over the world, right? And we have this panel called Power Players. So who needs to step up the most? Because why I'm asking this is that outside viewers also sometimes have more clearer view. I have been mentioned several times by our mentors that in Estonia they see public-private partnerships as something that is of strength. But if you would ask random Estonian, they will never see that as something special about Estonia. So this is, why I'm asking, who needs to step up and how we can improve the things beyond maybe also CDL, right? Which is, kind of more narrow. I don't know, Andy, maybe you would like to begin.
Well, so obviously we are going through a period where there has been some, shall we say, instability associated with the traditional alliances within NATO. And to some extent, that instability has been created because many countries have failed to fulfill on their commitment to invest appropriately in the defense capabilities that we now know that they need. Interestingly, I remember maybe a decade ago pointing out that Estonia was the only country in NATO that was meeting its 2% commitment at that time, other than the United States. And so, look, one of the really interesting things about Estonia as a little country is the extent to which they actually lead Europe, even though they're one of the tiniest members of the EU. And we can point to not just the fact that you're the most digital country in the world, you're the first country in the world to mandate AI in high school. I could go on and on. But you're a country that's not afraid to lead. So, look, if you now look across the NATO bloc, I mean, the Spanish are not even willing to do 2% now. And so there is a really important need for the Europeans to have the desire to defend their own territory and to make the investments that are required to do that. And then, as John has pointed out, that needs to be done by there being a broad commitment that's both public and private to do that work. So it's not somebody else's job. And John made a really great point here about the extent to which people in Ukraine are, or the Ukrainians are leveraging their civilian population to support the war effort in many different dimensions. And that's really, really important. So public-private partnership and having clarity and making the case that we need to defend ourselves and not just rely on other people to do it for us is really important.
And I think on the public-private partnerships, one of the challenges that emerges in a number of countries is government officials, political leaders, CEOs reference public-private partnerships, but to many people, many citizens, public-private partnerships are probably well known, but not known well. And it's important to make sure that as people look at the true value of public-private partnerships in the national security domain, that the government recognizes, as much as the private sector, that there is a role for everyone and everyone has a role.
Mm-hmm.
And once that happens, then you build a network and a framework in which that network operates that creates a dynamic of strategic deterrence. So when Putin looks in your direction, he goes, I definitely don't want to go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really agree.
Yeah, you didn't mention at all universities. Why is that?
Maybe because you didn't ask. So
Okay.
sorry. So universities play a key role. If you look in the value proposition, the emergence of new technologies, inevitably the idea happens at a university. That's where the first spark of creativity or innovation occurs. Then it moves from a university to what was called for generations garages. There was more innovation happening in garages in the United States than was happening at DARPA and at NASA and at NOAA. And there was a recognition in the US national security space by the late Secretary of Defense Ash Carter that innovation was occurring, and what we didn't need was greater firewalls. We needed smarter membranes, the ability to reach out from the classified world, see what's going on in garages, find capabilities that would make a difference in preventing conflict or winning a conflict should one occur, and pulling that into the classified world. So universities are that spark of innovation, that spark of creativity in a long value chain that results in capabilities being in public-private partnerships.
Yeah,
They
they are more like
don't
infrastructure.
happen in the shower anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was, asking you many things, and you were very brave to give me these answers. But is there anything I didn't ask besides the universities that you would like to stress, or you thought that would be relevant in this panel discussion of ours?
I want to make a very generalizable point that I'd like to just sort of lay on the table here. I've said for maybe 2 decades that what digital technology does is to shift the world from building, people, product, professional, to mobile, software, service, consumer. In the world of e-commerce, it means you don't go to a bookstore to see a clerk who can find you a novel and check you out. You use an iPad, you use software, you download content, right? So it's a complete shift in the way things work. If you bring that into a military world, What that means is instead of blowing up buildings and killing people using bombs and military professionals, we're moving into a world where we're taking down communication networks and hacking software. We're using cyber weapons and we're leveraging civilians. It's exactly the same transition, right? And John made the point about not the battlefield, but the battle space. That's a great word, right? Because that's actually the dynamic into which we have to build strategic deterrence. And this shift in the way the world works is a really powerful way to think about what the future may look like when it comes to warfare.
Yeah.
And I would build on that and say, for anybody who's watching this or listening to this or has a friend that's watching or will share it, the only way the bad guys win is if you give up. And if you have an idea, whether it comes from the shower, from a garage, from a university, or just in the middle of the night, and you think it can make a difference to preventing conflict, to stopping Russia from coming across Estonia's border or anyone's border, you should bring it to CDL before the end of the day and let them evaluate it, because good ideas come and go. Great ideas are what's really needed.
Yeah, it's a great point.
That's a very good point, and we can even recognize these great ideas from good ones, separate them when we are evaluating it together from different perspectives. So nobody can do it alone, because many smart people, but everybody is smart in their own fields, right? Let's come together and put our knowledge together, and especially in open and friendly atmosphere, these ideas get flowing. So it's very nice that you have taken the time to talk to me, and I already see so many headlines from your talks, both of you, that we can, label our further activities with. And I wish you much success as CDL Estonia mentor and mentors, and thank you both very much. And I hope CDL Estonia lives another 3 or more years to be able to accelerate also security and resilience startup. So thank you, and see you in our CDL Estonia meetings.
The studies in economics and business administration at the University of blah blah blah. This is me trying to read the perfect marketing script about your future in our university. Let's cut the crap. I will show you what it's really like here. Hi, my name is Kirilo. I'm from Ukraine, and now we are in Estonia, Northern Europe, a digital nation with no paperwork and excellent flight connection. And now we are in Tartu, a city that actually fits inside your pocket. You can get everywhere by walk or by bicycle. This is green, beautiful, and student-friendly. This is Tartu. This is Sudlava Tutengi. This is my favorite cafe. This is the main building of the university. And I've never been there. This is my gym. This is my dorm, my room, my favorite bar. These are my friends. And of course, this is my favorite beer. But what do I actually do? I study at the University of Tartus School of Economics and Business Administration. One day, I could be CEO, marketing chief, finance director, and even a startup founder. I can basically become whatever I want. The marketing team probably wants me to say, the sky is the limit. Honestly, for me it was a surprise. They can put together my whole curriculum like a puzzle. Theory, hands-on experience, marketing, economics, global connections, and many, many more. So this is our innovation lab. We can get hands-on experience on whatever. All of it is fake, they are actors. It's not even plugged in. But in this very room, you can actually build your prototypes and even a startup. But most importantly, you will meet like-minded people from all over the university. So here, I'm gaining motivation knowledge from lectures by leaders in different fields who have hands-on experience with real companies. The whole world is in Tartu. That's how it described to our students. With Erasmus possibilities and new connections here and abroad, we're building our future. You think it's a real lecture?
Salah, what are you doing? No idea. So, and it was Delta. Awesome place.
Oh, no, Kirilla. What was that, right? Okay, you see, please say that we're not just an old building, we're also the most modern place to study. Right. New tech, new spaces, and everything you need. And please do not forget our study areas too.
This is a building as a building should be. But on this floor, we have the best couch to have power nap in the whole school. You want to see a secret? I'm gonna show you. Basically, like every building in Estonia, Delta has its own sauna. You can't find that tradition. Tartu is a student city. This city lives and breathes for students. They are all welcomed here. Got your attention? If you want to know more, please send the message to the University of Tartu. They will send you the drive and the most detailed overview you have ever seen.
What do you really think?
Me? What I really think? No, I'll tell you what I really think. Coming here was the best decision of my life. I love my professors, I love the program, and I definitely love the community here. And I hope to see you here next year.
primary focus and sole focus is on that of the operator and user experience. And we're taking the opportunity today with the Estonian Army to field test some of the new modifications and improvements that we've made to our general core system.
So even in a cramped space, I could basically see everything that the video feed was offering me. Even the side cameras and the rear cameras, I only had to tilt my head a little and I would already get the full view of what I was trying to look at. The goggles themselves, like half of it, the lower part of it, I could still keep doing the same thing that I did without them as well.
Є база, заводимо машину, виїжджаємо на вихідну позицію. Як зрозумів прийом?
Проводь інформацію, прийняв, заводимось, починаємо рух. Чарлі, браво. Здійснити наступ на противника.
Чарлі плюс.
Бачу дрон. Бачу на 12 годин інженерні загородження. Пішов, прямо 2.
I'm a problem solver by nature, the boss of my own destiny. The sky's truly the limit. So why did I decide to join the Delta Management School? I've always thought that educating myself is the best solution to my problems, no matter how big they are. DMS is more than just a degree program at the School of Economics and Business Administration. It's a diverse innovation hub for people like me who like to initiate positive change on an international level. As a student, I get to take part in cool conferences, fascinating lectures, projects and competitions, and my studies are supported by state-of-the-art laboratories, workshops, and interdisciplinary courses at the Delta Center. In addition to being in a vibrant community of students, researchers, and innovators in the fields of economics, management, and business, at the Delta Center I get to combine learning with the challenges of business and society, which helps me in creating my own innovative solutions. Cooperation with other universities, private sector companies, and international organizations helps me implement my business ideas in the right place at the right time. Last but not least, I love Tartu, a startup-minded student city with a thriving startup ecosystem like no other. In Delta Management School, the world is in the palm of my hands.
Tere, my name is Elchin. I'm an alumnus of Tartu University and work as a leading business analyst in the largest bank of Baltics, Swedbank. Let me walk you through my journey of studying master's degree program of Innovation and Technology Management in the beautiful country of Estonia. While having a lot of opportunities to pursue my education further from a number of countries, the digital society, outstanding education, as well as a plethora of opportunities offered by University of Tartu made my choice easy. The key to my success in my professional career is a diverse set of skills and competencies I acquired from courses like business analysis, requirements engineering, software product management, and innovation management. My knowledge base is enriched by top-notch academic staff of University of Tartu who have a strong command of the business and academic worlds. If you want to design solutions that make a direct impact on the society and benefit lives of millions as I do, this is the knowledge base you need. And if you would like to make a positive impact by turning your brilliant idea into a successful business, here's the Startup Lab. Trainings provided in different domains by the leading experts of the field. Here, we'll provide you with necessary knowledge and set of tools to make your dreams come true. Futuristic design, fully equipped study rooms and labs, a spacious library to prepare for exams. Our new Delta building has everything you need to succeed in your studies. Moreover, extracurricular activities organized by the Vivid community, like Delta Trends Day, Startup Day, and different master classes, will be the cherry on top of your studies. What's more, student life is always dynamic in Tartu. You can play volleyball in the beach near Imajoki River, have a drink with fellow students in cozy bars, dance in the clubs, or if you need peace, then have a cup of tea in a coffee shop. This was a brief story of my success. If you would also like to be the best in what you do, then here in Tartu University, we empower your dreams.
So quantitative economics graduates work all over the financial sector, and they deal with all sorts of questions: anti-money laundering, fighting with fraud, managing bank risks, getting bank finance on money market and financial markets, economic analysis at the business level, but also at the macroeconomic level. We have so many obstacles on the way, challenges in the healthcare. We have a green transition. Not only the CO2 is a problem, but all resources become a challenge in the next decades. The quantitative economics program really offers you not only tools to solve these problems, but ways to solve problems, starting from the design of the product up until the relationship with clients. You are ready for that. It goes from the individual thinking up to the level of the society. So for example, with the pensions, if everybody wants to save more in the world, then of course the interest rates will go down, and that will make saving less attractive. So what the QE program is offering is putting a structure on the data, helping you to understand what the data can be used for. And this is something that the standard statistics program or mathematics or any IT program will not give you. All the challenges of our society, the quantitative economic graduates are going to be the solution architects who like statistics, who like math, and at the same time they have a good understanding of human beings, but really like to apply it to the society. They know how to deal with issues, they know how to deal with problems. Many of the quantitative economics program graduates work at startup firms. It's that the program itself is offering really good basis for understanding the business. Tartu University is a place where startup firms are really flourishing. Tartu is a super nice town to study in. I've been a student in Tartu myself, and having really these smart, educated, forward-looking people around you, the friends for life, they'll be your colleagues in the future.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the videos. There will be more on business-led defense innovation, and I'm glad to say to you that our third moderator is now with us. So Professor Christian Vassil will moderate the next scene, which will be about comparison of European and US defense innovation system. We will have our CDL mentors Sigute and Scott with us, and floor is yours.
Thank you, Kadri, and welcome back to the program. I'm extremely excited to bring what's probably one of the most intriguing questions in defense innovation, and that is the contrast between the systems that are agile, that work, that have proven to be effective, being challenged by those that are maybe, challenged with much more controversy, much less experience, and all of that. Naturally, what we have today is the US versus European defense innovation systems. Sigute, Scott, thank you for being with us today. And let me quickly kind of pick your brains and ask for the kind of introduction. Defense innovation system clearly work very differently in US and Europe. One being one large federal system where you can consolidate the purchases and the innovation mechanism that drive corporate interest and also maybe academic interest, as opposed to European-led innovation system, multi-governance, multiple countries, different approaches, different understanding of acuteness of the situation. Can you shortly characterize respectively US and EU systems and underline what do you most envy about the other? Sigute, can we start with you, please?
Yeah, sure. So thank you for having me here. I'm very excited to be part of Delta 2025 as well as CDL. My experience is, of course, based on Lithuania the most and European innovation ecosystems. But I'm in a very interesting position because now I'm sort of transitioning to US and working for a US defense company. So I can see the most advantages and disadvantages. And being the one who helped to build defense innovation system in Lithuania and now the one who is approaching as a startup, I can see what are the gaps. So I think that the major, I don't know, the major example and the major problem in Europe is that it's our mindset, how we think about the startups, what we think about the startups, and what do we think about new technologies, and the lack of trust maybe sometimes in companies. And that's, of course, the military is a very closed system. You have to be reliable, you have to earn their trust to be able to approach, and it's the main key factor as well, because the innovation system will not work if it is not combined to the procurement. So in Europe we have 27 different systems, different organizations that work with. On top of that we have European Defence Fund, we have various programs that basically combines R&D, innovation, and then it's a separate organization that manages the procurement. It's national procurement agencies for the defense. So that makes probably the main issue and the main problem, that R&D projects are not aligned with the procurement lines and the needs that the military has. That's why in Europe we produce a lot of R&D results that really turns into the procurement and the products that actually military uses.
So would you say it's the cohesion and the translational bit to actually transform the R&D findings into actionable weapon systems or whatever the defense deterrence instruments are required?
Yes, and I can see that US is doing this very well.
Scott?
Right, well, great comments, and I think there's as much similarity as there is difference. We all have trouble getting new young technology into established organizations. I think in Europe the main blocker may be the military. I get a sense talking to them that they're the professionals and they don't want to be told how to do their job or that something could be different. In the US it tends to be the prime contractors and the acquisition side of our defense establishment. If anything, we're just a little bit more mature at doing this than Europe. Europe is sort of just getting started in the last year or two with the invasion of Ukraine and this recognition that they're going to have to change things. In the US, it started all the way back in 2015, 2016, when then Secretary of Defense Ashton Carter started the Defense Innovation Unit as a realization that we were kind of falling behind in technology. He was supported and pushed by then Senator John S. McCain, who brought together a lot of financiers, James Cross at Franklin Templeton, who started the Silicon Valley Defense Group and helped us get started down at UC San Diego, who's key in that. Since then, there's been sort of a large marshaling of private capital. I think the number is somewhere around $400 billion that's been committed in private capital to get these young companies jump-started and in. There still is a barrier. When you look at our defense procurement, it hasn't changed a great deal over those years in terms of the amount of actual contracts, not the innovation money that's going to these startup companies. So we have work to do, but if anything, I'd say it's this, a little bit more mature in the private capital market that is there to support these companies, a little bit more awareness and willingness, thanks to both political and professional pressures on the military side of adopting and implementing them. and then a growing need that if we don't do this, we're going to just continue to fall further behind.
What we've seen in Europe is the emergence of kind of dual-use VCs and private equity companies tapping into exactly that, well, market opportunity for them, but really what's a critical capability building for the European societies. Clearly, access to capital clearly is an advantage in US as compared to EU. But trust towards Sigute, what you mentioned, and Scott, I think what you underlined very clearly is that there is an underlying difference how the two approaches trust private innovators. And we've seen that it is much stronger in the US. John Rendon, in his earlier talk, elegantly explained that we may understand public and the requirements for public-private partnership, but do we really actually understand that? How do we build that trust? Scott?
I think you have to do it by just making the opportunities available. You have to do it through exercises. You do it through bringing the two communities together and letting them learn how each other operate, what their constraints are, what their incentive and value systems are. The more, certainly on the operational side of the U.S. military, there is hunger to innovate and a great willingness to take risk. You hit on a key term, this idea of dual use. And one of the things that has brought private capital in is the promise that defense-facing technologies can sometimes be proven out in the defense space first with a lower legal risk surface, particularly things like unmanned vehicles, AI decision systems, which in the commercial sector are going to face great legal pressures. They can do that with a little more safety on the military side, and then there's this huger commercial market that's waiting for them. So that makes it a lot easier to bring the investment in the first place. But I think the trust just comes down to getting the two communities together as often as we can, and in particularly getting these new tools into the hands of the operators so that they can see how they operate and learn how they'll use them.
Do you see that happening in real life, Sigute, in Europe?
In Europe, probably the best tool to build the trust now is Ukraine or Brave One organization, for example, because what they see that often militaries ask if the tool has been tested in Ukraine or battle validated in Ukraine. And once you say that it is, I can see that the reliability of the tool becomes much, much higher, and then the military is much more open to also to look into it or to take it and test it by themselves. So Ukraine plays an important role now, but also I completely agree, trust is built via mutual cooperation, the step-by-step approach where actually military identifies unmet need, and then the technology developers and in cooperation with universities provide them solutions. And it might be not one case, it has to be like several iterations until you can see that you can trust the company, you can trust the people. And sometimes maybe also the security clearances and checks also help because it's very risky market. So I understand the military, why the military can't trust just so immediately, because especially in our countries where we face the threat from the aggressor which is nearby. So I understand why they are afraid to be very open, but at the same time we have to find a balance where you have to be open at a certain level that you help the technology to develop, because in the battlefield you need a technology that works, and you need a technology, a novel technology that you can fight the enemy with. So you can't do it just by yourself. The military by itself it can't do. You always need the technology in hand. So Ukraine is a critical point, but also the trust that you can build via cooperation.
And Sigute brought up a key point, this idea of classifying things. We've traditionally classified them too much, too early. The specific use case may need to be classified, but generally the technology doesn't. And in many cases, we want the adversaries to know the types of capabilities we're working on because it can have a deterrent effect if it's communicated properly. So same thing in the US. Overclassification is a chronic problem, and as often as not, it's a tool that's used to block rather than something that's really necessary.
I think it's exactly the same thing in academic research. I mean, we've been protective of our research finding, getting the IPs right and all of that, which in many areas are relevant, but what really matters is actually pace and the quality of execution. That the same for the defense innovation, I presume. If you could grant one wish to Europe and to US to learn from the other systems, from whatever is out there, and not vis-a-vis each other, but globally. Scott, we were talking about China earlier, and particularly their understanding of the time horizon. What would be, just 1 minute, your wish that you could have embedded, learn from elsewhere, and import it to your system? Sigurd, the same question for you. Scott.
I wish we could forget everything that came after about 1960. When you look at the beginning of the Cold War, we did some really incredibly smart, innovative things in partnership with our European allies. We did things like standardizing oils and lubricants, standardizing ammunition sizes, kind of focusing in specialization of warfare areas to economize resources. But at the same time, we allowed each nation to innovate in its platforms and its sensors and whatnot. And then it was easy to put together, easy to interoperate. At least on the US side, we didn't really win the Cold War. The Soviets just lost. We were never tested, but we came out of it with this sense of arrogance, I think, and in the sense that we kind of had it all figured out. We need to go back and look at previous great challenges, how we face them, and get back into that pattern of innovation, which was very much close partnership between allies, close partnership between government and industry, and between capital and startups, and that whole cycle.
Do you think the just recent national defense strategy that was updated that would help to achieve that?
No comment.
Thanks, Sigurd.
So my wish is basically to combine R&D with the procurement. So that would be a systematic approach towards defense innovation promotion. That it should start with identification of unmet need of the military or security organizations. And then R&D projects should follow that unmet need. And then finally, it should be combined with a precise procurement in line that the startups do not need to wait for 10 years until they would be able to get into the planning for the procurement. So that would be the best approach, I think. And this is what we are lacking now, the cooperation between industry, universities, and military, which is essential, especially in small countries like Baltic states.
Excellent. If I may throw into this, and Scott, sorry for maybe being a bit provocative regarding the recent political changes. I think one of the things that is not sufficiently highlighted is the Europeans' capacity to actually tolerate what's the realpolitik or the realpolitik that happens in the field across the globe, and that's been advocated very well by the Finnish President Alexander Stubb with the rise of multilateralism. Are we able to embrace and understand that? Because it's a very different form of how you build your defense capabilities. And I think this panel clearly shows that while we have these differences, we clearly have also the opportunities how to work jointly, and we have to make sure that we are compliant with each other. Only then in alliance we can actually deter and fight off the real threats that happen there in the battlefield or in the hybrid space. Scott, Sigurd, thank you very, very much. And we'll conclude our panel today. Thank you for watching, and it's over to you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Sigurd. Thank you, Scott, very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Jaanus Tamm, founder and CEO of DefSec Intel. Mr. Tamm was named Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year 2024. Over the past 15 years, he has built several technology companies in the field of ICT, security, and defense. We have developed products which are now used in over 30 different countries, both in Europe, the United States, and Southeast Asia. He's an active member of Estonian Defense Industry Association as well as Defense Cluster. He's also a member of the European Defense Network, CERA. Earlier in his career, Jaanus Tamm was also a member of Junior Chamber International in Estonia. Today, Master Tam will deliver a keynote speech titled Drones, Defense and the Eastern Border, how Europe can close its counter-unmanned aircraft systems capability gap. So, please join me in welcoming Mr. Jaanus Tam. The floor is yours, Jaanus.
Hello, everybody. I'm giving you today a short overview about what's happening in the counter-US area in Europe and how we can close the gaps. So before I go into the topic, I will just go you a short overview about DefSec Intel Solutions. So we started 2018, and the company was actually established to solve the migration problem in Europe. And build new innovative solutions for that, because that time that was the most critical thing in Europe. But meanwhile, we have also added additionally new capabilities. We have grown more than 100 people in Estonia. We have also 30 people in Ukraine. We develop in manufacturing systems. So we do software and hardware, and we provide turnkey capabilities for the end users. So if we talk about surveillance, then we combine it together with the full capabilities. So keys, and they can start using it. And also we are working on R&D base so that we are not just integrating, but we're building new capabilities and innovating. And we have been one of the initiator and leader for the Baltic Drone Wall Initiative and DroneTech in Europe. As I said, we started the company as a border guard or border security problem solvers, and that's why we did a SurveySpire. Well, the moment our product was ready to deliver to European clients, then actually Russia attacked Ukraine, and Ukrainians needed that product. So in the beginning, when the war started, they needed to see what's happening behind the fighting line or behind the front line. And we, of course, modified our product for that so that they can be very useful to them. So the war moved on, and then they needed a vehicle-based rapid intelligence and targeting systems, and we built a Kaiman system for them next year. So, and what then happened was that the drones came. So the drones came more and more, and they started to change more and more the course of the war and the situation in the front line. So it meant that the clients came to us and said, Jaanus, maybe you can build with your team a multi-layer counter-US systems so that you can take down the drones and you can also target them and chase them. So that's why we built an air shield system, which we shipped also to Ukraine and helped them to secure their bases and do the drone detection and counter drone measures. Also, same time, clients came to us and said that they have additional threats in the water area, and also similar situations may happen in Estonia or the Baltic Sea, and that's why we started to build our own unmanned surface vessel in cooperation with Estonian Navy, again to see and to provide innovative solutions for the Baltic Sea area. And the war was continuing, and drones came more and more, and it was quite clear that to take down one drone, you need another drone, and that's how we started to build an additional interceptor drones for Ukraine and for Baltics, and that's why we invented the interceptor drone Freya. So we have been in Ukraine since 2022, and we have learned lots of things there. First, we learned that actually peacetime solutions doesn't work there, and lots of things need to be in local. And one key lesson, for example, for the innovation, what we can take from Ukraine, for the Baltic states and for Europe, is that you can rely on crisis only the industry you have before crisis. Because Ukraine had lots of IT guys, lots of great technology companies, and actually lots of defense industry before the war, full-scale war. They had engineers and people to build new products and innovate. If they wouldn't have it, it would have been much, much more difficult to do. That was also the reason why we went there, to be close to Ukrainians, to be close to the front line and to learn as fast as possible and to adapt and adjust our products. Also, we have helped them to create new initiatives like Ukrainian Air Defense Tech Alliance, where we have teamed up with Ukrainian companies to provide more capabilities and more new products and integrations for Ukrainian end users so that they can fight against Russian aggression. And what we learned from that is that we should build some similar counter-US capabilities for Europe, especially for the Baltic states. When we look for the landscape of Ukraine and, for example, Baltic states or Poland, then we don't have depth what they have there. So when we facing the drone threat, we have to take it down immediately. We just don't have time or space to chase them 200 or 300 kilometers. So what we learned from that is that hostile drones targeting critical infrastructure, civilian, everything, it's not only military. So it means that, yes, drone wall, we need to protect everything which is coming from the eastern side, but also we need more broader protection against all kind of drone threats from the coast, from the east, and also from maybe from some collaborants. Then EU need to protect the drone threat, and we need to do it together. For that, we initiated like a Baltic anti-drone wall thing, because we need to do it together. If Estonia is doing, Latvia is doing, or Lithuania doing, but we're doing it differently, then it's very difficult to protect our countries. All big air defense systems, they are good, and they remain, but they are legacy. So they use expensive radars, expensive missiles, and to take down cheap drones, you need to have affordable means. And you need to have a cost-effective, everything must be integrated, everything must be as a one, like a spider net, so that you can plug in and plug out new layers of detections and new effectors, similarly like has been done in Ukraine, but in an affordable way and also for the use in a crisis or peacetime situation. So that's why we created this Eastern Shield Baltic drone wall. So it was actually initiated by Estonian Defense Cluster in cooperation with different members. And we started to promote it between different member states and also invite Latvia, Lithuania member states to join it. One of the main criteria for that was that, and still is, that whatever we use there, it must be innovative and it must be used or tested in Ukraine, because then you know that it actually works. And previously was also said in the panel discussion that today it's very important that your systems are combat proven, and the best way to do it, to test it actually out in a real threat is in Ukraine in cooperation with Ukrainian end users or Ukrainian companies. When we look into technology side, then you have to learn from the best. So you have to learn what works in Ukraine, and it means that it must have a passive sensors, acoustic, radio frequencies. You must have active mobile tactical platforms like radar, cameras, different kind of cameras. And in peacetime or crisis time, we have a big difference compared to Ukraine. We need to verify what we are taking down. Maybe it's just a hobby pilot or something else which we don't want to take down. We need to have lots of different mobile interceptors and the launchers. We need to distribute it. So one thing is that you put the one drone on the ground and then it will fly out. But if you have like tens of drones which coming to you, then you need to send them out from the box or from the launcher. You need to build it. You need to pre-position it. And of course, everything must be software defined. Everything must be configurable, because like we have learned in Ukraine, almost every couple of weeks or at least 3 months, you need to upgrade the frequencies, the software, the way how the enemy is working. And for that, you most of the cases actually can do with the software. And all the systems must work together within one big C2 system, and they must be able to share the information between the countries. because if the drones will enter to the Baltic airspace from Lithuania and then doing zigzags to Estonia, then we should be known about that in advance. Yeah, so the anti-drone wall, when we talk about in the Baltic states, it should cover, protect us for all kind of threats, mostly for Shaheds, of course, and that type of drones. But in peacetime, we also have a problem with the smuggling drones or spy drones. And actually in Lithuania, we see even balloons, which actually cost only €400 each, but they can cause quite a big problem if you not take them down or if you don't know where they are. So here's just an example of what kind of solutions can be used. So it could be different interceptors. It could be interceptors with a net gun so that you don't shoot the drones down. In some cases, you need to also put the different interceptors, but in some cases, like in Ukraine, you also need to use real kinetic weapons to take down FPV drones or the cable drones. For different situation and different locations, you need to use different kind of effectors. And all these capabilities can be integrated into one big affordable Baltic anti-drone wall. So we have learned from Ukraine. We have a big gap to fill because right now we don't have affordable drone wall capability in Europe or in Baltic states. And we as an industry, we're working on that. And we have all the pieces ready. And we are ready as an industry in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland to deliver these capabilities to the end users and to protect Europe and Baltic states. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaanus. Thank you. Jaanus is my good friend who used to be together in Junior Chamber International, which is youth organization. And that's why I would start actually, what is the role of NGOs in these big challenges we are talking now about related drones and defense?
What was the question?
Okay, the question is that we are both from an NGO, Junior Chamber International, and that's why I wanted to start with a question, what is the role of NGOs in this defense environment and specifically the drone issues you were talking?
Yeah, if you talk about NGOs as a support mechanism, then it is very important that they will do kind of donor missions. They buy drones or anti-drone systems to the end users, and they can act actually much faster than the governments. You can set up a campaign and you will have the required money or resources or people already by end of the week when governments make this similar kind of programs for months.
Okay, we are having this Delta Trends Day today from Tartu University's Delta Center. That's why I would continue with talents and skills. What is the most critical talent shortage in defense tech and drone sector today? And is it more like university graduates and doctorates you need, or is it more like mid-level engineers you demand from colleges?
I think we miss like two types of skills. One skill is that we need people who are willing to risk and create new products. And that we actually see more and more in different defense hackathons and accelerations programs. But also we lack actually how to scale programs. Because now when you have like a drone or an interceptor, which you can manufacture 10 per day, but how to scale it to 10,000 per month. And that skills we're actually missing a lot in Estonia because we never had very big industry here. So it means that we all have to figure it out ourselves or bring this kind of skills from Europe to help us to scale as a big industry.
Do you have any ideas how to scale it up? We know that the neighbor Russia, actually, they are teaching primary school pupils to build and fly drones. What is the European response to this?
I think the best way to do it is actually to involve society, citizens, so that we have some good initiatives in Estonia where we plan to train people to fly drones. And I think this would be one of the best thing to give to the society. Then, because if we have a crisis situations and we need to fly lots of drones, then we already have people who have the basic knowledge and skills how to do it.
Okay, and if you could tell European leaders one thing, which is the most important thing to close the gap, the capability gap, what it would be?
I think the main message is that stop thinking and considering, start acting and procuring the goods which are already existing and which are there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tamm. Thank you for that speech. And we are now over, and I will hand over to Kadri. Thank you.
Thank you, Ott, and thank you, Jaanus. You know, Jaanus is our CDL Estonia mentor and also graduate of our school, a couple of years behind me. So very interesting talk. But we will move to smaller ventures than Jaanus's. We will see now CDL Estonia success stories, and we will have our graduates of last year. And we will have Ingvar Pärnamäe from Vegvisir. We have Misha Rudaminski from Hemera and Reg Beer from 95 North. And enjoy the discussion.
Welcome all our CDL Estonia last cohort graduates. I'm very, very happy that you could join us tonight for a little bit, looking back what we have achieved together and also looking forward in what you have achieved meanwhile and what you think about the future. So let me start from you, Ingvar. Your company is called Vegvisir, and you have been changing a lot of your activities, broadening your product line and doing many different things today. But first, please tell very quickly, no pitching competition, but very quickly what you are doing. What is your field and what are greatest achievements so far?
Yeah, Vegvisir is a Estonian-based company in defense tech. We develop mixed reality-based situational awareness systems for predominantly armored vehicles, unmanned ground systems, and also command posts. And since we graduated the last cohort of CDL, I would list up the following. We have now one new product, Vegvisir Nano, which we launched in September. We have 3 new purchase orders, which we are very happy about, that actually our new product sells. We can list up 2 new countries, Norway and Belgium, which were not on our map before. We have done recently 3 major demos in Singapore, India, and in the UK. Hopefully they will list up as customers very soon as well. We have gone through 5 trade shows over the last 6 months, and 1 major trade show in London, the SCI 2025, which brought us a lot of valuable new contacts and also customers. We have now launched 3 projects in European Defence Fund area, which we won last year. And we are really happy to start working with our European partners in that regard as well. And finally, I would say that we have also launched 2 government grant projects, one in Estonia and one in Croatia. And also those have now started to move. So things go slowly in defense tech. However, we have been actually very busy. So because in order to get anywhere, you need to be present everywhere. You need to work hard on daily basis with potential customers. And all this has taken a lot of time recently from us.
Thank you, Ingvar. And I'm going now to Misha directly because this slow is probably slow in comparison to innovation in Ukraine. So, Misha, I noticed that your last picture in my LinkedIn network was together with your president, Zelensky. So, I don't know, you don't have to explain what you were doing together with him, but also, you have been also listed among most innovative European new tech companies and achieved a lot since CDL Estonia graduation. So the same question, what you're doing and what have been the greatest successes so far?
Yeah, Kadri, thank you so much for the invitation and, for running the program. I'm Misha Dominsky, CEO, co-founder at Himera. At Himera, we work on scalable, resilient communication systems that work in the harshest electronic warfare, electronic reconnaissance environments, and specifically with a focus on when all the other infrastructure fails. That's where we operate. That's when we operate. While going through the CDL, comparing 2025 to 2024, we multiplied our revenue. We entered additional NATO markets, both in the Nordics and in the wider NATO regional markets. But we also were able to better focus and better commit to growing in the Ukrainian market. It's a very mutually beneficial relationship where our successes in Ukraine make our sales and our partnerships outside of Ukraine more efficient and bigger, but also us succeeding internationally. We recently announced that we completed a contract with one of the ministries of defense of the European NATO country, and even that gave us a push in the Ukrainian market. So that has been a very kind of mutually beneficial jobs that we're doing internationally in Ukraine. And I think with the kind of base we've built throughout 2025, very much prone to have even bigger growth, even bigger multiple in 2026 to deliver both our tactical communication systems. That's kind of where our core product line has been for extended period of time, already a couple of years. But we've been more and more growing into what we call a comprehensive resilient network, which combines tactical solutions that we have, kind of soldiers talking to soldiers and passing data in between each other, but also communication system for UGVs, UAVs, sensors, electronic warfare system, everything that unites all the nodes on the battlefield into one comprehensive resilient network. And we were able, partially we were able to use the mentors we were provided at the CDL program to kind of polish and to really much create that very clear vision that is clear for the team, clear for the investors, clear for the customers, and clear for the whole world.
Okay, thank you, Misha. And I let you rate as our last person to introduce and last company in this small session, because you have received recently a very high prize from the US military. This was, we were all shocked in Estonia that you even, went to that competition. So please tell us about it, and also talk to us about your venture, what you're doing.
Perfect. So I'm Reg Beer, founder and CEO of 95 North, and we are a company that is taking a national lab invented technology to market, and the technology is centered, as you're aware, around autonomy, AI, and drones to detect buried landmines and hazards, to safely detect it autonomously, remotely, to get people out of harm's way. The competition you're talking about was pretty amazing. So there was a convention in Washington, D.C., and we were invited to apply to compete at it for what's called an X-Tech Disrupt Prize. 95 North was one of 8 companies out of about 350 that pitched, and we were selected. And so we got a non-dilutive cash award, and we got an invitation to go to Hawaii. It was only 3 weeks later, so it was a pretty quick turnaround, but an invitation to go to Hawaii and test our system at the Joint Pacific Multinational Readiness Center. And so that was with the U.S. Army and their allies in the Pacific Theater. And so we were actually training U.S. Army soldiers on our system, and they actually did the operation. We were just there to advise, and it was incredibly. It was a very exciting event. It's the first time we've ever been slotted into a military exercise. Our partners in the U.S. Army were incredibly professional and great to work with. And it was a great experience. I want to get to do more, and we also want to find a way to map that into the next stage of our development, which is actually getting on active procurement contracts.
Yes. So your technology was the youngest one among the three. I think that's why these prizes are extremely important, and later stages contracts become more important as a prize, right? So, but I would ask you also the following question, because although Ingvar, you have been also studying in Tartu University, and but none of you is actually a business person by education. So you are more engineers with your background, also scientists and also administrators, very different backgrounds. And my next question to you would be, because CDL is a business program, right? It is like something quite different from your earlier education. So maybe I would start asking from Misha that you are more or less a serial founder, I think. So, but your background is engineering. So what did you learn most in CDL? You also already mentioned something, but was it the sequencing of the jobs, about the polishing that you said, or something very, very different?
So one thing is that I technically don't, like I did an engineering degree, but I never finished it. So from that perspective, I don't have any background. I was trying to become an engineer, but I got tugged into the entrepreneurial journey early into my kind of university journey. So never had a chance to actually finish it. But yeah, I thought, until I got to university, I thought I'm going to be a mechanical engineer. So that's kind of where the, my kind of what I thought and what actually happened really differed. But I think the important thing about CDL is that it's not like any other educational program. It's not even that much of an educational program. It doesn't, I don't think it, there are no lectures. There are no, I mean, a little bit, like just a tiny bit, like a talk, and then you go into actual dialogues. And for me, I think that was the best one, because one of the reasons why I think I didn't proceed to finish with university is that I much more prefer to talk to people and have a dialogue and learn things that way than listening to lectures and kind of that approach, right? For me, it's always, if I have a chance, and I always prefer to just sit for an hour with a person, ask the questions, and get the very specific, tailored answers to what I'm interested in, then, process months of learning and then do the analysis based on that. And so I think CDL just was a very good match for what I consider is the best way for me to learn the information, for me to come up with certain truth, right, that we can use for kind of future growth, that I could use for future growth in Hemera. So that approach with CDL, where you just have the people you talk with, you have all those incredibly smart people, and it's also normal that you only listen to a very small percentage of what they say, right? You have all this input from very smart people, already polished through years and decades of their experience, and you take all this already so well organized pieces of information, knowledge in their heads, and you develop an even better assumption and better knowledge based on that. I think that would work very well for me in CDL, is that you would have that day of conversations, and then for a couple of months you just kind of live with their ideas, with the thoughts that were mentioned during the conversation, with the things that you agreed upon, and then in a couple of months you might have some questions based on that. You'll have new problems in your life, and you come back again and you talk to the same or a bit different people, but also with all those years and decades of experience that you can now use in a very quick, it can be a very quick injection of knowledge and expertise and ideas that you can use for your company. And so from that perspective, I think CDL was a very efficient, it was only a couple of days technically, right? It was a year program. It was only a couple of days of actual time we've dedicated to it. But from that perspective, it was such an efficient program.
Yeah, thank you. So Ingvar, what do you think about that? Do you agree, or you found out something really special? Because you are our local guy here, and this CDL Estonia mostly happens in Estonia, right?
Yeah, I studied geography actually in Tartu University. But I have been working in national defense here in Estonia since 2002, so more than 20 years now. And that actually is the reason why I have also continued after my government job in business, because once you're in defense, then actually it makes a lot of sense to make usage of that knowledge, because entry to this domain is actually not that easy, I would say. But what I would bring out from CDL is, I agree very much what Misha said. I would also add that you work with all kind of wonderful mentors, like almost 8 months, or how long was the program, and basically they are all yours, in terms that you can ask anything business related, of course, but that would really help you to focus on most burning issues or the weakest areas, which are probably not your strongest skills. So that helps a lot to develop you much faster. For me personally, also another topic was very interesting because CDL brings so many investors all together from all over places in the world. Then that helped me to understand much better how investors think. And if you're a startup person, you run your own startup, then understanding how the other person on the other end of the call sees you, and how they approach companies or startups, what they are looking at, or how do they try to find the best matches for themselves. That helps a lot actually to understand, and also to prepare better for your next investor call. So I would say that, altogether, very, very well organized the program, and I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Ingvar. Rich, what about you? Because you actually flew in every time to Estonia, right? Or one time to Stockholm as well, right? Long journey.
So, well, definitely for me, the international flavor obviously was probably much more unique from other participants. But I found that a huge plus to the program. It really opened up connections into the European market and the Baltics, and then even getting over to Stockholm. It really provided some exposure. And as 95 North moves from U.S. military focused to foreign military sales, we really, I'm sure, are going to benefit from not just people that we met through the program, but sort of the focus, some of the cultural elements, and just a better understanding of the needs of and the challenges and the concerns of folks in that area. So I think the international exposure was priceless. I also would echo that the mentors were amazing. I would frequently be following up on something that they'd requested, and as in a startup, you're used to just working all the time, basically. But it would strike me how the mentors were doing this pro bono and leaning in, and in your mind you're like, and they do this year after year, and they do this for company after company. So I'd have to say that the mentors deserve an award for selflessness in the support that they provide. And then the other thing was really, you made the point of, we all have these technical non-business backgrounds, and I'd have to say that I did not go into this program with an MBA, right? And the challenge that we constantly had every time there was a meeting to hone in on customer validation and how we were going to communicate in the metrics of business and our key performance indicators. Like, I think it was a very good and helpful construct. Like other folks have mentioned, like, I think the kind of people who are attracted to startups don't necessarily want to go to school for 3 years to learn something. We want to just jump right in and learn it as we go. And business side of it is kind of, it's kind of what we do. We've already spent time in university learning our tech trades. We're ready to go, just jump in. And the ecosystem around CDL really pairs top-notch business people, finance people, marketing people, and really helps you learn their language.
Yeah. And maybe you also received a kind of flavor of some military training, because I remember that you have, at least one time, you had 3 mentors, all with military backgrounds, and you had weekly meetings, which is unusual for CDL. So
I still meet with them. Not some more than others, but bonds were formed during CDL that I think will just move into the future. We met great folks in that program, and they're part of the team in some way or another. So it was a great experience.
Thanks, Reg. And my last question to you is that we are having the Delta Trends Day focused on hybrid security learning, and also touch upon the topics of how to advance innovation in defense field, which originally has not been so innovative. And you, as the people working very heavily in the core part of this problem, what would you suggest? What to do, how to make this field more innovative and developing faster? So, Reg, maybe you can start with that.
Absolutely. This is, we live on the razor's edge of this here in the US right now. The changes that the US defense establishment is going through are incredibly important to see through completion. Our acquisition reform is something that we are watching extremely closely. I can tell you that the people in the United States military establishment absolutely want to become more agile and more efficient, and they know that they absolutely have to for the future landscape that they have to operate in. And so that acquisition reform is, that cake is baking right now, right? We don't know how it's going to taste when it comes out of the oven, but it is, already going ballistic, as they say. It's already underway. I think any improvement is better than no improvement, because the environment companies found, you could just look at the landscape over the last 20 years. Ever since, the late 1980s, there's been such a massive consolidation into massive prime contractors. It's really stifled innovation here. And so I think it's a very necessary change, but we are leaning in. The whole program I told you about that we tested in Hawaii under, that is one way the U.S. military is already trying to get startups and small companies, re-engaged. So that the short answer is it's a work in progress, but anything they do to break down those barriers and accelerate small businesses into that space will be helpful. The other point I would make, and I see this more in the CDL sort of environment outside of the U.S. defense market, is I think that when I when I say you guys. So the Baltics, the Nordics, the countries that are really heavily represented at CDL. I think the public-private partnerships that I saw there, and the way investors are leaning in with your startups, and the way your government representatives are attending and enabling and opening doors. I think that's a nugget of gold that you guys have that you should just, nurture and be very proud of. And that is something that I think would be helpful here. But I'd have to say that I really saw it in full bloom in Estonia, and I think that's a great advantage and maybe capability of your whole ecosystem moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Rich. And I must go to Misha now, because Misha, although Rich said to Estonian ecosystem prices, but we must be desperately slow for you because you are living many lives in every hour with such a speed. So what do you think? What can we do to make ourselves more innovative and fast?
I think, there's always one life hack, but nobody wants that one, right? It's have a war at your doorstep, which, that's the biggest driver always. But outside of that is, we've already, through pain and suffering over the last, soon 4 years, we've built a lot of changes in Ukrainian, the procurement process, the competition process, the distribution of the budget process, like that we changed in Ukraine that already showed themselves as the one that are efficient. I think just, not, if not duplicate, very much look closely and see how to use those. But I think one of the biggest drivers is that there are already companies in Ukraine operating in Ukraine for Ukraine and operating out of Ukraine for the international customers already, that we have that internal clock that is just much quicker because we have that drive from the customers and operators here in Ukraine, and we bring the same cycles, the same processes for our international customers. And so that's that competition on itself, that's what's going to be for sure driving the innovation cycles in European, NATO-wide, and just globally innovation cycles in the defense companies. Because when you have somebody like a Ukrainian company competing against a non-Ukrainian company, you need to get on the level of the innovation cycle and the ability to build and try and break and deploy much quicker than you used to, because in the time you do one cycle in a couple of years, company from Ukraine will do 10, 20, certain number of those cycles, and break things and learn things and replace things and so on. And I think it's not, there's not like a one solution and no one answer to the question of what is the way. I think we're already seeing a lot of changes that wouldn't happen if not for Ukraine to be able to resist the Russian war. And the changes we already done, because you can see a lot of things that change, that are happening in the US, happening around Europe, are based on what they're seeing in Ukraine. They're not standalone and happening in vacuum. They're happening because of what's already been happening in Ukraine. They're not copy-paste, right? But they are very much, how to say it correctly, they're very much inspired, right, by what we have here. And many of the things are very true. And I think the biggest one we see, at least in Ukraine, is that you give much more budgets to local decision makers. And that's, you give platoon level commanders, battalion level commanders, brigade level commanders make and distribute the budgets that are given to them because they need them. And what allows you to do is be more flexible. It allows decentralized procurement to look at what is already being used and learn on that, and allows much smaller companies to get first revenues. Because if you are a small company, you try to go to the Ministry of Defense Procurement Office, it may take you years to get the first money. But if you have a platoon or battalion commander who has a certain amount of budget, you can come to them and say, oh, I have this interesting thing, let's get a first product into the hands of your operators. You get the revenue, you get the ability to iterate, you get the ability to showcase what you're building is useful, and you can go through those layers of procurements without the need of millions of already being invested by just giving it to the right decision makers that you already have. So that's basically would be my main approach to the
Yeah, thank you. And Ingvar, you are the last one. Being here in Estonia, what would you suggest?
Yeah, defense is mostly business to government business. Means that it needs to tango, government and businesses. Of course, it's very difficult to influence governments from defense industry, but we need to keep pushing. I think what happens in Ukraine predominantly shows us the way. Of course, we would like to have changes here in Estonia also much quicker than they actually are, but I would say that in overall terms, definitely we move in a positive direction. So what remains on the business side is that if we talk about innovation in defense, then if you really think of something new, which hasn't been used before, or you really do it in a completely different way than before, then most critical thing here is always to know that you have an actual problem that you are solving. Because if you don't have that problem, then you have a problem, because your end customer will not definitely be happy about your results, and you waste a lot of resources, time, energy, money, and people. So that means that you need to communicate with end users as often as possible, to go to trade shows, to demos, to military exercises, to conferences, etc. The more often you meet with them, the more likely it is that your innovation actually gets on a market and gets a welcome reception there. So I think that's probably the most important.
Yeah. Thank you everybody for coming. This was wonderful to see you once more, because we have now we saw Ingvar just in May, but with you guys, yeah, we haven't met. So much success for you all. And I have a very final question for which I would like you to switch on your mics, and I would like to have one word for the answer only. Are you guys competitors?
Do you mean with each other?
Yes.
No.
No.
Definitely not.
Okay. Then it's a good chance for this industry to grow still, right? So thank you all for coming, and welcome you back in Estonia whenever you can, Reg and Misha, and come to Tartu, Ingvar, and see you in next session.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Reg, Misha, and Ingvar. And as you saw, this is the startup life. Ingvar was joining us from bureau, Reg from his home, and Misha from his car. So they really do the heavy lifting. But we will be talking about how to make defense sector more innovative. And together with me is my co-moderator, Ott, of course, but all the other guests you have already met. We have Jamie here, Siguta, and Scott. And let's kick our debate going.
We have panelists from 4 different countries and 2 continents here. And we have at least 2 innovation professors around the table. That's why I can't start without asking something about innovation. And if you want innovation, you need to take risks and accept failures. I would like to ask quite you, is risk avoidance in Europe defense organization holding back innovation? And if so, what can be changed or perhaps learned from the United States?
Scott is here. Scott.
Scott, please.
Yeah. Can you answer that?
Oh,
yep.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, I'd be careful about thinking that we have it all figured out in the U.S. We do it reasonably well, we think, but there's always room for improvement. Definitely, anytime you get into risk aversion, you're going to cripple innovation. We think of innovation as moving fast and breaking things. In the defense sector, that's still true, but you have to balance it with the fact that people are going to die. Maybe the people you don't want to die if you get it wrong. So if you're building an app, you can get it out there half-baked and see if it works or if it doesn't work. If you're building a weapon system, it needs to be a little bit more mature probably before you take it out there. So there's always a healthy balance and tension between risk and reward and moving fast. We hope that by doing a better job of allowing these young technologists to interact with our forces out in the field during exercises, training in Ukraine and actual combat, we can speed that up. But there's always going to be some tension between risk and speed.
But there is always a connotation that in the US people would take more risk and in Europe less. What about the Russian war in Ukraine now? Has it fostered this risk-taking in Europe as well, as just to need to move fast?
I think so. I think geopolitics and the situation in Russia and Ukraine is causing Europe perhaps to move faster than they have in the past and take a little bit more risk. Again, there's always a balance between operational risk and political risk. If something goes wrong, somebody's career might be on the line. The reason we innovate so well during wars is because it's entirely driven by actual battlefield outcomes. The system responds to what's happening on the battlefield, and then the minute we turn into peace, everything tends to gravitate back up to central control where there's a lot of risk aversion, and we refocus on efficiency and compliance rather than battlefield effectiveness. So that's something that we see in every society, but I think Europe is definitely moving down towards more risk being acceptable.
Sigurd, do you see that Europe is more innovative now over the last few years?
Yes, of course I do see it. I myself actually contributed to that as well when I worked for the government. And I saw how much the situation in Ukraine actually affects the need to innovate and how much it transitions, what changes the mindset of the military as well. And of course, when you have an example, and then you can have an example nearby, not in the US, which is far away, which is very large compared like to Lithuania, for example. But you have an example nearby in the country that has the same fear, the same needs, and the same survival instinct. And when I think the military also communicates much more and then understands that this is the only way to win in the battlefield is to innovate. So we understand that we have to be open, and this is not easy because for decades it was not the case. For decades we were very close and they did not want to let anyone who they don't know in. So now this mindset is changing, but to change a mindset it takes long time, or something happens which is really bad and we don't want that to happen. So I can see how the military in Baltic states are transforming towards openness and towards accepting sort of level of risk, but it's still a far way to go until we will reach the level that would help startups because, what every single startup needs is not R&D money. Actually, we need the procurement. And to get the procurement is so difficult. Then I helped to develop that system in Lithuania. It looked so good and so flowy and easygoing. Now I see from the practical point of view, it's so difficult to get the procurement. It's almost impossible.
But Jamie, you're from the Kingdom side. You're now out from the EU as well. Is the procurement more easier now in the Kingdom? And have you become more innovative now?
I wish it was so. I mean, I think what we recognise, certainly in the UK, and the lesson from Ukraine is if you're on a very limited defence budget and you've got to get sort of 10x increase in operational impact, which is where our head of our army is looking. You've got to fix your procurement systems. What I would say, I think, is on risk, is I think we tend to treat risk as a thing, and actually part of the problem is that risk is siloed, and you have different silo managers, each competing to move their bit of risk down to the zero. So you've got a commercial guy who's trying to say, oh, there could be no commercial risk. The security guy trying to get the security risk. Some health and safety guy getting the health and safety risk. The effect of all that risk to zero is huge risk for the operator and the soldier at the front line. So we're not willing to take risk, for example, on a commercial contract. The effect of that is a soldier has to sit in a trench under mortar shelling without a drone or any sort of protection. And until we move towards not so much being risk takers, but risk managers, and take a holistic view of risk and have one person owning the risk across the whole of the capability, we're going to fail. And that isn't happening.
But should we then rotate people from tables and offices to battlefield in order to teach them how to manage risks, not avoid them? Or what works?
Well, without risk of saying it, we certainly need to be reducing the length of communication between the technology company and the user and the front line. And we're seeing that very, very effectively done in Ukraine.
But have you seen also kind of shortcuts without these public procurement systems, etc., directly basically to the market?
So the problem is that the shortcuts are often the ones that cost are those for the people with the deepest pockets. So if I can hire a retired general, I get a shortcut. So what we need to be doing is building procurement systems, and I, like you, have been in a government innovation cell, and I thought it worked, and it didn't. But is to be really clear what it is we're trying to achieve, what is essential, what is desirable, what's cost effective, and get the user and the company into one loop. And that's the sort of like design principles that doesn't exist outside Ukraine.
Yeah, actually, Scott, I have the next one for you, because you are also from CDL Estonia, being here several times, and we have in Estonia the situation where half of our Ministry of Defense went all to the tech companies to work with new innovations to help Ukraine, etc. But more in generally, how do you think about how should we approach in Europe with the talent strategy? Should we go and try to compete with these big tech giants, or should we teach our local students here, and local talent, nurture them? We will next see our bachelor student doing a startup in defense. So what is your take on this? How should we approach in our talent strategy?
So I wouldn't overmanage it. I think talent goes where it wants to go, and that actually circulation of talent is extremely healthy. For a very long time, the U.S. system has essentially been locked down, and people who are bureaucrats stay bureaucrats, and people who are military seem to think that they have this grasp on all things military, and then people in tech didn't want anything to do with either of the other two. Yeah. Now we're starting to see circulation between them. I think one of the most overlooked parts of World War II and our victory there was that you had this sudden influx of people who were drafted in at all levels. Right? The CEO of GM becomes a 3-star general in the Army in charge of procurement. So you have this incredible talent mixing that comes in, and they generally don't want anything other than to get the war over with and get home. But that mingling, if the more you can bring those together, we should actually encourage people to cycle between government, tech, military, and the military shouldn't really think that you have to have done only military things in order to be credible. The U.S., to their credit, over the last couple of years has started to do more of these fellowships where they bring people from industry in. We're starting to do a better job of managing our reserve forces and having officers who are in the reserves actually bring the talent, the capabilities that they do for their day job into the military. So yeah, the more interchange we can get, the better off we'll be.
Yeah, but it is like, being like true opposites. I mean, the security or defense innovation being seen as something, very secret, safe, closed behind the doors, very expensive also, all that. Yeah. And now we have like seen this, and what you are also saying, the talent is rotating, and we see massive amount of startups, also emerging. We see competitions of procurement in Europe where they're like overbooked by many defense startups, right? So what would you say in general, and I will be asking this question from you about US and from Sigurta about the EU maybe, are these R&D investments now going to right place? Because we have venture capital following the startups, and also startups applying for different R&D grants. So what would you say? Are they really like critically correct sectors, correct activities, correct innovations where the money is moving?
Right. So I think the further left you go, so the further towards research, the harder it is to tell if you're funding the right thing or not. If 90% of startups fail, imagine how much research has to fail to get to that one unicorn thing that really goes, because so much less is known. In the US, at least, over the last couple of years, there's been a real focus on the 3 to 5 year time frame of getting research commercialized and productized and into the hands of operators. That's great. The downside is that we're kind of killing our own feedstock. We're not looking 30 years out anymore. DARPA isn't looking at so much at DARPA hard projects that are almost impossible. They're looking at what can I field soon. And so there is going to be a gap in that research becoming products down the road. We're making trade-offs. Yeah, it's hard to target. I think what you do is you set the incentives. And to Jamie's point, it's really hard to organize and process your way into innovation. You just have to set incentives, and the process, what you do with organization and process is make it possible to innovate. You don't mandate it. A few years ago, the Navy came out with its innovation guidance, and it was like 200 pages long. I mean, I doubt that Google has a 200-page innovation guide that tells you how to do this. But once you set the incentives, if you put a lot of money, I would put a lot of money down in the operational forces, but then require them to, and take almost all the requirements off of them with regards to cybersecurity, and you can't buy Chinese, and you can't do these other things. Let them do whatever the hell they want with it. Try it, break it, play with it, figure out how it fits in the operational concepts. Then the stuff that you actually buy, you can put through the control processes. But as part of that, make them brief their seniors and make that a big part of their promotion cycle, so that there is more career risk in not innovating than there is career risk in maintaining the status quo. Right now, it's really risky to do something different because you kind of take yourself out of promotion running if you have a failure. We need to flip that on its head and say, as long as it was a calculated risk and you did something different and you learned something that we all benefit from, excellent. Those are the people we want in senior command jobs.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Sigurta, what do you think in Europe?
I think in Europe, the biggest problem is that R&D money is not aligned with procurement cycle. So it must be this way in order for startups actually at least to have a hope to have a procurement. And in Europe, we have like innovation uptake mechanisms, which are like official. It's pre-commercial procurement and innovation procurement. But at the same time, it's quite difficult to do actual pre-commercial procurement. It's not only that it takes very long time to prepare for it and then finally to execute it, but it's quite also difficult because especially for the institutions like public authorities which never done it. And even though the pre-commercial procurement should be originally from defense derived, but in reality, even for the defense procurement agencies, they have a lot of procurements to do which are standardized procurement. And how much do they want to dig into innovation procurement, which is completely different? That's a question. And even if they do, then they need to have a talent and so on. So as an alternative to this pre-commercial and innovation procurement cycle, it might be like Miltech sandboxes or defense sandboxes. But at the same time, I think that countries which are not very large in their territory, like Baltic states, I have a feeling like we have to have like specialized sandboxes so that not to repeat, rather to cooperate with each other. And those sandboxes also should be like not only, well, we have sandbox and then funding. No, it should be also aligned with the procurement cycle and the needs that the military will have from their own industry. And you know, when you look at everything in systematic way, only then I think it works. Because if you have separate measures and separate instruments which are not combined or which are not followed by each other, it's very difficult for a startup to, from R&D project to transform to actual procurement. Not to mention that to sell, it's extremely difficult itself.
Yes, and we had talks in our CDL meetings that if you are already on a procurement as a defense innovator, you are too late because you have to be before the procurement starts, right? To get your innovation on the market. But let me ask a question for Jamie, because you are like working across the ocean, you know both sides. So if you would kind of have to decide who must lead this defense innovation, are these governments, are these businesses, or international collaboration of, let's say, similarly minded governments and businesses?
So let's just start with international collaboration, because I think it's a trap when it's done by governments.
Yeah.
And you see it classically by the defense primes. I'm going to design this new fighter system. It's the next generation. We're going to lock you in. We're going to lock you the UK, we're going to lock you Spain, we're going to lock you Italy, and we're going to lock you Japan into this fighter program. And none of you, you're now locked in, because now you're in, you're letting your government counterparties down if you fall out. That's, for me, okay, it's about cost burdens, but you're locking people into a very expensive program. It's not really about innovation. Where I think innovation and collaboration is really interesting is at the micro level. So I was in Ukraine last week, or 2 weeks ago, and I saw a company that had cracked, in Germany, a German company, rockets that can shoot down the fast Shahed. They built that system in about 3 months, and it was about 1,500 euros a shot. Fantastic. To find a defense prime that could operate at that speed and that cost, can't do it. The bit they couldn't do was the AI targeting system. Okay, well, how do they do that? Well, they talked to a bunch of other small companies that did software. And it's whichever company could fit their software inside the front end of that rocket and get it to work and integrate it, which is not actually a particularly difficult challenge if you understand, you know, how to fit a Jensen NVIDIA chip into a rocket. You then get an effect. You get an operational effect that is low cost and high impact. What's not to like? No government involved. So what I suggest is the way we want to be going with procurement is around the route of imagination. Let's move away from procurement. We've just had a procurement disaster in the UK. £7 billion spent on an armoured fighting vehicle from General Dynamics that does not work. It will not work. In fact, it's not harming the enemy, it's harming our own soldiers. So let's just put that. It had 1,200 requirements placed upon it. Best will in the world. No engineer is going to solve 1,200 requirements. You can't do it. What you can do is imagine a system that would operate on the battlefield. And you can sell that system, that concept, that idea to someone. Ingvar, we just had from Vegvis here, has got an idea about how you would integrate his battlefield system into a tank.
Yeah.
Well, that's really interesting. Was Ingvar's system required in the Spartan tank? No. You know, in the Ajax in the UK? No. No one wrote that down. But he's got an imagination, and he's beginning to understand what would deliver effect for the soldier in the front line. Yeah. But the same is true of the commander. The commander is confronted by a particular operational circumstance. In Afghanistan, it was one set of circumstances. Sat on the gap, you know, close to Napa, it's another set of circumstances. Yeah. What do I, as a commander, need to react to what the enemy is threatening me, or in Ukraine, what is the enemy throwing at me? I have an imagination, and I can see, and I have an understanding of what the technology sector can provide for me. So what I want to be linking is imagination with imagination to deliver effect. I need to test my assumptions. I need to trial it. I need to trial it both in laboratory grounds, and there are no testing ranges for tech companies across Europe. It just doesn't exist, whether it's a missile or an EW system. But if I have that, and I can then start to deliver operational effect at a low cost, and I can't on the current systems.
Yeah, and actually, I will have a final question for you all very shortly, because we will have later today a session what we can learn from Ukraine, and I cannot just help myself in asking you what, from your opinion, what we have learned from Ukraine in terms of innovation mostly so far. So who wants to start? Jamie.
There's so
You
many.
just ended.
So when you say, have we learned the lessons of Ukraine? If you talk to any Ukrainian company, they will tell you the frustration of sharing their knowledge with European governments and technology businesses. You know, they want to operate, you know, they will tell you how to harden your drone for the electronic warfare environment. Is anyone listening? No one's listening. And so there is something here about getting IP into circulation, the collaboration as we've spoken about. But I think the really interesting thing is that we talk about drones from Ukraine. That's the wrong lesson. The lesson is how to react quickly and leverage your industrial base to get stuff to the front line quickly. And that's what the Ukrainians have mastered. Their ability to, they have technically savvy people because they're they've volunteer army, people with sort of STEM skills are in the military, and they've got that circulation flow. But their procurement systems, which are devolved, are able to score, to gamify what makes the difference. So if I have a low-cost system that kills Russians, I get points. Other people in other units can now see that system and they can buy it because it works. As the environment changes and as the situation changes and our countermeasures changes, obviously those scores will fall off and something else will come along the line. That is so different from going through a Ministry of Defense desk officer with a whole load of political decision makers above him or her and trying to reduce what is complexity to a sheet of paper or worse, a PowerPoint pitch deck, and then make a multi-billion pound decision around what I am or not going to buy for the military over the next 10 years. It just doesn't work. And we don't have any money, but the money we do have, we're just blowing away on misspent procurement projects because we have misunderstood what it takes to deliver impact to the front line.
Yeah, so quite hard words, right? Would you like to add something, Scott Sigutta?
I think that Brave One is another organization that we should learn from in terms of how to uptake innovation, but also how to bring innovation to the battlefield. And they are doing a really amazing job. I mean, they are really amazing, and the system and the concept that we have, but also the people. And if we want to learn how to promote defense innovation in our country, I think we should ask Brave One for help, and they will definitely, and I'm sure they will help and explain how do they do it, but also they are open for cooperation, international cooperation. So if national innovation, defense innovation units would like to, they would also help, to accelerate access to Ukrainian battlefield, because how sometimes companies, they don't know how to get to the Ukraine, or they are looking for people who know people. But actually there is national organization which is dedicated for this, and that's official and formal way. So Brave One is the organization that we all need to learn from.
Yeah, okay. So would you like to say something very short?
Very short. What we've learned is, what we've relearned is that the next war never looks like the war you thought you were going to fight. And so adaptability is the most important capability, which really kind of summarizes what they said, right? Your structure and your incentives have to be all around how fast can I change, how fast can I adapt to the situation, not am I bringing the right thing to the fight, because you're not, guaranteed.
Thank you guys so much. It was so interesting. But now we are actually going to have a lunch break, and let us be back at 2:00 p.m. sharp.
The studies in economics and business administration at the University of... Blah, blah, blah. This is me trying to read the perfect marketing script about your future in our university. Let's cut the crap. I will show you what it's really like here. Hi, my name is Kirilo. I'm from Ukraine, and now we are in Estonia, Northern Europe, a digital nation with no paperwork and excellent flight connection. And now we are in Tartu, a city that actually fits inside your pocket. You can get everywhere by walk or by bicycle. This is green, beautiful, and student-friendly. This is Tartu. This is Sudlava Totengit. This is my favorite cafe. This is the main building of the university. And I've never been there. This is my gym. This is my dorm, my room, my favorite bar. These are my friends. And of course, this is my favorite beer. But what do I actually do? I study at the University of Tartus School of Economics and Business Administration. One day, I could be CEO, marketing chief, finance director, and even a startup founder. I can basically become whatever I want. The marketing team probably wants me to say, the sky is the limit. Honestly, for me it was a surprise. They can put together my own curriculum like a puzzle. Theory, hands-on experience, marketing, economics, global connections, and many, many more. So this is our innovation lab. We can get hands-on experience on whatever. All of it is fake, they are actors. It's not even plugged in. But in this very room, you can actually build your prototypes and even a startup. But most importantly, you will meet like-minded people from all over the university. So here, I'm gaining motivation knowledge from lectures by leaders in different fields who have hands-on experience with real companies.
The whole world is in Tartu. That's how it described our students. With Erasmus possibilities and new connections here and abroad, we're building our future. You think it's real lecture?
Shola, what are you doing? No idea. So, and it was Delta. Awesome place.
Oh, no, Kirilo. What was that, right? Okay, you see, please say that we're not just an old building, we're also the most modern place to study. Right. New tech, new spaces, and everything you need. And please do not forget our study areas too.
This is a building as a building should be. But on this floor, we have the best couch to have power nap in the whole school. You want to see a secret? I'm gonna show you.
Basically, like every building in Estonia, Delta has its own sauna. You can't fight that tradition.
Tartu is a student city. This city lives and breathes for students. They are all welcomed here. Got your attention? If you want to know more, please send the message to the University of Tartu. They will send you the drive and the most detailed overview you have ever seen.
What do you really think?
Me? What I really think? No, I'll tell you what I really think. Coming here was the best decision of my life. I love my professors, I love the program, and I definitely love the community here. And I hope to see you here next year.
our primary focus and sole focus is on that of the operator and user experience. And we're taking the opportunity today with the Estonian Army to field test some of the new modifications and improvements that we've made to our general core system.
So even in a cramped space, I could basically see everything that the video feed was offering me. Even the side cameras and the rear cameras, I only had to tilt my head a little, and I would already get the full view of what I was trying to look at. The goggles themselves, like half of it, the lower part of it, I could still keep doing the same thing that I did without them as well.
Є база, заводимо машину, виїжджаємо на вихідну позицію. Як зрозумів прийом?
Проводь інформацію, прийняв, заводимо і починаємо рух. Чарлі, браво. Здійснити наступ на противника.
Чарлі плюс.
Бачу дрон. Бачу на 12 годин інженерні загородження. Пішов, правильно.
I'm a problem solver by nature, the boss of my own destiny. The sky's truly the limit. So why did I decide to join the Delta Management School? I've always thought that educating myself is the best solution to my problems, no matter how big they are. DMS is more than just a degree program at the School of Economics and Business Administration. It's a diverse innovation hub for people like me who like to initiate positive change on an international level. As a student, I get to take part in cool conferences, fascinating lectures, projects and competitions, and my studies are supported by state-of-the-art laboratories, workshops, and interdisciplinary courses at the Delta Center. In addition to being in a vibrant community of students, researchers, and innovators in the fields of economics, management, and business, at the Delta Center I get to combine learning with the challenges of business and society, which helps me in creating my own innovative solutions. Cooperation with other universities, private sector companies, and international organizations helps me implement my business ideas in the right place at the right time. Last but not least, I love Tartu, a startup-minded student city with a thriving startup ecosystem like no other. In Delta Management School, the world is in the palm of my hands.
Tere, my name is Elchin. I'm an alumnus of Tartu University and work as a leading business analyst in the largest bank of Baltics, Swedbank. Let me walk you through my journey of studying master's degree program of Innovation and Technology Management in the beautiful country of Estonia. While having a lot of opportunities to pursue my education further from a number of countries, the digital society, outstanding education, as well as a plethora of opportunities offered by University of Tartu made my choice easy. The key to my success in my professional career is a diverse set of skills and competencies I acquired from courses like business analysis, requirements engineering, software product management, and innovation management. My knowledge base is enriched by top-notch academic staff of University of Tartu who have a strong command of the business and academic worlds. If you want to design solutions that make a direct impact on the society and benefit lives of millions as I do, this is the knowledge base you need. And if you would like to make a positive impact by turning your brilliant idea into a successful business, here's the Startup Lab. Trainings provided in different domains by the leading experts of the field. Here, we'll provide you with necessary knowledge and set of tools to make your dreams come true. Futuristic design, fully equipped study rooms and labs, a spacious library to prepare for exams. Our new Delta building has everything you need to succeed in your studies. Moreover, extracurricular activities organized by the Vivid community, like Delta Trends Day, Startup Day, and different master classes, will be the cherry on top of your studies. What's more, student life is always dynamic in Tartu. You can play volleyball in the beach near Imayogi River, have a drink with fellow students in cozy bars, dance in the clubs, or if you need peace, then have a cup of tea in a coffee shop. This was a brief story of my success. If you'd also like to be the best in what you do, then here in Tartu University, we empower your dreams.
So quantitative economics graduates work all over the financial sector, and they deal with all sorts of questions: anti-money laundering, fighting with fraud, managing bank risks, getting bank finance on money market and financial markets, economic analysis at the business level, but also at the macroeconomic level. We have so many obstacles on the way, challenges in the healthcare. We have a green transition. Not only the CO2 is a problem, but all resources have become a challenge in the next decades. The quantitative economics program really offers you not only tools to solve these problems, but ways to solve problems, starting from the design of the product up until the relationship with clients. You are ready for that. It goes from the individual thinking up to the level of the society. So for example, with the pensions, if everybody wants to save more in the world, then of course the interest rates will go down, and that will make saving less attractive. So what the QE program is offering is putting a structure on the data, helping you to understand what the data can be used for. And this is something that the standard statistics program or mathematics or any IT program will not give you. All the challenges of our society, the quantitative economic graduates are going to be the solution architects who like statistics, who like math, and at the same time they have a good understanding of human beings, but really like to apply it to the society. They know how to deal with issues, they know how to deal with problems. Many of the quantitative economics program graduates work at startup firms. It's that the program itself is offering really good basis for understanding the business. Tartu University is a place where startup firms are really flourishing. Tartu is a super nice town to study in. I've been a student in Tartu myself, and having really these smart, educated, forward-looking people around you, the friends for life, they'll be your colleagues in the future.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. But we are continuing with our third slot, how human capital fuels resilience and innovation amid global shocks. And I'm very happy to present our following presenter. She is my friend. She is also my mentor, and she's mentor of Serial Estonia. She's also former military, but she has been working with Tesla with big R&D projects, but currently working in the University of San Diego, and she shares my passion for students and for learning. Ladies and gentlemen, please meet Rachel Costello.
Hi, Rachel. I'm so glad that you joined us today. And actually, we have been friends with you since you joined our Serial Estonia mentorship program. And actually, we share very much a joint passion for talent. And you are the only person in my network with whom I can talk about universities like real time. Because it's very often these tech people are, they have a memory of their university time, and then they have worked elsewhere, and they think back to universities like 20, 30 years ago, and the universities are meanwhile also changing very much. So, but you have both you have a very high-level military career behind you, and you have experience with Tesla's huge R&D projects, and now you have been founding yourself a company. You are working in university now as a director of a center called Innovating for National Security. But I know that you are also teaching students and having passion for that. So you have both this kind of long-term perspective but also current perspective to universities, and that's why I think you are a perfect person with whom to discuss the role of universities in this current political and military situation in eastern flank of Europe. So maybe my opening question for you would be that how urgent do you see this innovation problem here in Eastern Europe, and also how are universities tied to it? What do you think?
I think universities' role, and this is, I think, global, is that one of our mandate is to build a talent for the future and expose our students to as many of the career opportunities as possible. And then in my case at UC San Diego, it has been to expose our students to defense sector. It may seem funny that I'm in San Diego, where there's the largest fleet concentration west of Mississippi River, United States. And but our students who are at La Jolla are very removed from the everyday operational tempo that's going on in San Diego. So we had to take a direct approach to market and socialize the fact that there is a potential career in defense, technology, and innovation industry, and also to encourage the researchers on campus to be not afraid to do a deep tech frontier research, which is also very important. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, that answered certainly. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit about the center that you head, and also because it's normally people are talking about this, high-end research and universities in association with the military and with the defense industry, and all universities starting these centers right now, and so it's like very hectic time right now for universities. But
Yes.
can you also bring out these broader connections? You mentioned talent, so how exactly are you doing it? And also perhaps some like CDL type of activities, like public-private partnership types of activities. How do you see them?
For the future or the current?
Currently and for the future as well. What could we do differently?
I think having had a wonderful opportunity to spend a lot of time in Estonia last year, and hopefully this for next year too. I think it's important to make sure that the universities and industry are hand in hand in their pursuit for incubating the research and also providing a pathway for students after their graduation. I think a lot of times students are concerned about, okay, great, Rachel, we're doing this innovation course. What happens after the course is over? So for past 4 years, actually, and we finally refined it this year, is that there is a clear pathway for student researchers to either commercialize it by starting a company or be provided a opportunity for funded research through our partners after they finish the course. And I think Tallinn has such a wonderful, defense adjacent organizations and tons of founders that I think it's a perfect opportunity to keep what you're already doing. I think I use Tallinn as an example in Estonia overall of what could be for the future, even for someone someone like me in San Diego. Maybe smaller is at this point better because it's a lot more interaction and synergy that happens.
Yeah, that I can agree. So actually, I want to ask you before going maybe broader again. You have been mentoring our startups, and last year I remember you were mentoring a US-based startup called 95 North, and actually I met with the founder yesterday, and he told me that during these mentoring sessions he made friends for life. So what makes you passionate about helping the founders, and what do you see in that? Because you did a lot, like you gave them a lot more than what was expected from CDL program, like 4 hours in 8 weeks, but you had weekly meetings. So what makes you passionate about founders?
I think my passion comes from having been there on the ground. I was a startup founder myself on 2 occasions, and one was with another founder, and then the other was actually with I joined later in the life of a company. Neither succeeded in the long run, so I learned a lot of lessons from that. So when I see a founder, especially in the defense sector, trying to make a difference, I just want to be all in and help out and at least tell a lot of stories, lessons learned, but it's coming from the heart because I don't want other startup founders or entrepreneurs to make the same mistake I did when you already know that may not work.
Yeah, that is for sure. And you were also kind of bringing to the university more like culture, which is innovation related and startup related. So how do you see universities in general? Like, do they need some kind of cultural change, or do they need to be bolder, more agile, more quick? Because I'm very much passionate about your headline in your LinkedIn profile. This is like a really nice aim to have. So tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, I believe that each university had its strength and it also has its weaknesses, but there's no cookie cutter approach to this. So I guess each universities need to find out what their strengths are and then really capitalize on that. I might have mentioned to you, I was a mentor at Stanford University for another of their innovation programs, and their students are a lot different from my students at UC San Diego campus. Not any better, not any worse, they're just different. So you have to find out what ignites the passion of these students and go after it. And how you do that, you just need to get to know them really well. And my first student, when we started out with 2 teams and 8 students, I just saw her yesterday during our showcase. And I realized that just making sure that you're meeting their needs, and they may not like what they're hearing from you initially, but once they graduate and they go out in the real world, they'll realize the value of the advice from the old people like me, right? So I think that's kind of what I'm thinking. I hope that helps.
Yes, that helps a lot. And actually, I wish all the university managers and higher education public officials are listening to you, because the universities should really go where the students are going and do what the students are needing, not kind of filling in the standards and regulations which are 10 years back. So I think it is, much more dynamic approach is needed. And I'm so glad that I can share that with you, and you are supervising me in this matter, because this is like really what to do practically with your students. I'm trying to do that in Tartu University as well. So I'm thankful for that mentorship to you. But maybe, if we are kind of always hearing, in the public discussions, who should step up to improve the military innovation in Europe, especially, right? Because we are so much behind the US. And what do you think? Who needs to step up the most? Who needs to lead this kind of innovation, and how we get this leadership? Because there is like a discussion also in Estonia that we see that whether the new talent we generate in universities or help to generate in universities, whether they lead the change, or we have to adapt to the structures and situations that are currently on the market. So how you see that in defense innovation context?
Students, the young people in the workforce and in academia will be whether we like it or not, they are the future. Now, how do you make them into a educated, concerned leaders? Is I would suggest that from early on, instill in them the importance of listening to the elders, but then create their own path of future. So not be so beholden to the history, but if you don't know the history, you may be doomed to make mistakes that we already made. So have a very balanced approach, do their own critical thinking, read a lot, or not just default to ChatGPT or Gemini. And then as far as who should step up, I think each of us needs to step up, right? The academia, the industry, commercial and defense adjacent industry, and influencers, and of course, you always need capital. Because I think there's something to be said for being biased to action, and once the critical mass gathers when people are doing things, I think hopefully that'll make it lead into a movement. Now, having said that, I believe Europe is not behind. Specifically, Estonia is far ahead when it comes to being ready and doing things. I mean, having a startup, having most unicorn status in the globe. So I would probably challenge the naysayers out there that Europe is behind. You guys are just right now just gathering all your strength and creating the union when you can, and then move forward. And once you guys move forward, you're going to be unstoppable, I think.
That is fantastic to say of you, and that's fantastic to last remark to end our talk. And I wish you all the best, and I wish that you would come sooner to Estonia so we can meet and discuss further. Yes. So thank you, Rachel.
Great. Thank you, Kadri.
And welcome back to our live studio. Next up is somebody who traveled a very mile across the Atlantic from the sunny west coast to somewhat gloomy north, but the sunny studio still, if you like. We have for you in the program Stace Maples, an assistant director of geospatial collections and services at the Stanford Libraries, and the head of the Stanford Geospatial Center. Stace will be speaking about digital approaches to making use of historical maps and daily satellite images from near space.
Hi, I'm Stace Maples, and first I want to thank CDL for inviting me to speak about my favorite topic on Earth, which is cartographic information. Specifically, today I'm going to talk about how we make sense of the massive amounts of cartographic information and Earth observation data that are now at our disposal and literally only keystrokes away from a computer. My mission at Stanford University is to support and encourage the use of geospatial data and resources in research and teaching, whatever that means at any given time. And it's a moving target all the time. And increasingly, that means working with massive amounts of pixels. And just very quickly, this is why it matters. Everything is somewhere, and that somewhere does matter. We have to make sense of cartographic information if we want to make sense of the world. So right now, in Earth observation, we are experiencing an explosion in the availability of satellite imagery of the surface of the Earth. And specifically, what that involves is an increase in the cadence, the periodicity with which we can observe things on the surface of the Earth, but also the resolution, both spatial and spectral, that we can observe things on the surface of the Earth. And just to give you an example of the kinds of platforms that we're talking about, Planet.com is one of the companies that Stanford has actually had a very long-term relationship with. And Planet makes available a product called PlanetScope. PlanetScope is made up of a series of 250 tiny satellites that are imaging the Earth on a polar orbit. And as the Earth rotates underneath that polar orbit, that constellation of satellites is line scanning the Earth and giving us an image of the entire Earth every day with 3-meter pixels. Not only that, it's giving us spectral resolution with 8 bands of spectral information that can really reveal things that are not available with the naked eye. In addition to that basic offering, Planet is launching this year 2 new constellations, the Pelican constellation, which will provide 20 to 30 centimeter resolution imagery and the ability to move a satellite anytime you want and take an image of the Earth anywhere you want at very high resolution in near real time with revisit rates of up to 10 times a day. Tanager is their hyperspectral satellite. And what that satellite's going to provide you with the ability to do is move a satellite and take an image that has so many bands of spectral information that you can actually get at material level identification of targets on the ground. This is just a sampling of some of the commercial satellite companies that are now producing satellite imagery on a constant basis that is programmatically, computationally accessible through nothing more than a Python notebook. And the effect of this explosion in these companies is that over the next 5 to 6 years, we're going to see an explosion from 900 Earth observation satellites to more than 2,300 Earth observation satellites. And that represents as much as 230 petabytes of satellite imagery per day. Add to that drone imaging, which in some cases in a single mission can outstrip the size and scale of satellite imagery because of its fine resolution. Drone imaging provides us with sub-centimeter spatial resolution, ultra-high on-demand, specialized and event-driven cadences, and that imagery is it's not possible to process that amount of imagery just with human effort. So how do we do that? Now I want to talk about Earth observation data infrastructures and how we make sense of the massive amounts of satellite imagery that are at our disposal now. 10 years ago, when I first came to Stanford, the way we scaled the analysis of this imagery and the examination of this imagery was with massive screens like you see in the slide right now. This is an HD screen with 35 HD screens on it, and at a 50 centimeter resolution, I can look at over 30 square kilometers of satellite imagery at full resolution on these screens. But that's still not the scale that we need. And this is the problem. Stanford used more imagery from Planet.com alone than NASA last year. That's a massive amount of imagery, and the only way to make sense of that amount of imagery is using artificial intelligence and massive parallelization. So what are the technologies that allow us to drink from the fire hose of Earth observation data that we currently have? What we have now is a data deluge, millions of satellite scenes a day and billions of drone pixels coming in from various sources, hyperspectral and multispectral streams, and all of this requires massive parallelization just to process, but to gain insight, it requires artificial intelligence. And here's the big problem. We collect so much data that until just recently, only 4% of the largest archive, the most longitudinal archive that we have access to, the Landsat project, had ever been examined in any way, just because of the sheer scale of the collections. Well, in the early 2000s, there was a book called The Fourth Paradigm that laid out a path towards managing the scale of the problems, both that we had with the data that we wanted to work with, but the questions that we wanted to ask. And this is a great quote that really encapsulates what modern geospatial and Earth observation technologies are founded on. Often it turns out to be more efficient to move the question than to move the data. And that is more possible than ever today because of data centers like what you see in the background of this slide. Now we can store, for instance, in Google Earth Engine, hundreds of petabytes of analysis-ready data. We can make use of the tiling schemes that back in the early 2000s made web mapping much more efficient. We can use those same types of structures to parallelize the processing of this data. So back in 2010, the Google developers had a problem. They had a map product, Google Maps, online. But the satellite imagery that was feeding that map had clouds in it. This is the southern coast of Borneo that you see here, and it's always got clouds. The nice thing about clouds is, though, they move. And so if you wait a few days or a few weeks and take another image, your clouds are going to be in a different place. And the Google developers, being the innovators that they are, figured out that if you stacked those images up and you looked down through each pixel location, you could find the best pixels for that period of time, and you could create what is effectively a cloud and shadow-free image for base maps. Now, that was just to create their base map product for Google Maps. But they very quickly realized that if you could do that for a year's worth of imagery and compress all of that information into a single image, well, it was just a short step to do something like this, where you take all 40 years at that time of the Landsat archive, turn it into video frames, and suddenly you can see dynamics on the surface of the Earth like you were never able to see them before. And out of that project came a platform called Google Earth Engine. In 2003, we held the first Google Earth Engine conference at Yale University, and I watched David Tao bring up all of North America's Landsat imagery from an entire year and composite that imagery in the same way they had done to get rid of clouds in their base map in a browser in about 10 seconds. Now, when I started doing remote sensing, processing a single image would take hours, sometimes days, just to get ready to do what you wanted to do with it, even to visualize it. And now what we had seen was someone take tens of thousands of images and compress them in seconds into a single image that was interpretable. So why is AI essential if we can do that with data? Well, what I was talking about before is traditional remote sensing. And traditional remote sensing is the processing of pixels, but you still have to make meaning out of that. And that's where AI comes in and becomes really handy. AI allows you to automate feature detection and text recognition and semantic segmentation and look at temporal change over time. Currently, over the past 10 years or so, we've been using machine learning models for the most part to process imagery, but they're very, very expensive in terms of HR, training data, time, and investment. AI has been getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper to apply to Earth observation data. And in fact, at this point, we're in a world where we have things called foundation models. Foundation models are artificial intelligence models that have been trained on massive amounts of satellite imagery. And in particular, these foundation models are capable of characterizing small chips of visual information and creating numeric characterizations that can be searched for similarity. That is, you can look at a particular feature on the surface of the Earth, and then you can provide that to a database of embeddings, what are called embeddings, and then you can find all of the things in the world, actually, that look just like that. And not just look like that, but have the same spectral characteristics, spatial characteristics, and in some cases, you'll see temporal characteristics. So what the heck are embeddings? I never assume people know what I'm talking about when I talk about embeddings. And I'm going to use a really terrible metaphor, which is food, to explain what embeddings are. So let's say you've got a collection of foods and you want to characterize those foods. Now, each of the axes on this particular slide represent a characteristic of these particular foods. On one axis, you have the dessertness of the foods, and you can numerically quantify that, right? And then on the other axis, you have the sandwichness of each of these foods, and you can numerically quantify that as well. And you can go on and on and on. And in fact, usually what we're doing is we're training these models and we're pulling out thousands of these embeddings values. We're pulling out thousands of dimensions of information, of characterization of these particular images that we're interested in. And these are a byproduct, actually, of the traditional neural networks that we've been using to model and analyze imagery over the last 5 years or so. So now I want to shift and talk a little bit about how you can actually make use of these things in tractable ways. One of the most exciting things that's come down the pike in the last 10 years that I think is the implementation of what's called the Alpha Earth Embeddings database in Google Earth Engine. Google Earth Engine had already revolutionized remote sensing in 2010. Now they're revolutionizing the access to artificial intelligence. So what the Alpha Earth Embeddings are, Google sells them as a sort of virtual satellite, but that seems a little trite to me. What they actually are data that has been collected, a sparse data set, and looped. So you're training on cyclical data. All of the training data that was used in the Alpha Earth model includes satellite imagery that is visual, spectral data. It includes climate data. It even includes Wikipedia articles that have been geotagged. So you have temporal context. You have all kinds of information. And that sparse collection of data is then modeled into a continuous collection of data. And not only that, each of the snapshots in time is informed by a period of time before it, as well as its spatial context. And so in order to grab the spatial context, each 10-meter pixel in this database is using the pixels around it to inform its embeddings. But also, the way that Google is processing this data and training this model, they're using a video model to do this. And so they're running this through as temporal data as well. So you have both the spatial and the temporal context. And what that means is that every pixel in this database knows its history and its neighbors. The really brilliant thing that Google has done with this embeddings database is to model it and store it in a way and make it accessible in a way that feels natural to the people who would be using it, and that's remote sensing analysts. They've taken this database and they've modeled it as bands in a global image that you can access within the Google Earth Engine platform just as you would any remote sensing data. Now, if you want to roll your own embeddings, perhaps you have your own data that you want to process and calculate your own embeddings, the Clay Foundation model, I think, is one of the most promising models to come along. And that's because it's really sensor agnostic. It's one of the first foundation models that's not tied to a specific data source. It works with optical, multispectral, hyperspectral, synthetic aperture radar, and because the configuration of your sensor is just a configuration file that you give to the model to tell it what the spectral and spatial characteristics are, you can feed it anything and it can create embeddings on that data. And what that means is whereas traditionally in the past, if you were using artificial intelligence to process imagery, you had to have a separate processing stream for every data source that you wanted to work with. But now with the Clay model, you have a single model that you can pass all of your data through, and you can get all kinds of results out of that. Now for something not completely different, but slightly different, historical maps present a scaling problem too. And that's because there are so many historic cartographic resources now available digitally through platforms like IIIF, the International Image Interoperability Framework. The U.S. Library of Congress alone holds 5.5 million maps, many of which are available at IIIF endpoints. The David Rumsey Map Center at Stanford University, we have 150,000 maps available across the API, the IIIF API. And there are currently hundreds of institutions using IIIF. That means there are potentially millions and millions, possibly billions, of maps available for people to work with computationally. That again presents a scaling problem because what we're interested in is not the maps themselves, but the information in those maps. And so Stanford has worked over the last few years with several projects to create infrastructures for extracting cartographic information from those paper maps and making it computationally accessible. One of the first experiments was a project between David Rumsey and the Knowledge Computing Lab at the University of Minnesota, and that's the Map Curator. This was a pipeline that was able to extract text in a meaningful way from cartographic information, from scanned historic maps, and place it in a geographic framework so it could be used as actionable geographic data. And it did that not by treating maps as maps, but treating maps as background to text. And so the model was actually trained on random images with typography superimposed on them. And this turned out to be a really elegant way to teach a model to see the text on a map. Whoop. MapReader is the next generation of that Map Curator product, and it can do semantic identification of the features in the image chips as well as the text extraction. All of this data is then stored as GeoJSON, which is immediately actionable in a computational environment. So why do historic maps still matter? Well, in a conflict situation, authoritarian regimes often try to control narrative by manipulating geography. They alter maps, they rename places, and they delete settlements. But historical maps, especially those held in independent archives, reveal those attempts at manipulation by providing fixed points of reference and comparison. This creates what you might call a cartographic chain of custody. Every edition of a map is a timestamp. Every place name preserved is a record of cultural presence, and every change in naming or boundaries reflects political intent. The human capital that makes this possible are the archivists and cartographers, historians, the local knowledge keepers, and the technologists who are the stewards of this cultural memory. Maps preserve truths of memory. Earth observation preserves reality, and artificial intelligence provides understanding at scale. And I want to leave you with this one last thought. Human capital in mapping is not just about technical skill, it's about safeguarding the memory of landscape. In war, occupiers often try to erase cultures by erasing their place names. Historical maps protect the truth of who lived where, what communities built, and what was destroyed. They become tools of accountability, restitution, and recovery long after a conflict ends. Thanks.
Thank you, Stace, for this fantastic presentation. I can assure you that particularly the last point about, the cultural and historic legacy that is carried by the archivists and people who work on those issues is very telling to this country being occupied for 50 years by the Soviets. I mean, clearly we understand a fair deal about what it means if a map is obscured and the names and the topography is actually changed. So I'd be very, very interested in demonstrating what this country has done now within the modern days to digitize its own geospatial kind of archives. But we have time for a few questions. And if I may, with all things considered, with the hardware that is now flying around in the orbits, and the machine learning, and now with the AI applications actually making insights based on those data, is our privacy disappearing?
It's a fantastic question. I work with the school with public health projects a great deal. I think the answer is probably yes. To some degree, these technologies are able to peer into private spaces, backyards. I mean, the resolution of these satellites is unprecedented. We're now talking about satellites that have as high resolution as 20 centimeter pixels, and that is enough to identify, cars and things of that sort. Count people even in crowds, and so yes, there are concerns about that. Combine that with the fact that these technologies are very nearly real time now. And they can be merged. They can be fused with other data streams. For instance, mobile data. So if you have video imagery, drone imagery of the dynamics in a neighborhood, if you also have the contemporaneous information about people moving around in those places, mobile data and things of that sort, then you can really gain personal insights into people. So you do have to be careful about these types of satellite systems. The one caveat I would say is that that kind of monitoring is not yet ubiquitously possible. And the reason for that is bandwidth, right? These platforms that are getting higher and higher resolution and more bands of information, there's a trade-off there. You can't monitor constantly with those platforms because we simply can't bring the data down fast enough. And in fact, most of those platforms aren't even going to bring raw data down. What's going to happen is we're going to have AI agents on the satellites themselves pre-processing data into insights, and those are the things that are going to be shipped down terrestrially for our use, the actual insights themselves.
So likely the benefits will outweigh the challenges that you would face with
I hope so.
Privacy, because I mean this is an argument that I clearly like. I mean, if you were to be concerned about the privacy, then that effectively stops your innovation.
Sure.
In this part of the world, the deterrence, resilience, and the defense is something that brings an extra layer, because what we tend to do with our satellite imagery, remote sensing data, this is largely in public domain. And that is equally available to us as much as the adversary.
Same for us.
Exactly.
Landsat and Sentinel are public domain.
So wouldn't you agree that we need to rather live with this new reality and learn how to not maybe so much protect ourselves, which definitely is worth to explore in its own right, but to actually make better AI models, make better ML models, to get a strategic advantage ahead of the adversary.
Yeah, I think what we have to do is create a sense of integrity in how we use these resources, and not be bound by adversaries' use of the resources, right? We need to maintain that sense of integrity in the use of these resources. Yes, we need to innovate faster so that we can stay ahead of adversaries. But like you've observed, these technologies are ubiquitously available. You can go and get a free Google Earth Engine account right now. All you need is a Gmail, and it's totally free to access all of this public domain data. And so yes, this is a concern, but I think the benefits far outweigh the risks. In the same way that telecommunications can be used nefariously, but we don't throw that technology away, because on balance, they provide more positive benefits to humanity than negative benefits.
And on a final note, Stace, if you would highlight just one facet of this innovation that we see in satellite imagery, remote sensing, what is the most practical impact from an individual perspective?
The most practical impact from an individual perspective is that we can now turn these massive amounts of satellite imagery into real actionable information for decision makers who are going to make the world easier to live in for us. They're going to, these technologies, because we can now monitor ubiquitously, allow us to not only see that deforestation has happened somewhere, but see that it happened today and go and stop it. We can, one of the projects that I work on is a human trafficking project, and what we target is charcoaling operations in Brazil. They tend to be associated with human trafficking. So we are monitoring Brazil right now, looking for deforestation, and then these patterns that indicate that charcoaling has begun, and interventions happen then, and interventions that free people from human bondage.
Thanks. I love the example on the real timeness of the impact, because in this country we're trying to build systems where we can really monitor and calculate. For example, the real-time observation of carbon dioxide sequestering by forests, and these are the kinds of the examples that will actually drive forward the innovation. So maybe we shouldn't be concerned so much about protecting everything, but actually thinking about where we can release new value. Ladies and gentlemen, this was Stace Maples, Assistant Director of Geospatial Collections and Services at Stanford Libraries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stace and Christian. We will now move from maps and satellites to cultural resistance in hybrid warfare. Our next speaker is Mrs. Maria Smorchevsky-Smirnova. Maria is the director of the Narva Museum, the most eastern modern museum in Estonia, as well as indeed in all of Europe. She has used this platform to challenge narratives and defend European values in one of the continent's most perhaps geographically sensitive regions. For a remarkable courage and commitment, Maria has been named European of the Year 2025. Today, she will deliver the keynote speech titled Cultural Resistance in Hybrid Warfare, Lessons from the Narva Museum. Please join me in welcoming Maria. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm going to talk about the experience of Narva Museum, located in the border city of Estonia, which has felt the impact of hybrid warfare particularly strongly since the start of Russia's full-scale war in Ukraine. The state border runs through the center of Narva River, and from different observation platforms in Narva, you can see Estonia and Russia at the same time. The architectural landscape is dominated by Narva Castle on the Estonian side and Ivangorod Fortress on the Russian side, just 101 meters apart. Narva Castle has been a military site for centuries. Today, it's a main branch of Narva Museum, and our mission is not just to study Narva's complex heritage, but also to reflect on current events, how history and memory intersect with what is happening today. In 2021, Narva was searching for a new slogan. Out of several options, including a public vote, one was chosen, Europe starts here. This slogan highlighted the city's borderland status and its place within European history. Narva officially became part of European community nearly 680 years ago, in 1945, when it was granted Lübeck Law. Later, in 1585, after the Livonian War, the Swedish king granted Narva new town rights and gave it a coat of arms that the city still uses today. Even under the Russian Empire, Narva kept its European character until 1944, when Soviet air raids destroyed the old town, once called the Pearl of Swedish Baroque. Grand churches, elegant houses, all gone. The post-war Soviet apartment blocks completely changed the city's appearance. Narva's identity and its inhabitants were also radically transformed. Before the World War II, about 70% of Narva residents were Estonians. After the war, people from all across the Soviet Union were brought into rebuilt industry and housing. Today's population of Narva descends from these arrivals. After Estonia regained its independence, Narva was connected to Ivangorod not only by the Friendship Bridge, which you can see on the slide, but also through financial, emotional, cultural, and business relationship. European cross-border projects also supported development. In 2022, with Russia's full-scale military invasion of Ukraine, all cooperation with Russia stopped. But preventing Russia's propaganda and the influence of its hybrid warfare proved to be much more difficult. Already in 2022, Putin mentioned Narva. Peter the Great waged the Northern War for 21 years, Putin said. It seemed he was at war with Sweden, trying to seize something. He was not seizing anything, he was returning. This relates to Narva, to his early campaigns. He was returning and strengthening. Apparently, it's also our fate to be returned and strengthened. It should be noted that since 2022, Putin's rhetoric has revived ideas straight from the Peter the Great's time. from the Russian Empire time, returning Russian lands, calling war liberation, and claiming Russians are God's chosen people. But the tools of Russian hybrid war are diverse. For example, spy blimp was launched from Ivangorod, drifting along the river for days. From Narva, it felt like it was hovering right above you, above the city, creating stress and a sense of danger. I took this photo with my phone from the museum's territory. At the same time, Russian border guards illegally removed Estonian boys from the middle of the Narva River at night. Today, Russia is doing everything it can to show both the people of Narva and the rest of the world that Russia's borders have no end. These words, Russia's borders have no end, were once said by Putin and have been widely quoted. In December 2023, they appeared on a large banner in Ivangorod, right across from Narva, shortly after Finland closed its borders. In this portal, a long line of trucks waits for border control, with Narva Castle in the background. The biggest part of hybrid warfare happens in the information space. Officially, Russian TV channels were blocked in Estonia in 2022, yet Narva residents can still watch them with a simple antenna. Russian TV channels and their propaganda message are familiar. Russia stands for peace, Russia never starts wars, Russia fights fascism, then and now. Russia has never committed war crimes. Online, the situation is even harder to control. The information influence has its own audience. Let's look at the statistics. A huge number of Russian speakers of Narva are immersed in the Russian informational space. And Narva inhabitants today, 53,000 people, of which 96% are Russian speakers, 34% are Russian citizens, 50% are Estonian citizens, and 13% do not have any citizenship, but it means that they have to travel without any special visa to Russia and to Europe. This is not just a problem in Narva to be involved in Russian influence informational space. It affects other regions in Estonia and beyond, wherever Russian-speaking communities live. Russia tries to influence them through all information channels. World War II plays a major role in shaping ideology. In Russia, war has been transformed from a tragedy into a noble, even a sacred mission. For the past 3 years in Narva, this manipulation has culminated in a large-scale propaganda event on May 9th, Victory Day. Across the river, in Ivangorod, massive propaganda event takes place. Big screens show Putin's speeches, Moscow parades, Soviet war films, and concerts, all facing the Estonian side. The message is clear: glorification of Russian military power and symbolic erasure of borders. With each passing year, the scale of this event grows. The concert's visual design heavily emphasizes the message that victory will be ours. It also sends a clear symbolic message that there is no real difference between Ivangorod and Narva. One country, one victory, the banner says. For us, silence is not an option. For the past 3 years, Narva Museum has displayed banner on the castle wall facing Russia. Last year, it read, "Putin is a war criminal." This year, marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, the banner said, "Putler, war criminal." For us, These banners are not political statements. They are about truth, support, and solidarity with Ukraine, including its cultural institutions. We call war a war, and a war criminal a war criminal. Of course, we receive a huge number of responses. Threats and negativity on one side, support and gratitude on the other. War crimes are often understood as crimes against civilians, and they are. But we must also speak about crimes against culture and not forget the scale of destruction aimed at Ukraine's cultural heritage. Because cultural heritage is always about preserving national identity and history. Our banner is the most visible and talked about part of our message, but Narva Museum has launched several projects dealing with the difficult questions of history, because propaganda only has power when people don't know their history. Last year, we organized an exhibition, Narva 44, dedicated to the bombing of Narva by Soviet aircraft, marking the 80th anniversary of this tragic event. Using archival materials, photos, and collaborations with the Estonian War Museum and the Proper Stop organization, we highlighted the destruction caused by war. A flyer compared bomb schools in Narva in 1944 and in Zhytomyr 2022 in Ukraine, stating Russia has always committed war crimes. This provoked outrage on social media. The administrators of Narva social media groups called for a boycott of Narva Museum, and once again we received many threats. This year, in March, we launched a lecture series, The History of Narva. We held 16 lectures in Russian and Estonian, led by a heritage expert. Even before we began, local social media published aggressive posts accusing us of propaganda. Still, 50-80 people came to each lecture. We offered an open microphone at the end and paused the live stream to keep it safe. We streamed on YouTube but had to close comments because bots flooded the chat with accusation of falsifying history from museum. In reality, no hostile visitors came, but after the final lecture, our speaker was attacked in the city center at 6:00 p.m. by a drunk man who claimed the lecturer was telling the wrong version of history. He had never attended the lectures, only seen a poster online and read social media. Police quickly found him and the court found him guilty. But this is a vivid example of how information warfare works at a very local level. Less dramatic example from this year, from this summer. Russian social media claimed that a rude message had been projected onto Narva Castle from Ivangorod on Pushkin's birthday. This rude message was supposedly addressed the Estonian government. Many believed it, but the video was fake, filmed during the day and darknet. Such a projection is impossible because our castle wall is brightly illuminated. It was a manipulated clip designed to mislead the people. To finish, I want to share something very personal with you. In January this year, a Moscow court issued me an arrest warrant against me in absentia, accusing me of spreading false information about the Russian army. Later, new charges were added for posters calling Putin and Putler war criminal. I was accused of rehabilitating Nazism and added to an international wanted list. In September, I learned I have been sentenced to 10 years in Russian prison. For this and for my interviews and Facebook posts, I have never been a Russian citizen. I am Estonian citizen. I live in Estonia. I live in Europe. But what does my case tell us? It tells us that despite Russia's calls to ignore our banner Putin is a war criminal, they see it, and it infuriates them that we call the war by its real name. We know how afraid Russia is of the truth. We must answer propaganda this truth about war crimes in Ukraine. We must never forget Russian imperial ambitions. If you think the war in Ukraine is far away, that it does not concern you, this is a very dangerous illusion. We are already on the battlefield of information, lies, and manipulation. Speaking the truth is not optional. It's a responsibility for values, for security, for our future. The lessons of Narva are clear. Hybrid warfare affects local communities, culture is under threat, and defending truth is essential. Museums are not neutral. They are guardians of memory and identity. And in times like this, speaking truth is a form of our resistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Maria, the director of our Narva Museum. Thank you for your work, for your speech, and for your thoughts as well. I wanted to start with questions. We have time, a little bit of time for a few questions. How big is your fan base? And is it mostly located in Narva, in Estonia, or internationally?
It's Russianer. Yes, of course.
Are you more known in Narva or outside?
At first, Narva is my home. It's the city of my childhood, and yes.
Second question, we are at the University of Tartu Delta Center, and university has also its college in Narva. How can we help with our college, your work in Narva?
Oh, thank you very much. It's a really good question. We should maybe we will organize some conferences of this topic. And actually this year we organized the conference, and the topic of this conference was culture and war. And maybe we need a more large audience from Narva college students.
Okay, what we can do here is we can encourage our students. We have more than 10,000 of them, actually, at least to visit once a year Narva and to do whatever we want there.
Just visit Narva one time per month, not per year.
And not just visit, but to do something cool as well.
Okay.
I wanted to ask, are you afraid as well of doing this type of work, what you do there?
I'm not afraid, because I live in Narva. Narva, and actually, you know, Narva Castle is the most beautiful and most very safe territory in our city.
Yes, I can assure it as well. I'm a part-time voluntary policeman, and I ensure that Narva is safe from a police perspective, at least. We are in the business of changing values and talking about values. How important is that the school system locally, both in Narva and in Estonia, supports these issues what you are talking about?
Young people, our hope and our future. We need to talk with them about values, about history, about facts, real facts. Because you know, during Soviet times, many facts of Narva history were just erased from historical books and from school books. But yes, it's it's not easy, but it's also our mission to organize some projects with our young people, with Narva schools, and we organize special lectures and courses during school year.
And my final question is, Christmas time is coming. If you could have one wish towards Estonian national government or the Europeans, what would you wish? A Christmas present.
A Christmas present, Estonian.
Okay, more Estonian and
Yes,
Estonian
more
language
Estonian,
to
yes. But
Narva.
actually, yes, welcome to Narva and welcome to Narva Museum. Yes, today is Christmas time and we have a very beautiful Christmas trees in our castle. We have a lot of children's program, Christmas programs. And at the end of December, 24, 25 December, we will organize Family Day in Narva Castle. Welcome. Just visit us to support us and to support Estonian Narva.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Narva and the Narva Museum. Maria, thank you.
And welcome back to our live studio here in Tartu in this wonderful Delta building. And what's a lineup of people we have for this session? It's called Is Human Capital Leading the Charge of Just Holding the Line in Building Security and Resilience During Global Shocks? And before we dive into human capital, youth, what we see here really, and I'm sure that our viewers notice this, is that we have a lineup of people who work at memory institutions, first and foremost. And if you think about security and resilience in the global shocks, that doesn't strike you as the primary frontier. So could you please tell me very shortly, just as an opening, why memory institutions, museums, archives, libraries are important? Stace, shall we start with you and Maria? We'll go for you then.
Because, yes.
Stace,
Yes.
Stace, would you go first?
I think memory institutions are important because they hold the sum total of our cultural heritage. We are the curators and the preservationists of cultural heritage, and particularly when that cultural heritage is held in independent institutions and distributed, it makes that heritage safe from harm, and that cultural heritage is really incredibly important after conflict for rebuilding identity in place.
Maria, that sounds pretty distant. I mean, particularly probably for somebody who's just, I don't know, a couple of 100 meters away from the very line of the aggression and the, for now, thankfully, information warfare. But what's your sentiment on the?
For me, it's our new reality. It's very sad, but this is a fact. And we, like I said, yes, we are already on this battlefield. And it's also our mission today to be in this situation and to react, because we can't be just silent. And it's about our work, about our mission, and the historical experience is very important for us.
Thank you. Eda, you're doing a wonderful job at Vabamu and with the Youth Academy and all of these. I mean, what in your point of view the relevance of memory institutions and the resilience building and deterrence?
So I would love to use Maria's words from her speech earlier, that museums are actually the guardians of memory and identity. But since I personally and our institution is dealing with the youth, so we're definitely looking into the future, and this is how we hand over this information that we have from the past. We have to keep telling the story. So obviously at Vabamu we're telling the story of the recent past, the recent occupations of Estonia. We have to keep telling this story, especially to youngsters who have been born to a free Estonia, who sometimes maybe take the freedom for granted. We have to tell them, keep telling them that we have to fight for the freedom and our freedoms every day. And we are simply looking into the future as we do it.
Thank you. Mike, you're the Vice Provost and University Librarian Director of Academic Information Resources at the Stanford University. I mean, libraries are, we know their relevance and importance in the overall cultural picture. From the defense point of view, the work that you've done, particularly with STACE and with the ongoing visits to Estonia, what's your view on the library's role in deterrence?
Well, so like the other cultural heritage institutions, such as museums and archives, libraries contain records of the past, they record the present, and they look forward to the future. But it's important to realize that with regard to resilience, we plan for disasters. We plan to be ready should there be a catastrophe, whether it's a flood or a fire or, God help us, an invasion. And we work constantly to tune those plans, which involve positioning of material, contracts that are in place in order to bring in experts to help us recover from floods and fires and so forth. So this whole sense of what's happening today, what happened yesterday, and what we're ready for in the future is very important. It also must be said that these institutions don't broadcast and promote a single point of view, but they promote the idea of freedom, freedom which is not free, freedom which costs thought, action, and really a kind of mental resilience, so that we can interpret now with our values of today, but also look backwards and try to understand what drove positions and drove difficulties in previous times, going way back, and then how we might learn to converse together and interpret together, not to create a single point of view, but to understand the differing points of view of protagonists in one form or another.
One thing that we've come to kind of accustomed to in our modern societies in the Western Hemisphere is the fairly short time frames that we operate with. We work with annual kind of frameworks, maybe multi-annual frameworks, but one thing that the memory institutions do, and most certainly our adversaries do, is they operate across decades, if not hundreds and hundreds of years. The way I see memory institutions is really bridge the knowledge that was once there and once everybody knew to the present day and enable us to actually react to those. Because Maria, when you spoke about the information warfare, if you go back to the early 1900s, the tricks and interventions that have been used in the military landscape don't differ that much from the information warfare point of view. Is there something that we can learn how not to become these useful idiots in the battle for information?
Yes, of course. And the history is our teacher. But my question is, what is the history? Tomorrow, our day will be history. And yes, we live in historical moment. Unfortunately, just now we live in very dramatical and tragical historical moment. But it's really difficult to analyze it, but we had to do it. And we had to learn from the beginning of 20th century, and not only to analyze and to reflect current day and current situation.
Because the weaponization of citizenry, of youth, is something that I think resonates with all of us. Ede, you work with the young. I mean, this must be at the top of some of the agendas you're already.
Absolutely. So actually, currently, what we do at NOVA, which is the youth program at Vabamu, the most popular museum class we are currently running is a class called Disinformation Strategies Through Generations. So based on what we have in our museum collections, what we see in our everyday lives, there are so many languages, so many examples we can take from the past that actually work exactly the same way today, although today we have technology to support us. Or, for example, if we talk about these regimes, how they operate, and obviously it's so much easier to do it these days when there's the internet, all the social media platforms, and especially for the youth, it's definitely, there's this abundance of information, and how do you distinguish between that information, whether it's false or correct, and how do you build this critical thinking to understand what could be false and what is true. And in cooperation with the Defense Ministry in Estonia, we built this course. It's also online, so basically every teacher can just access these materials in the classroom. We offer these materials both in Estonian and Russian, which is very important, especially since, as we all know, there's this reform finally happening in Estonian education system, that the Russian-speaking schools are now moving closer to the Estonian system, but still we have thousands and thousands of Russian-speaking students, and we just want to be there to help them out, because we know that sometimes they actually have 2 school days in one. So in the classrooms, they study in Estonian, and then they go home and do this all over in Russian, just to understand what they have been actually discussing in the classroom. And in order to not let them go and search for material online, we don't know where they might end up. So we actually offer all of these materials in Russian as well. And we actually do see that we have several visitors from Russia as well, which I think is a very good thing. So we can, this is our little warfare we are doing from our side. But this has been hugely popular. And another thing we are doing as a physical thing, we having these things we can learn from the past. We have the actual people who either grew up in Siberia, or were born in Siberia, grew up in Siberia, or were deported as little kids. They come and share their stories to the kids who go to school today. And this is just, the impact it makes is immense. So basically the school kids of today understand that, their everyday worries are nothing as compared to what these people went through. And what I've seen and heard, these people are just so optimistic, and having gone through all these hardships and having seen what it takes to fight for your everyday, like very simple, basic freedoms, it just puts things into very different perspective.
And it's all the more relevant as this, as a warfare, deportation of young children
still happening.
Still not only happens, but it's very weaved into the program here. Yeah. Interesting. Ede, you run also the study programs. I mean, it's not only that you teach the youth, but you also have studied, their preferences and their attitudes very briefly.
So what we actually want.
There's hope, right? There's hope,
there's
and it's
definitely
not that, the middle aged and the elderly tell them what to do, but we actually learn what are their preferences.
Exactly. So this is what actually we're aiming for at Vabamu, is not for us, the middle-aged ladies and gentlemen, telling the youth what they have to do, but to give them the agency that they actually do it for themselves. Or we sort of give them. You have to give them some sort of framework, and inside the framework, they're absolutely free to do whatever they want. And what we've seen at Vabamu, we've given them free. Well, first of all, we are organizing a similar thing to the CDL that's currently going on here in Tartu and happening worldwide. We are organizing this Hyppelaud summer school or springboard, so Estonian word Hyppelaud, sort of jumping in at the deep end. It's a week-long hackathon, basically. They come up with problems from their own life they want to solve, and then as they solve it for themselves, they also solve it for everyone else. And usually they come up with things that are actually very relevant for kids. And they actually, I personally learn a lot from them. And for example, this summer we had the summer school in Saaremaa, and we had a vibe coding workshop. So obviously, I'm assuming that maybe you have, but I'm sure maybe Mike, you haven't. Have you vibe coded before?
No, I vibe coded this one.
I'm sure you have. I personally hadn't before that workshop, and now I get to learn things from the youngsters. And the other thing that we let them, and now this Hyppelaud has been taken over by the alumni of this. It has been happening for 10 years now, and now
so it's becoming self-sustainable.
Exactly,
cycle.
So it's a spin-off. We can call it a spin-off. And another thing, there's this active group of youngsters. With youngsters, of course, there tends to be the issue that they tend to get older, graduate their high school, go study abroad, and simply disappear from our vision. But then again, other youngsters come along. But there's this very active group of youngsters who have, there are actually two groups of youngsters, and one of them is organizing this sort of environmental events, because obviously this topic of environment is very important for youngsters today. And the other group is somewhat more political. They have been organizing these events of sort of demo elections. So, for example, last year, just the day before the US presidential elections, we had our own US presidential election at Vabamu. And the result was very different from the real result. And I can tell you that they had even programmed the map of the US. So each student who arrived at Vabamu was allocated into one state in the US. So they all got to vote as they do in the US. So first of all, it was just an introduction to the voting system in the US, which is very complicated, of course. And then just to see how different the result was. So obviously...
was it a landslide?
It was a landslide. Yeah. And the map was blue.
Yes.
Do you want to comment on that, Stan?
Your lips to God's ears, yeah.
But then this year, ahead of Estonia's local elections, we had yet another, there was sort of a political debate with the real Estonian politicians actually having a really nice debate with all the major political parties present. And then the students got to vote. So who would they vote for from this debate, as well as from their actual constituencies? Who could they vote for? And again, the result was very different from what was the real result the next day. So this is how we see that we get to, and what we see from the real results, that youngsters tend to prefer completely different political parties as the older people. And this is how we try to get the youngsters to vote, that don't let the old people make the choice for you, as happened with the Brexit in the UK, for example. So the young people unfortunately are the ones who have to live with a choice made by the old people. So we just want to give them the agency of sort of taking it into their own hands. And we do see, coming back to your original question, that I would definitely say there's a lot of hope.
So it's actually much more tangible working with the youth, as much as there is working with memory, because it will have really tangible impact the way you run a society during the time of severe shocks. One of the features, Mike, you have been engaged with CDL program in building the economic ties to this society with US. Is that something that contributes to the same stream of thought, how you basically run a more secure society with more economic ties, with more people engaged, with better kind of memory background underneath?
So the promise of what goes on at CDL is one thing. The promise at what goes on at the great and small universities and colleges, wherever they may be in the world where disinformation is not prominent, is remarkable. However, the big point is that there is a kind of presentation and then challenge. There are opportunities to take advice or not. There are opportunities to present evidence or not, and to compare presentations, responses, sources of evidence and insight, and to make possible the legitimacy of disagreements. It's not against a system or a scheme to be critical. It actually helps us improve our lives, our society, our memories, and our institutions. Terribly, terribly important that that is the case. So I think one of the great aspects of CDL is its very challenge to the startups through the mentors, lots of mentors from various perspectives and experiences, and how they take advantage or not of the advice that's being given to them and the questions that are being asked of them. It improves their presentations for raising funds to continue their business or to improve their business. On the other hand, particularly at the universities and colleges, there's an opportunity always for critical judgment to be improved and for debates to occur and for improvement in systems, but without demanding adherence to a single system. It's a very rich environment we live in, rich in the sense that the possibilities are all there, but we have to learn to be comfortable with dialogue. We have to be comfortable with conversation. We have to be comfortable with different points of view while still adhering to the fundaments, the basic principles of our civilizations and our societies. And that's why the rule of law is so very, very important. It permits us to be free, but it also permits us to value our society, its attainments, its history, and how to understand critically our histories behind us and look to a better future. That's what education is about, but that's also what dreaming is about. And I think helping the kids dream is a big deal.
I'm just wondering whether we've managed to leave some educational gaps in the present day politicians being in charge, violating the very kind of foundational questions about the rule of law, or maybe not violating, by challenging them to the degree that is really shaking the current Western hemispheric political orders to their very foundation, and therefore kind of, challenging the otherwise kind of frail or fragile balance structure, the power balance in the outskirts of the European civilization or the Western way of living. In any event, I think security is a function of connections. I mean, this is something that you basically say, Stace. I mean, if we started off with the memory, we went to the youth and the kind of corporate ties. In your presentation, what really was fascinating is the connection of research that is made both by the public sector, the universities, not necessarily public universities, but universities, and the corporate sector. If you were to bring those ties here, if you were strengthening those ties here, would that strengthen the resolve and the resilience and the levels of security?
That's an interesting question. Yes, absolutely. I think there are things that the private sector can do much faster, much more efficiently, and at a faster pace than the private sector or the public sector can do. And so those public and private partnerships are critical, and in particular, university and private partnerships are critical. At Stanford, we have really strong strategic relationships with companies like Google
and Esri, the big mapping company that's been at it for 40 years, and the new mapping companies like Planet.com and Umbra and others, and they are innovating much, much faster than the public sector can in spaces like Earth observation and these technologies that can identify things, dynamics and objects and phenomena with higher and higher clarity and resolution on the surface of the Earth. And what we at universities have as a resource to make use of that is again, youth. That's the most important thing. I was just talking with some of your students out in the hallway, and their question was: Is it important to have access for students to have access to these kinds of resources? And it's absolutely critical. And the reason it's critical is because they look at the world in a way that we cannot. I'm the father of 3 teenagers, and so I know one thing beyond anything about young people, and that is that they are resistant to authority and authoritarianism. And that is a critical skill right now, questioning authority at every turn and making the world that they want. That's the most important point. They have the most skin in the game. They are the ones who are going to have to carry on for much longer than we will. And so it's very critical to have those partnerships that direct those innovations and innovative resources and the raw materials for innovation into young people's hands, because they're idea machines.
So let me point something out. The truth is that in our day-to-day lives, we may have some attitude or critical judgments about politicians, say. But the point is, in free societies, we get to vote on those people. They may have some big ideas. They may come to their parliaments and their offices with certain ideas, certain things they'd like to get done. And that's fine. It's actually very good, especially if they've done their homework. But if they haven't, and they're not responsive to their constituencies, we vote them out. That's different than a society where nobody gets voted out, and there is a hierarchy of individuals who are more or less authoritarian, telling people what to think, how to think, what not to think, and so forth. So it takes a little more time to bring these ideas to fruition through the political process. But there are other marketplaces, and the universities are in other marketplaces. The development of new ideas in a corporation is a different marketplace. New companies are in a different marketplace, and those marketplaces are really difficult in the sense that they are quite critical. And the people who are voting on them are the people who buy or do not buy whatever the product or the service is. So there are a bunch of these machines that are working, these social machines, and understanding their relationships to the social body, the citizenry, the people that actually end up either buying or not buying a product or service, or the people that elect or do not elect a politician to a role, are key figures in this modification, this dynamic balance that we all live in. And it's important to realize that it is a dynamic balance on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is not a static balance. It is not dependent upon a single system or a single person or a single community of, say, oligarchs. It's quite important that it's a vivid, active, critical environment where conversations are important. Conversations, not shooting, not violence, but actual interplay among minds.
And also the connections, I think, what we've learned from Vabamu folks in the close connection to Stanford community and already the engagement. Maybe, Maria, this is something that we could tap on while these folks are here. We should, grab them by the tails and get the collaborations going with the Narva Museum as well, because although small in size, the vicinity to the eastern flank of the NATO border probably counts as a very high value add to such collaborations. So this is something that.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
What would be your reaction to that?
Yes, we will discuss.
Absolutely.
Because I think the pattern that Ede has with her team established with Vabamo is something that we can follow clearly here.
So that was exactly what I was going to say. What Stace was referencing to the public-private cooperation, and also what I strongly agree with what Mike said about this dialogue or discussion. That's very important. But being a private museum, so in Estonia we pride ourselves with all our startups and the innovation, and we have most startups per capita. But also the innovation can come from the cultural sector, and what we discussed with Mike earlier in the dinner lunch table, that we should really empower that sector. As well, maybe in this cooperation, but definitely as we are already working hard on the Ida-Viru or the eastern side of Estonia. So actually, especially with the Ministry of Defense, obviously being very interested in funding all these initiatives that take place in the Ida-Viru vicinity, and also the local, we could call them the old economy businesses. For example, VKG is the local mining company that we are now cooperating with, and I can totally see how we could.
Yes, actually, your supervisory board of Vabamo visited us this summer. And we also, for example, Narva Museum is a foundation. That means that we have two owners, the state and the local authorities, local politicians, and it's also about balance. Okay, balance. It's not about a narrow political system, but yes, we need collaboration with private cultural institutions, and we have we have very interesting material for you, master classes and workshops. Yes, let's do.
This is how cooperation works in Estonia. You just have to go abroad for a while to meet your neighbor.
Exactly, and this is partly the purpose of such panel like this as well. I mean, what's a clear commonality here in this panel, ladies and gentlemen, is these people and their institutions have unshackled themselves from their traditional roles. Museum traditionally doesn't do what you do as a museum. Mike, a library traditionally doesn't do, or Stace, don't do what you guys do. And this is the modernization, adaptation that is ever more so required from the kinds of institutions. And I would only provoke you with last final question to all four of you, very, very quickly. If you were to challenge a university how to unshackle itself from its legacy and how to contribute to the kinds of work that you do in a couple of sentences, what that would be. Mike, do you want to start?
Well, I think the most important thing that we've done at Stanford over the long run, and I would say particularly the last 30-some years, but before that as well, is to make sure that we're bringing in the libraries material that provokes discussion, provokes research, makes possible comparative analyses, and what amounts to an intellectual argument on all sides of all disciplines. And we also bring new methodologies, and particularly digitization and the network communications that we engage in, our partnerships with the likes of folks here in Estonia and Tartu, very important, because it's a dialogue of civilization that makes the big difference. And that is the future for us as well.
Ede?
My quick response is actually on the back side of my computer here. It's coding school.
Public-private partnerships.
Well, exactly. And how
something that we are really afraid of this country, and we need to explore them more. As John Rendon says in the opening panel of this day.
I missed that, unfortunately. But so new coding school, I think we have to make the academy operate much faster to react to what's going on in the real world much faster. And I hope these initiatives can help do that.
Thank you. Stace?
I think building on what Mike said, developing the technologies to not only preserve and curate the cultural heritage of the world, but push it back out. Push it. One of the things I love about Stanford is we're not, as Stanford Libraries, is we're not just a library. We're a media provider. We work in technologies that make it possible to share the cultural heritage and the materials that we collect with the entire world, IIIF and other technologies that make it really seamless to do these things. And I think that's one of the really incredibly valuable parts of what Stanford Libraries does, is they bring these technologies, they give them away, and they let other people share their own cultural heritage. And hopefully at some point, it will just be ubiquitous. The world's cultural heritage will be the world's cultural heritage.
Thank you, Stace. Maria?
Cooperation, support, practice. Empiric experience, it's about academic organization, but we live just now here, and we have a lot of practical examples to analyze, to reflect. Yes, and I'm not sure that I'm answered, but I agree with my colleagues.
You have perfectly. Thank you very much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to conclude this panel. We have Mike Keller of Stanford Library with us, Ede Shangtamgivi from Vabamu Initiative and Nova Programs, Stace Maples from Geospatial Services Center at Vabamu, Maria, with a fantastic personal story, a true encouragement and true inspiration to all of us. It will conclude here, and we go for a short break. Thank you.
The studies in economics and business administration at the University of... Blah, blah, blah. This is me trying to read the perfect marketing script about your future in our university. Let's cut the crap. I will show you what it's really like here.
Hi, my name is Kirilo. I'm from Ukraine, and now we are in Estonia, Northern Europe, a digital nation with no paperwork and excellent flight connection. And now we are in Tartu, a city that actually fits inside your pocket. You can get everywhere by walk or by bicycle. This is green, beautiful, and student-friendly. This is Tartu. This is Sudlava Tutengit. This is my favorite cafe. This is the main building of the university. And I've never been there. This is my gym. This is my dorm, my room, my favorite bar. These are my friends. And of course, this is my favorite beer. But what do I actually do? I study at the University of Tartus School of Economics and Business Administration. One day, I could be CEO, marketing chief, finance director, and even a startup founder. I can basically become whatever I want. The marketing team probably wants me to say, the sky is the limit. Honestly, for me it was a surprise. They can put together my whole curriculum like a puzzle. Theory, hands-on experience, marketing, economics, global connections, and many, many more. So this is our innovation lab. We can get hands-on experience on whatever. All of it is fake, they are actors. It's not even plugged in. But in this very room, you can actually build your prototypes and even a startup. But most importantly, you will meet like-minded people from all over the university. So here, I'm gaining motivation knowledge from lectures by leaders in different fields who have hands-on experience with real companies.
The whole world is in Tartu. That's how it described our students. With Erasmus possibilities and new connections here and abroad, we're building our future. You think it's a real lecture? Shola, what are you doing?
No idea.
So, and it was Delta. Awesome place.
Oh, no, Kirilo. What was that, right? Okay, you see, please say that we're not just an old building, we're also the most modern place to study. Right. New tech, new spaces, and everything you need. And please do not forget our study areas too.
This is the building as a building should be. But on this floor, we have the best couch to have power nap in the whole school. You want to see a secret? I'm gonna show you.
Basically, like every building in Estonia, Delta has its own sauna. You can't fight that tradition.
Tartu is a student city. This city lives and breathes for students. They are all welcomed here.
Got your attention? If you want to know more, please send the message to the University of Tartu. They will send you the drive and the most detailed overview you have ever seen.
What do you really think?
Me? What I really think? No, I'll tell you what I really think. Coming here was the best decision of my life. I love my professors, I love the program, and I definitely love the community here. And I hope to see you here next year.
primary focus and sole focus is on that of the operator and user experience. And we're taking the opportunity today with the Estonian Army to field test some of the new modifications and improvements that we've made to our general core system.
So even in a cramped space, I could basically see everything that the video feed was offering me. Even the side cameras and the rear cameras, I only had to tilt my head a little, and I would already get the full view of what I was trying to look at. The goggles themselves, like half of it, the lower part of it, I could still keep doing the same thing that I did without them as well.
Є база, заводимо машину, виїжджаємо на вихідну позицію. Як зрозумів прийом?
Проводимо інформацію, прийняв, заводимо і починаємо рух. Чарлі, браво! Здійснити наступ на противника.
Чарлі плюс.
Бачу дрон. Бачу на 12 годин інженерні загородження. Пішов, правильно.
I'm a problem solver by nature, the boss of my own destiny. The sky's truly the limit. So why did I decide to join the Delta Management School? I've always thought that educating myself is the best solution to my problems, no matter how big they are.
DMS is more than just a degree program at the School of Economics and Business Administration. It's a diverse innovation hub for people like me who like to initiate positive change on an international level.
As a student, I get to take part in cool conferences, fascinating lectures, projects and competitions, and my studies are supported by state-of-the-art laboratories, workshops, and interdisciplinary courses at the Delta Center. In addition to being in a vibrant community of students, researchers, and innovators in the fields of economics, management, and business, at the Delta Center I get to combine learning with the challenges of business and society, which helps me in creating my own innovative solutions. Cooperation with other universities, private sector companies, and international organizations helps me implement my business ideas in the right place at the right time. Last but not least, I love Tartu, a startup-minded student city with a thriving startup ecosystem like no other. In Delta Management School, the world is in the palm of my hands.
Tere, my name is Elchin. I'm an alumnus of Tartu University and work as a leading business analyst in the largest bank of Baltics, Swedbank. Let me walk you through my journey of studying master's degree program of Innovation and Technology Management in the beautiful country of Estonia. While having a lot of opportunities to pursue my education further from a number of countries, the digital society, outstanding education, as well as a plethora of opportunities offered by University of Tartu made my choice easy. The key to my success in my professional career is a diverse set of skills and competencies I acquired from courses like business analysis, requirements engineering, software product management, and innovation management. My knowledge base is enriched by top-notch academic staff of University of Tartu who have a strong command of the business and academic worlds. If you want to design solutions that make a direct impact on the society and benefit lives of millions as I do, this is the knowledge base you need. And if you would like to make a positive impact by turning your brilliant idea into a successful business, here's the Startup Lab. Trainings provided in different domains by the leading experts of the field. Here, we'll provide you with necessary knowledge and set of tools to make your dreams come true. Futuristic design, fully equipped study rooms and labs, a spacious library to prepare for exams. Our new Delta building has everything you need to succeed in your studies. Moreover, extracurricular activities organized by the Vivid community, like Delta Trends Day, Startup Day, and different master classes, will be the cherry on top of your studies. What's more, student life is always dynamic in Tartu. You can play volleyball in the beach near Imayogi River, have a drink with fellow students in cozy bars, dance in the clubs, or if you need peace, then have a cup of tea in a coffee shop. This was a brief story of my success. If you'd also like to be the best in what you do, then here in Tartu University, we empower your dreams.
So quantitative economics graduates work all over the financial sector, and they deal with all sorts of questions: anti-money laundering, fighting with fraud, managing bank risks, getting bank finance on money market and financial markets, economic analysis at the business level, but also at the macroeconomic level. We have so many obstacles on the way, challenges in the healthcare. We have a green transition. Not only the CO2 is a problem, but all resources have become a challenge in the next decades. The quantitative economics program really offers you not only tools to solve these problems, but ways to solve problems, starting from the design of the product up until the relationship with clients. You are ready for that. It goes from the individual thinking up to the level of the society. So for example, with the pensions, if everybody wants to save more in the world, then of course the interest rates will go down, and that will make saving less attractive. So what the QE program is offering is putting a structure on the data, helping you to understand what the data can be used for. And this is something that the standard statistics program or mathematics or any IT program will not give you. All the challenges of our society, the quantitative economic graduates are going to be the solution architects who like statistics, who like math, and at the same time they have a good understanding of human beings, but really like to apply it to the society. They know how to deal with issues, they know how to deal with problems. Many of the quantitative economics program graduates work at startup firms. It's that the program itself is offering really good basis for understanding the business. Tartu University is a place where startup firms are really flourishing. Tartu is a super nice town to study in. I've been a student in Tartu myself, and having really these smart, educated, forward-looking people around you, the friends for life, they'll be your colleagues in the future.
Welcome back. This is our last session, Learning with and from Ukraine. And I'm very happy to present to you our youngest presenter. He is our bachelor student of business administration, and he will present to you his startup. Floor is yours, Kirilo. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kirilo Martiniuk. I'm CEO and co-founder of Optilinux, and also I'm a student at the University of Tartu. Optilinux is an Estonian company that produces fiber optic communication systems for FPV drones. And now we're scaling into producing full cycle of fiber optic FPV drone. Starting from 2022, FPV drones have been one of the most efficient type of weapon in our war. But as Ukrainian experience shows, when you develop efficient product, there is going to be counter-measurement from your enemy. That's why electronic warfare take a big step, and it decreases the efficiency of digital fiber optic FPV dramatically. So that's why the logical step further was to develop something that would be resistant to electronic warfare. The technology of fiber optic FPV drones
is doing exactly this. So how does it work? On your FPV drone, you have fiber optic spool, which is from the one side connected to the drone itself, and from another side, it is connected to the pilot controller. So the pilot have constant signal via this fiber optic cable. And when the drone is flying, the fiber is unspooling, leaving it behind, the cable behind, and thus the drone is resistant to any electronic warfare on its way to the target. And the only way how you can actually countermeasure it is by physically destroying it. So now the fiber optic FPV drones became the most efficient type of weapon in our war, because digital ones are influenced by electronic warfare, and the improvement of it is going to continue. So Ukrainians and Russians are going to continue and develop even further this technology. In 2025, together with our Ukrainian partner company, we supplied more than 50,000 of those type of drones to the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Hundreds of them are used every day by more than 90 drone pilot units all over the front line. Every day we have a lot of feedback going directly from the pilots who are using it with ideas, developments and improvements. That's why we're constantly improving our product, and that's why our main mission is to create products that will help change the situation on the front line and that will meet the needs of our army. My vision on European defense development is into taking the best technologies and solutions from Russia-Ukrainian war, then bring it to Europe, make further development in R&D, and then start to mass produce it. Because only efficient, cheap, and expendable solutions can change the situation in modern war. And that's what we are doing in Optilinux. We do products for soldiers that really works on the front line. Now we're looking for the contracts with European governments. We're also open to any cooperation with armies, with drone pilots, with defense clusters, and with other defense companies who do real working products. So if you're interested, you can just write me the email. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini!
Our next speaker is Mr. Peeter Luikmäe. Mr. Luikmäe is an economist and the head of the Monetary Policy and Foreign Economic Division at the Central Bank of Estonia. He also serves as a member of the Monetary Policy Committee for the Eurosystem in the EU. Today, Mr. Luikmäe will deliver his keynote speech titled Opportunities and Threats in Ukrainians' Post-War Recovery. The floor is yours, Peter, please.
Well, thank you, and thanks for the opportunity. I will talk a little bit about economics, and there have been many other more fascinating topics, but unfortunately everything quite often boils down to economics when it comes to money and financing many ambitions which we all may have. And looking to the most recent developments, one could say that Ukraine has of course doing quite well considering the circumstances. So one could say that the growth rates are not as bright as they were for the spring of this year, but still they are around double of the ones which we see in the Russian forecasts and incoming data. So basically there is a moderation compared with the post-2022 fall and recovery from it, partial recovery unfortunately. But gradually Ukraine is doing better and better, which means that some kind of new normal is obtained. Of course, the Ukraine in terms of the wealth is not as rich as European average. If you compare Ukrainian GDP per person with European ones, they are still 2.5 or 3 times poorer. But what is interesting, of course, and what is going to be quite important in the future is that with such levels like Ukraine, probably the growth rates will remain in the range of 5 to 7%, especially when Ukraine is going to enter EU probably quite soon. It means that the structure of economy and also the level of income is going to change very fast. And by very fast, it means that probably we will see the salary growth rates going to in the range of 10 to 20%, which also means that the wealth is gradually coming in. On the other hand, it also means that if you build economic strategy only on the current circumstances, then one of the potential errors may be that your ambitions are not low. So basically, typical country like Ukraine, what I can also give from the Estonian example is that, of course, the first and foremost advantage is relatively low level of labor costs. And now if you imagine that even in Ukraine nowadays the average salary is in the range of 500 euros only, it is indeed low. But if you only exploit the advantage of cheap labor also in the perspective from the next decades from now, then probably you can enter into the something which is called middle income trap. It means that basically by fully betting on labor cost advantage, you can say that the cheap labor costs will bring in and attract certain kind of labor-intensive industries. And for the first decade, it doesn't matter that much. But when the gradual level of salaries will increase, then what country needs is actually the structural change. And this may not happen because you have a very strong lobby of those entrepreneurs who are basically relying on cheap labor. And then the question is whether you surrender these lobbyists and let cheap labor to come in. If the relative income level is already in the range of 50 to 75% of the EU average, then the country becomes quite attractive also for cheap labor coming from abroad. And under such circumstances, very simple recipe to middle income trap is just that you will keep on basically preserving the good old structure of economy, which produces relatively simple things. On the other hand, what you can do is that you will take this salary increase as a catalyst for structural change. Coming from the central bank, we quite often advocate against salary increases because of the competitive advantage which countries usually lose if the labor market is too dynamic. If the salaries increase that fast, then inevitably, gradually, competitiveness will be lost. But if the salary increase is inevitable coming from the lack of skilled labor, which is the case in Ukraine as well as in many other countries in the similar income levels, then inevitably you will end up with the situation that you either allow even cheaper labor to come in or you just need to change structurally. And gradually, some industries will lose their competitive advantage and gradually they will close down. We have quite often telling that there is a textile industry which is gradually basically disappearing because of international competition. There are some branches of very assembly line type of industries which also may lose competitive advantage. And this is probably something which doesn't happen during the first decade, but if country plans further than one decade ahead, then probably it is quite important to take some stance for the quite fast increasing labor costs. One of the things which is quite important for Ukraine is that Ukraine has kept his promises. Notwithstanding the war and related issues, sudden and sometimes very very dynamic changes in the situation, they have still followed the program of IMF and the allies who provide money for financing this defense of Ukraine. And when it comes to the necessity of such partners, what is important to note is that gradually, when the time goes by, this money is not anymore essential. What is even more important than those billions of euros or dollars is actually the oversight. So for local politicians, it's much more easier to rely on the recommendations conditional on some amounts of funding coming from abroad. It's actually happening in private sector all the time, because countries which are not very reliable, they usually have higher risk premiums, not only in the government sovereign bond markets, but also in the private equity markets and stock exchanges. So it costs money to violate commitments. Whereas when it comes to IMF, what is even more important than this commitment device is actually all kinds of technical aid and knowledge to rely on. And it's two-way exchange, because Ukraine is now very, very prominent actually in terms of experience during the crisis times. And the crisis, to learn from the experience of Ukraine, doesn't necessarily mean only war. We probably in the future have more and more all kinds of civil crises, cyber attack on the electric power plant, or basically some kind of malfunctioning of the communication networks. It may become a reality even without any wartime. And such experience, which Ukraine has gained to survive such circumstances, is quite useful also for other partners. And when it comes to economic policy, then basically it's not the case that they don't know what to do, but sometimes it's more easier to refer to IMF as a, let's put it this way, a bad cop who basically asks things to be done, which are not always the most pleasant. If the Ministry of Financial Affairs can refer to IMF commitment as a basically excuse for increasing the tax burden or tax revenue, then perhaps he or she would survive the next elections. One of the key things which connects actually Western economies and Ukraine is actually the lack of labor. And demographics is especially severe for Ukraine, because in late 1980s we are talking about the population of 52 million people, but now it has shrinked during 2022, probably around 6 million people left Ukraine, and now we are talking about 34 million persons only. And given the structure of population and very low birth rates already before 2022, it's inevitable that basically the lack of skilled persons will be the key driver of increase in the salaries, like I told you before. But basically this is almost uniform. So in all sectors, lack of skilled labor remains a key issue, a key constraint for further development. And how one can solve this is only one way. You may increase, and you definitely need to increase productivity. And productivity increase doesn't necessarily come only from innovating the current production processes, but also by changing the structure of economy. And gradually, the structure of economy also in Ukraine is becoming a little bit more biased towards the services industry, which usually dominates the other sectors. Specifically for Ukraine, probably the share of agriculture remains almost double of the usual 4% or 3%. And this is the advantage of Ukraine, because they have a lot of very generous soil where they can really gain competitiveness. Another thing which helps quite a bit is to increase capital intensity in production. And especially at the times when the capital becomes more and more affordable, Ukraine is also gaining in terms of using more skilled labor, who are using also more skilled and sophisticated machinery. So in this regard, this capital intensity in production can partially substitute cheap labor advantage. And one could even say that considering the level of automation nowadays, probably the future for the next decade is not as inevitably biased towards the fact that we are just exporting some production processes to the countries where labor is cheaper, and probably also the environmental standards are cheaper. This kind of dimension of globalization can be to some extent substituted by the fact that nowadays we can automate much more production processes at home, and to some extent in some industries it means that we just substitute more and more expensive people and more difficultly available labor with some kind of automats or robots. And this may actually change the future in this regard, that we do not necessarily need to rely on the rather hypocritical way that we just outsource things to the countries and we don't care how they produce it, and the main thing is that they can do it cheaper. And this automation to some extent can change the usual narrative of globalization and provide more additional insights for making even the current production processes still possible in the countries with much more expensive labor costs. And as I mentioned already, what has happened in Ukraine during the last decade mostly is the fact that the services sector have reached almost the levels which we have seen also in Estonia. So more than half of the economy is related to services when it comes to gross value added. It's a little bit different when it comes to employment, because we know that the productivity in some services sector is so high that they don't need that much of labor, especially when it comes to IT and telecom sector. But to some extent, this structural change to less labor-intensive sectors like high-tech services means that basically you can still survive even if you have shrinking population. And another thing which is quite important here is also the fact that when it comes to IT services, it requires much higher skill levels. And in the very early stages of growth, one needs to remember that probably at current level of income, Ukraine is not very attractive for medium or low-skilled people, because they can earn more in Germany and many other countries. But what helps is the very good narrative of younger, talented specialists who do not desperately need this ultimate monthly income of 10,000 euros, but they want to start life in some regions which are interesting and dynamic. And one of the key things here is to keep housing costs low and to provide services for young families, especially childcare and all other issues, which are basically one of the factors behind very low birth rates anyway in countries like Ukraine. So if you can create in the early stages when country is relatively poor, housing is affordable, if you can make it attractive for young talents who are visible in the country because the country changes rapidly, then this is something which actually works quite well and which has gradually happening also in many other countries like Ukraine, and which actually happened also in Estonia. The cheap labor only comes after, when the relative wage level is already reaching 3/4 of the EU average. By this time, if you have changed the structure in the economy towards high-tech sectors, then probably you don't desperately need this inflow of cheap labor that much. And of course, like I mentioned already before, the agricultural sector remains the key also for Ukraine. And that's how actually, to make it fair, that's where the world also relies on Ukraine, because Ukraine produces quite a lot of commodities which are necessary for food industry. And one of the key international impacts of the war in Ukraine was actually the possibility that Ukrainian exports of grains and many other agricultural products would, if the export would be discontinued for some time, it creates a significant price impact in the markets. Even if the price controls are not that relevant anymore, and we know that there are some channels where the export operates, some specific features of agricultural sector may be relevant to keep in mind. First and foremost, the capital stock in the agricultural sector is quite expired by now in Ukraine. They must invest quite a bit, and if the EU is already present, then it's much easier than now, of course. The employment in the agriculture sector probably would decrease because of the higher usage of capital and technologies. But what remains is relatively high dependence on seasonal and weather factors. So one of the reasons why export fell last year was also related to the harvest. And if the size of agriculture is about 9 to 10% of the overall output, then the volatility of it remains probably also quite often as a permanent feature. To offset highly volatile agricultural sector, one could easily say that you need certain financial instruments which could provide insurance against very significant changes in the supply and also prices, highly volatile prices. Nothing can happen unless Ukraine would gain at least double score in corruption. So corruption index is, according to Transparency International, rank the highest countries like Finland, when usually this index is beyond 90. If Ukraine would reach to the level of 70, then actually the investments would create meaningful impact. And we know that corruption has gradually been decreasing, because in early 2000s the corruption index was 10 notches lower than now. Already during the wartime we hear more and more news that several corruption schemes have been discovered. Considering the current level of corruption index, it's normal, and it's actually good that such things will come out. Without revealing the corruptive practices in government sector, you inevitably do not gain anything in this index and efficiency in the public sector. What is possible threat is that corruption will move from public sector to private sector. And Ukraine is a relatively large country, which means that private tenders and offers for contractors can be also attractive, and it is quite possible that some bribery and inefficiency will be gained as the fight in corruption is only limited to public sector. By definition, corruption is more related to public sector, but what is also necessary is transparency in the higher volumes transactions in the private sector. And here, by the way, the digitalization has helped Ukraine quite a bit already. They have already created very transparent and efficient environment for public procurement, and such things which become more and more the usual tool set for any government have been developed in Ukraine at high speed during the most recent years. And that's why we do not necessarily say that this is a low-hanging fruit, but obviously in any funding which goes to Ukraine, one of the most dangerous caveat is the current level of corruption. And it's not necessarily that too many units or too many euros have been basically used without any effect, but it's more about the overall reputation, and which is even more important. So it's the reputation which enables governments of Europe to provide funding for Ukraine. It's also the reputation would enable in the future of private companies or private investors to come to Ukraine. And this is something which is gradually disappearing, but every effort, even if it comes at the most unpleasant timing to fight corruption, is very reasonable. And of course, if you eventually end up with the levels of Estonia or somewhere near Estonia or Finland, then inevitably the efficiency of the government sector would increase very significantly. And some features which are also important to keep in mind is that the gradual convergence towards the EU may also at some point of time mean that they, also in Ukraine, may consider introduction of euro, which is more or less part of the package nowadays for the new members. Currently, Ukraine has been practicing exchange rate regime, which is a kind of flexible inflation targeting under the volatile exchange rate. What it means is that it was also one of the conditions set by the IMF, that you do not necessarily need to chase this 5% inflation target. Anytime you need to be a little bit more in terms of reasonable in terms of managing the exchange rate, not too many interventions, but to keep it more or less in the stable environment, because if the exchange rate is overly volatile, then it creates additional impact also to import prices and to inflation itself. But why this flexibility of exchange rate helps countries like Poland and Ukraine is the fact that much of their export is actually coming from their own soil, especially agricultural products. So to some extent, if you integrate further with supply chains of the European countries, then it changes. Gradually, the import content of your export increases. So you need to import more and more to export something. even if you run an assembly line or participate in the car industry or machinery, it means that the exchange rate advantage of flexibility in exchange rate gradually disappears. So to some extent, perhaps the critical point of deciding whether to move from volatile exchange rate to some kind of fixed exchange rate, also towards the peg to euro, for example, could be reasonable also for Ukraine, because also coming from the experience of Baltics, of course, you need exchange rate stability to join euro at some point of time. But what is even more important is that you need quite a bit of simplicity in the system. So it must be transparent and simple, the system, because you may have much more volatility in the output anyway. But gradually, this magic of exchange rate volatility or exchange rate flexibility will disappear as an efficient stabilization tool. And I already mentioned inflation, which is almost 2.5 times higher currently, around 10%, compared with the 5% inflation target. It's gradually actually coming down to 5%, most likely in the course of next 1.5 years, and mostly because we do not see any significant food price impacts. What must be kept in mind is that if the price level is about 40% of the EU average, then price level convergence is gradually happening. Not necessarily as fast as in Estonia, because we have a much more expensive neighborhood, but probably the inflation in Ukraine will remain in the range of 3 to 4% for the next 5 to 10 years because of the price level convergence, which is gradually happening. And last but not least, we need to remember also that the funding is critical for Ukraine for the coming half year. We do have the sources of funding. Basically, if you look at the frozen Russian assets, it's not only about Belgium, but mostly it's, of course, about Belgium. Even if you add up the whole amount of the Russian assets which have been frozen, you end up with 300 billion euros. And we have been quite reluctant in Europe to provide any guarantees, but it's only in the range of 0.2 to 0.4% of the EU GDP. So considering this potential additional guarantee compared with other efforts which we do because of this unjustified war in Ukraine, actually it's a very small money. So of course politicians want to discuss things, they want to be very precise, but on the other hand it's a very low-hanging fruit to provide ease to Ukraine. And even if there will be some kind of legal disputes in the future, I think the joint efforts and joint ventures to provide such guarantees would join even more Western countries and European Union countries to help Ukraine further. And this financing gap, of course, remains a key issue, and it's very conditional on the continuation of war. We don't know how long it lasts. So we always think that it happens, the war will be ending somewhere in the middle of next year, but it has been a moving target for us. But hopefully at some point of time there is a victory, and European countries will join forces. And last but not least, this is the Opera House in Lviv, which I walked by this summer when I was delivering some cars to Ukrainian forces. And I would say that it was my first occasion to visit Ukraine, Western Ukraine, which was a kind of safe area in July. But I really would like to come back to Ukraine very soon, because I would recommend it to almost every Estonian when there will be a peace. Then you need to remember that very nice chocolate shop is just on your left-hand side if you stand in front of the National Opera. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Peter, for this quite deep economic talk about the Ukrainian economy and its potential. Actually, 2 years back, you were here. We were holding as well Delta Trends Day, and the topic was at that time the new economic world order. And you were talking about the Marshall Plan, how to rebuild Ukraine after the Russian warfare. Have you changed your minds or thoughts compared to the talk you gave at that time, and what are you thinking now?
I would say that probably we need to help Ukraine not only because of Ukraine. And the typical Marshall Plan type of setup is quite often perceived as a kind of asymmetric partnership. But actually we need more to help Ukraine because of the future of Europe, not necessarily to help the country which is in trouble. I have to admit that what I think remains the key is still the EU funding in the future. If they join EU, then probably the success story of Poland will be repeated. But what is now a little bit more a kind of additional thing, which we didn't consider that seriously 2 years back, was actually the funding from Russian frozen assets, which seems to be more and more likely. And I think even the national debt of Russia should nowadays, which is very small, it's less than 20% of GDP, we need to add the reparations already now when we talk about the national debt of Russia, because Russia owns this money to Ukraine. And in the very humble estimates, it's in the range of 250 to 500 billion euros.
And my second question is linked to the same topic. Actually, this Delta Trends Day is organized by the Delta Management School, which is basically an economics and business administration school. And if I'm looking at the size of the Russian economy, it's kind of less than 2% of global economy. It's smaller than Italy. How come the global power cannot shut down the Russian economy and that's it, full stop to the war?
Well, I have to admit that the key issue here is that the current generation of politicians do not have the experience of war. They have still the experience that things are very prolonged and very time-consuming, and they don't have that much of dynamism like people in Ukraine nowadays actually have experienced and developed. So the understanding, unfortunately, takes too much time, but I think we have reached the critical point when we just cannot wait anymore. And I think it's more and more perceived also by European leaders.
Because the theory is supporting it as well. I mean, theory of strategic design or strategic problem solving, that you have to figure out which are the kind of big screws to turn in order to fix the small ones as well. I kind of feel that we go into this micromanagement of the same discussions the Russians are having. I mean, we are going to this 19th century war with huge amount of manpower and a little bit of technology in addition. But we are kind of forgetting the big screws we need to turn, and we have capabilities to turn. And we're continuously having that.
The lack of vision is the key issue here. We don't visualize the end of the war. It's uncertain, and that's why it's much more afraid than prolonged war, which is much more expensive, by the way, also for European taxpayer than the quick fix, which is actually available, considering the asymmetry of powers and money.
Okay, and my last question: what do you think, is the war going to be over in 1 year's time?
I do hope. Because the main thing is that Ukraine must remain Ukraine, and if it takes additional efforts, then we must take those efforts.
Yeah, and then we are fighting our war, actually.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
And now, it is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, a colleague from the Schutt Institute of Political Study from the University of Tartu, a director of the Unit of Cyber Politics. He will be speaking about possible future scenarios for Ukraine and how different governments prepare for them. Just as other nations turn to bodies like the Institute for the Study of War, for clear analysis of political and military developments in Ukraine and in world politics, Estonians turn to Mr. Rainer Saks. Here he is.
Good afternoon for everybody. My name is Rainer Saks. I'm considered to be one of among several security experts in Estonia who has been following the happenings in Ukraine since not only 2022, but much earlier, 2014 or even before that. And I don't consider myself as a deep expert about the Ukraine, but somehow my professional life has mostly been linked to happenings in Russia, in Ukraine, in Caucasus, some other areas in our closest neighborhood. So it's not a pleasure, unfortunately, at the moment to follow these events, but I have been doing it so long that I think I can share a little bit about what I can estimate as happenings for the future in Ukraine, and perhaps even more, and it's more important what's going to happen in Russia. To have a kind of a limited period to talk about the possible scenarios, of course, is very tricky issue, and of course I don't like to give you any horrific scenarios and what can go worse and what can just only happen, and usually the forecast is something which about Ukraine always terrifies people. I have just only one message I'd like you remember from today. It's Ukraine will survive. And this is something I have been always believing. And it's not just about that Ukraine is a remarkable country with remarkable capabilities, military capabilities, industrial capabilities. But what usually people don't understand, that Ukrainians really have a will to have their independent, sovereign country, and we are ready to fight for that. And this is something which perhaps we can see in Europe. A lot of people don't catch today because there has been no heavy clashes, no wars in Europe, and people have living in a way that have used to have their guaranteed democratic countries, but we don't understand that there are several nations globally who still has to fight to the right to have a freedom of speech, freedom of political different freedoms, and human rights guaranteed by state in the same time. So Ukraine's case is quite a decisive in that regard. What will really dominate in a region we all live in, and that goes to all Europe. But what is a trend for Europe in the future? Can we secure our eastern border? Can we secure positive trends in Ukraine? And this is our obligation to support Ukrainian nation to achieve these goals, which we actually have been supporting during the whole days during last 25, 30 years. I think that the peace negotiations, or actually these are not the negotiations, according if we take this definition, like how we have seen the negotiations usually taking place with the talks, more like talks between different political leaders in different countries. I think they will not drive the Ukraine for a really happy or even satisfying solutions at the moment. And here is one most critical element about it. And I think it is happenings on the front line. I wouldn't say that the Russian Federation armed forces are capable to take control over Ukraine in the nearest future. No, I'm absolutely confident that Ukrainian forces are ready to defend the country, and Russia will not achieve any goals they established in the beginning of this aggression in 2022. But unfortunately, we see that Ukrainian troops at the moment are not capable to liberate the occupied territories, and these territories are quite a significant ones. So that demands a lot of sacrifices if we like to see it's going to happen in the ongoing years. So I understand that Ukrainian leadership have made a choice, a decision not to go for that kind of a sacrifice and just to try to keep the country independent and in a situation where Russia is not capable to achieve any possibility to establish control over the political process in Ukraine. And this is a most important goal for us, for all of us. There are two quite separate lines in this in this combat which is taking place in Ukraine. One is that Ukraine should remain independent and sovereign country, which can fix the future of the nation. And another topic we're dealing with in Ukraine is that we are talking about the two complete different political systems we have seen, which can be possibly be established in Ukraine. One is which is represented by dominantly by the population opinion at the moment, which is reflecting in a parliament, Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, which is in favor to establish in Ukraine strong democratic institutions and the classical Europe-style political system. An opposite we have seen as well as some attempts during last decades in Ukraine to establish this kind of Russian-style autocratic and kleptocratic political system, which was presented by President Yanukovych, who left the country in 2013 and is still in exile in Russian Federation with some other members of the cabinet of Ukraine in these times. So this is actually the future for Ukraine if Russia takes control over the country. We can speculate that what is in the interest of Russia to keep Ukraine as at least symbolically independent if they can establish control over Ukraine, or they will just melt it into the Russian statehood completely, which actually goes to the Belarus in the same manner if Lukashenko will leave the post as a president. But I think that the most important is that we have to focus at the moment to do absolutely everything to support Ukrainian government to keep Russians out of this really important area for a future of Europe and to secure the Ukrainian statehood. There are a variety of possible scenarios between these two very radical ones if Russia takes control over Ukraine and if Ukraine will completely restore the control over the internationally recognized borders. But the biggest challenge after achieving some ceasefire, maybe even to accept some not the most favorable peace treaty for Ukraine in the future will be in a motivation of building up your nation. For Russia, the fights will not end with ceasefire because the Russian ambitions are much higher than just establishing control over some limited territories in the eastern part of Ukraine. And Russia will push still, they will rarely achieve the goal to have a whole control over the whole Ukraine. So the European and United States support for Ukraine should remain even after the ceasefire, and not just because Ukraine needs some financial and economical assistance and military assistance, but because we have to motivate people in Ukraine to rebuild the country and to build it up for a kids of the Ukrainian people to keep this nation alive in the future. So if there is any questions, I will be very happy to reply on these because I think there is no any special need to dig into the details. But I said the basic elements. At the moment, we see that there is pretty much heavy fighting which are taking place on the front line, will not bring success to the Russian Federation military forces on next, let's say, half a year at least. The Ukraine, unfortunately, doesn't have any military capability to recapture the territories or liberate them, which are under the control of occupying forces of Russian Federation. And there are very many small details which can help, for instance, Ukraine military to improve their capability on a battlefield, but we don't see this kind of elements available for Ukraine which can change the battlefield completely. So unfortunately, this is the situation at the moment in Ukraine.
Thank you, Rainer, for this fascinating talk. We have time for a couple of follow-up questions, and we encourage our audience also to submit questions in the workshop environment that is available for you online. Rainer, in your opinion, when the war started in Ukraine, and it was primarily driven, the defense by the Biden administration back then, large number of critics argued that the West and the US doesn't have a clear aim, what they want to achieve there. With the Trump administration, has that changed? Do we now know what we want?
I think Trump administration at least knows that they want to achieve some kind of ceasefire. But of course, the situation is in 2025 completely different if you compare it to 2022. We can't say that, okay, now we're starting from scratch. And at the moment, of course, fightings have been lasting for 3.5 years, a little bit more. It has been exhausting for Ukrainians. Of course, it has been exhausting for Russians as well. But it's absolutely clear that the Russian Federation, at least leadership, has been presenting some kind of a strategic patience that they are ready to continue the fightings. Even they perhaps tactically like to see the ceasefire to rebuild the military capability and to continue the offensive in Ukraine. Then Ukrainian maybe armed forces need this kind of a pause even more than the Russian Federation troops at the moment. Even Russians have much higher losses in Ukraine than Ukrainian forces does. But I think that the problem here is not so much about the Ukraine. I believe in Ukrainian people simply. I know that they will keep fighting and they will survive. But the problem in larger scale is some kind of a, let's say, the position of European governments and United States in regard of a strategic deterrence on Russia. They have been not acting as decisively as it's needed, that has been needed just to deter Russian Federation. And European nations especially have lost any real strong influence on a process during the last, let's say, 3-4 months on a process. And unfortunately, especially year 2022, 2023, had a lot of possibilities or opportunities to at least to freeze the conflict for some period or stop the fightings. It was not used by European countries.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The European nations haven't contributed as much as they could in terms of the real, struggle, if you like. And if you take the last decision by the European Commission to eventually stop importing Russian oil and gas, particularly gas, by the end of 2026, 5 years after active combats in the battlefield. Mm-hmm. I mean, is Europe lagging behind with regard to setting the aim straight?
It's not so much a question about the European contribution as such, but there is no any coordinated strong activities, because you have to build up not just pressure lagging behind something, what's the happenings, but you have to push some kind of a pressure on the aggressor side. And here is something where Europe has been failing completely. They don't have even a contact with aggressor in a way that aggressor can feel the direct pressure from let's say, relationship of leaders in Europe. So here is something which we can't say that Europe is guiding or having this kind of a strategic initiative in their hands. And they are ruling a process which is really somehow influencing the future of Europe, but we are not controlling this at the moment.
Exactly, and this brings us to actually a tension point where the Trump administration seeks to end the war by whatever means necessary, whether to get to some form of a ceasefire. Putin's regime clearly embraces that as it gives them the ability to rearm, resupply, regenerate, revitalize, reanimate their economy, and the Europeans are standing by. With this tension point, we stop here and we'll take up this and many other questions related to the conflict in Ukraine in the following panel. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to our panel. We will now keep talking about Ukraine's war and rebuilding. Can innovation outrun time and cost? I would like to go first with Kyrylo, because you are the Ukrainian here, and we were been chatting, with you outside this studio earlier, and you said everybody is so optimistic, but you. Can you explain a bit what did you mean by it, and also what Ukrainians are waiting or hoping from us?
So why I'm so pessimistic in this sense is because every day I speak with my friends on the front line, and it does not look in any point good. The thing is that now the front collapsing by battalions have to step back, and we are not that far away from whole brigades and the whole corpuses that they will step back. The main problem is we don't have people, we don't have enough ammunition, we don't have enough drones, and Russians are much further in their technologies, in the amount of people. So the situation is actually very critical. And I think that not for any Ukrainian commander, it's not a secret that it's actually looking very bad. But I mean, all what is left is to continue fighting. So that's why there is no point to be in depression. Yeah, and you said what Europe can do is, looking retrospectively, I see that at any given point in our war, we made a lot of mistakes as Ukraine, as a country, on organizational level, or in our mobilization, for example, so in any points. But also, Europe was late with all of the delivery of ammunition. For example, delivery of ammo at the beginning, then delivery of artillery, then delivery of tanks and of aircrafts. So everything was later than it should be to change the front line. Yeah. And if you have ever been sick, you take medicine from the virus, for example. You take this medicine, and doctor says to you, if it's 7 days, you have to take 7 days. Why? Because if you take it 5 days, you train virus, and it's going to be trained by this medicine, so this medicine is not going to be effective anymore. That's why you have to kill fully the virus and be again healthy. And what Europe did is that because the ammunition came very late and in the few quantities not enough, we actually taught Russians and Chinese of how to fight against our weapons. So we have been developing it for 30 years, for 40 years, since the Second World War, and we just gave them, and we trained this virus. I'm talking about Excaliburs, about, actually basically any weapon, even Leopard. Russians now strike it with FPVs, and they know what is the weak side of it. So that's the problem, that we make a lot of mistakes, but also from our partners, to whom we are very grateful, but it was not in time, and because of it, we are now struggling also.
Yeah. Actually, I understand totally what you mean, and I emphasize very much. I'd like to go to Peeter. You are also economist, and we both are. And I don't know, is our optimism, both mine and yours, based on the hope that Russia will collapse soon?
Well, the economic collapse is still way ahead, of course, and usually it never happens because only because of economic sanctions and isolation, which Russia has now. But I have to admit that the darkest point is before the sunrise. So one could say that to some extent, if you look at the economies and how actually Russia is currently in needs to increase all those value-added taxes and making rather domestically unpopular decisions to continue financing also the oil prices, which are at the low point now in terms of Ural oil being around $40, $45, $46 per barrel. It means that you cannot underestimate the weakness of your enemy also, to some extent that economically there is still an isolation. Of course, what is happening in the US is beyond any imagination if you consider, for example, a couple of years ago, the oversight. But still, one have to say that Europe is also gradually making its own accounts, and probably economically it would be feasible to end this war. Let's put it this way: the cheapest option is to end this war, and we have still the capacity, military capacity to do it. You can call it a military drill or whatever, but technically Europe is actually fit to fight Russia. The question is on the very time-consuming process of making decisions and very, let's put it this way, unclear accounting of the costs and benefits of ending the war fast.
Yes.
It's very interesting. Can I quickly interrupt
please,
here?
absolutely.
Sorry, Kadri, this calls for...
It's fine.
Because, the famous sentence goes that, is attributed to Russians, that they are willing to accept modes of survival, defined broadly. Mm-hmm. Europeans are not accepting any modes to the change of their current levels of survival or societal stability. And Kirilo, in front of you, it's actually a little bit embarrassing,
exactly,
if not outright embarrassing, to admit that. So Rainer, how can we convey the message which we have, our diplomatic establishment, on the coalition of the willing has done that already for several years. How can we make the Europeans understand that a tiny, but better just explained, a tiny drop in our GDP levels can have a sizable and significant impact on the Ukrainians' behalf? How do you achieve that change?
It's pretty much in the hands of our politicians at the moment. It's very, very easy to say something, but quite complicated to achieve, really. But I think a problem is not so much that people in Europe, decision makers don't understand what is the situation about, and they simply have some kind of lack of will, and some cases even the capabilities it works out. But I think it's just the outcome of a very poor and bad decision making, which was taking place maybe in 2010s in all over Europe. But just you can see that there are a lot of mistakes made in sequence since maybe 2009, when the economical crisis was in Europe. And well, we can say that yes, the problem of a democracy is pretty much that if a pain in a society is not visible and people don't feel it really, there is a kind of a lack of doing, like complicated and hard decisions. This is something which we can see that we have just a period of poor leadership in Europe. That's it.
Or pure examples.
And our people elected themselves.
Because in pragmatic terms, it's very simple question. Are, for example, German, French, large nations in Europe willing to accept, for example, a 100 euro surge in their monthly electricity prices? It's as simple as that. In the end of the day, it's not something abstract. Mm-hmm. And the answer outright now is no, we're not willing to accept that. And that change is something that is required to
But here is one element to understand is that Russia didn't offend Ukraine in 2022 accidentally or out of the blue or just because we had a headache or whatsoever. Mm-hmm. It was that they got a feeling that there is a window of opportunity. We didn't expect, with a miscalculation as we assessed the complete miscalculation as we assessed Ukraine as such, as a political phenomenon, as a nation whatsoever, capabilities. But they rarely assessed the situation in Europe and in the United States as a window of opportunity to go for this kind of a large-scale military aggression. And this is something that that Europe is looking like not just for Russia from a side, but for China, some other countries. And I think it all starts from a moment that in Europe we do recognize that we have been doing very, very poor decisions and very poor performance during last decades. And it's our fault. Nobody else did it. We did it ourselves. And still we are not ready to recognize that. It's very complicated to improve anything. But I think in the case of Ukraine, of course, it's more like about decision-making process in different countries and different readiness to assist Ukraine. And we see, for instance, like in the Nordics, it's on very high. We understand very well, and we are ready to contribute in much higher scale than some other nations in Europe. So we have to take a look on this as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Peter.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a parallel that basically with this virus, we had a virus before also, COVID, and we dedicated 10% of our GDP to fight it, which eventually turned out to be a little bit too much even from the hindsight, without any disputes, without any knowledge about the possible damage, but there was a kind of common wisdom that it's necessary, and we did it. So to some extent, currently we are disputing the potential tentative guarantee triggering of something which is in the range of 0.25 to 0.5%, if anything, and we take quite a bit of time to find some common understanding. So the crisis is not perceived as serious, or just you need to think also about this kind of behavior geopolitical thinking here, because to some extent you need to admit that most of the decisions probably, or some which you made before about the war in Europe, were probably a little bit delayed and wrong, and you cannot admit it, that's why you continue.
Yeah.
May I say one thing? So we're now speaking about this economical part and geopolitical part of it. But for me, the most important, and it's going to be forever, the most important thing is the front line. It's actually what is happening on the front line. So Russia can have any kind of problem, but now we have this perception that we are running, whether we're going to collapse faster or the economy is going to collapse faster. But whatever it takes, it's about the front line, about the soldiers who wants to kill you on the other side. So in these matters, what I see now is that for 4 years, Russians have been learning constantly with their allies, with Iran. Iranian instructors came in 2023 for the first time. They were in the Zaporizhia region, where actually, okay, I'm not going to speak about it. So, and also Chinese. For example, my co-founder, his name is Thomas. He went to the air defense guy in Kherson region. What guys reported is that against them, Chinese are fighting, and Chinese are always like developing the technology, and they test it on our Ukrainian electronic warfare and on Europe electronic warfare. So what I want to say is that despite all of these economic reasons, the situation is on the front line is very bad, and the situation of how well Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea are trained, I think, in my opinion, outweighs about their economical situation. Because in the Third World War, when there is going to be full collapse of everything, you are going to be looking into somebody who knows how to fight. And in this case, Europeans are, I think, I mean...
Yeah, pretty weak.
Yeah, doing actually very, very badly in these terms.
Yeah, before I go to it, I'm actually saying that it was like the only part that I'm proud of are really the startup guys like Darkstar, who are working also with you and help the innovations to thrive, right, to help you out in the battlefield and also help Europe out later on when the war should happen here as well. But what you wanted to ask some questions?
Yeah, I want to say that we have about 10 minutes to the end of today's show. Yeah. And the Delta Trends Day was meant not only to be talking about the trees, but also the forest behind the trees. And now we're seeing here technologies which are on the front line, etc. But if we are talking about technologies and innovation after we start rebuilding Europe, not Europe, but the Ukraine, would cities in Ukraine be like 20th century cities in Europe, or would it be something else? And I have a theory on it as well. I mean, Yves Doss and Mikko Kosonen wrote a book in 2014, Strategic Agility. And you have to be strategically agile if you want to really do something more than normally would happen. And for that, you need actually strategic sensitivity. You know what's possible, what are the future cities. You need collective commitment, yes, that we would like to do it. And you need resource flexibility, that we have flexible enough procurement systems, etc., that we can buy innovation. My question to you is, once the war is over, will the future Ukraine be like average European city, or it will be like technologically advanced, innovation-friendly, cool place to live and work and, I don't know, invest? Do we have these capabilities or not? And whose responsibility it is? Is it like the multilateral organizations like the EU, the UN, or NATO? Are the financiers who are paying the bill, are they kind of architects? Or is it, I don't know, Ukrainian civic society, startups, universities? Whose responsibility is that the future Ukraine will be really innovative in Europe?
Yeah.
Well, I would say that 2008 and 2009 mark another landmark in the global economy, which is that more than half of the global economy is now not advanced and old-fashioned, but more dynamic and poor and new. So basically, the share of emerging economies and developing economies exceeded half. Yeah. And that's the reality which we need to live. Oil prices do not depend anymore on rich countries' economic cycle. They are much more random because of the dynamism which is anyway there. So I could say that probably Ukraine has not only economically but also militarily to some extent needed to make very rapid changes, and this Ukrainian dynamism becomes a role model for European countries to survive, the older European countries especially. So indeed you need to have some kind of startup-based behavior. And also in running a country, not only in the private equity and stuff like that. And I think the younger generation in Ukraine is able to deliver it. You need to make some replacement and you will succeed and become the role model for Europe also.
Katri, would you like that?
Yeah, I totally believe in that. I'm like, I see how Dark Star is doing collaboration with Ukraine, how CDL Estonia is collaborating. Kirilo, you can say you are also working with Dark Star, what you have learned from them.
I mean, I've not been closely working with Dark Star, but about the question about the future, so the thing is that now I'm thinking about how to make that this future happens. Because, I mean, that's what I said, like my ideology, why I'm doing this is I want my kids to speak Ukrainian. I want my kids to know what it is Ukraine, not me saying that, okay, you know, back like 50 years ago, there was some country like Ukraine. But what we see from the defense sector is, for example, that now we work closely with Europe, not the close as we would want to, but we have technology that works. And the main goal in the army, to have something very cheap, technological, and that actually works, so very efficient. But from what we see is sometimes when you bring the product that works in Ukraine, it can be one of the most efficient products, for example, even what we have here. But then you bring it to Europe and you show them and they say, it's not technological enough. We don't want this in army because, I mean, we want something that looks fancy, that will fly fancy, that will be expensive because we know that this is very fancy. So partially, because Ukrainian, a lot of technology developed in this a little bit of Pakistani way. I mean, what I mean by it is like on the knee, near the front line, somebody does something, so it has to be very easy to develop, very easy to produce. What we need to do in Europe is to take this cheap technology that actually works and not make R&D in terms of making them 5 times, 10 times more expensive, but making R&D in terms of how do we increase efficiency without increasing that much of a cost. So I think that was what Europe does not understand fully, that in the army, in the sector, defense sector, you need to have cost-low technology. Private companies need to understand that they cannot put margin of like, per one product, which is going to be in millions. So they have to admit that, okay, we need to make product with not that big margin, but we actually have to have it for security. But R&D we also have to do, to develop finally product, because in Ukraine, you don't have a chance to give to 12 people, to give them salary, resources, capacity, and say to them, okay, give me results in 2 years or in 3 years. I mean, the war is tomorrow, and you have to deliver like today or yesterday. So that's, I think, how Europe can help us. And what we can bring to the Europe is exactly like these fast changes. So for example, it's not even about defense sector, but we have this DIA. DIA, this is something like year residency, smart ID, what you have in Estonia. So basically I have all of my documents in the phone. I have Monobank, it's actually a very innovative bank, and a lot of other stuff. So it's not only about military, it's about other components. But what we're missing is we're missing these years of engineer experience, very specific one, what Europe has. So you have the best engineers. Maybe they are not that much of creative and can adapt fastly, but they are in their way the smartest. And that's what we're missing. We have very creative guys who are very fast. They change everything, but they, in these terms, they lack of this very specific knowledge. And this, I think, what we can bring to Europe and how we cooperate.
Yeah.
Trying to respond a little bit what Ott and Kadri asked, and I would like to say that I don't see any future in the defense industry. Yeah. I mean, it's not a core of innovation in not in Europe, not in Ukraine as well. Because if war stops, the interest about the new technology will go down. I don't see yet any deep innovation in Europe armies actually taking place, because it's maybe these EFP drones, that these are not even the core game changers at the moment. But what's happening on the sea is very decisive, what the Ukrainians have been doing. And are you capable to implement and develop these kind of devices? But that will not define your security in the future completely in Europe and both in Ukraine as well. There are more bigger strategic goals you have to achieve and secure. And I would say that what is a challenge for Ukraine is that are these next government capable to generate this kind of environment for innovation and really creative, this kind of atmosphere in Ukraine? That people will be motivated to work in Ukraine, to implement their innovation and to establish companies. And that demands a lot about internal legislation in Ukraine. And this is something I think it's much more complicated. And these psychological matters which are linked to the war will affect on society, how the government is capable to overcome these damages. This is something which is really important.
But related to that, I would like to ask Krylia, will you be the next Minister of Economic Affairs or Technology of Ukraine? Not the next one, but the next after that. Or what your friends are actually talking today? What they're going to do, or yourself after the war is over?
No, I mean,
are people talking about it?
Yeah, I will just firstly respond a bit to this part. But this is exactly about the institutions. In Europe, you have been building these institutions for decades.
In Estonia decades, but in some cases in hundreds of years.
Yeah, hundreds of years. Yeah. So, but we were also under Soviet Union. And before that, we were under occupation. Yeah. So we were under occupation all of these hundreds of years.
Exactly. Yes.
So that's why I think that we don't have this yet developed institutions. And that's why I want us to join the European Union as fast as possible. That we have actually a big level of corruption, but which, in my opinion, can be actually mitigated with this joining to the European Union and with bringing your institutions here and putting it on the landscape of this innovation and this framework. So about what I'm going to do. So for now, my plan is to return back after my studies to join the army. But I don't think the war is going to end. So, I mean, in my opinion, maybe it sounds scary, but we plan to have the war like forever, because the war is not about ceasefire, it's not about peace deal. The war is about existence of Russia. Until it exists, there is not going to be peacetime in Ukraine at any time. So about this military sector, I also don't see it as a core economic sector. But in Ukraine, but I would love to keep it in any form. Is it business or is it politics?
I agree completely, but I mean that it is not a decisive sector for your economy. It's much more broader than just only military.
And Christian had a question.
Peter, you outlined in your presentation or your talk the demographic impact on Ukraine's capacity to carry on economically, but also to carry on the struggle militarily. What's perhaps less understood is Russia faces a very similar demographic situation, and that may have an impact. Is that something that we can count on?
Well, Russia has been also very creative in terms of making it attractive to Asian and African immigrants coming to Russian labor market, but it has become a more or less as a joke in this regard, that those people who come usually dream about very highly priced labor income in services sector, but they end up with doing the most dangerous things and harmful for their health. So to some extent, there is a lot of abuse in immigrant labor in Russia. On the other hand, Russia has also understood that there is a kind of existential threat of those immigrants who are quite often in different culture rooms and religions. So I think they have already tried how not to use immigration as a kind of antidote to poor demographics and, of course, military losses in terms of people. I would say that the best model, and which doesn't work in Russia, by the way, is to attract young talents all over the world. And if some Italian engineer who is basically living with his or her mother at home because of the real estate prices, which cannot allow to buy even an apartment in Italy, would really take this courage at the age of 35 and do something crazy and come to Ukraine, hire an apartment, start to life and have a real impact. And such countries like Ukraine actually provide it. The only missing link in Europe, which we do have, and partially it is the lack of innovation, but also the lack of financing it, comes from the fact that we do not have a single capital market. And that's actually the key issue in many things, not only military industry. If you have a kind of spare weekend, do a tokenized exchange for financing military private equity companies instead of this long and legal procedure, create a tokenized algorithmic capital market, first prototype it on the military industry, later on with the rest of the Europe, and we are like United States with single capital market.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I comment on about this Italian engineer example? So basically, everybody was laughing, but at the beginning of the war, I know exactly, like were cases in Kharkiv universities when there were engineers who was bought by Russia. So they were Ukrainians who were working in our defense sector. They were in R&D teams, and they started to work on Russia. So, and for example, about these immigrants, the thing is that Russia brought a lot of different nations on the front line. So, for example, from North Korea. So every time they face lack of people, what we have now, they come up with any solution, and it works perfectly. So, for example, the Kursk region. Why did we lose the Kursk region? Because 10,000 of North Korean soldiers are right there. Who is working on Alabuka? Alabuka is the manufacturer of Shaheds. It is like far away on the east. Most of them is like immigrants, plus university students. So this is from open sources. And the thing is that they also now want to attract even more on their military factories, people, and they do it. And I mean, we have to fight not only with Russia, but with North Korea, with Iran, with Malaysia, like guys from there are coming. With Nepal, a lot of guys came to Russia, and also with China. So there is like a lot of different nationalities who come to them. And I think in their cases, it's the best solution when you bring to die North Korean, not Russian. That's how they try to keep the demography. And what we have is only Ukrainians, almost only Ukrainians dying, except like of the volunteers who come from the Europe, for example, or from other countries.
Should we open the college or the University of Tartu in Ukraine, as we have been discussing with some 20 partners from Europe? Kyrylo, this is the question too. And not so much that we can spread academic, high-quality education in Ukraine, but first to learn from the experiences on Ukraine. And second, with the international partners, to achieve a level of acuteness in Europe so as to what is going on in the field. So back to the question, University of Tartu Ukraine College.
So actually, what I saw in Ukraine, I was involving the project with Kyiv School of Economics. In my opinion, this is the best university. It's very similar to Delta. Why it's so good is because they created this environment where students are working together and they want to come to the KSEA, abbreviation of Kyiv School of Economics, because they are working here on very important projects. For example, I think in 2023 they found a mistake in American audit for help to Ukraine, and then they sent a note to America and they recalculated it. So in these terms, I really love the environment of Delta, and I think it would help and it would bring like new European, like Western way of education where you create environment for students. And in the terms of learning, I mean, I don't think it's going to be military college. So, if to come with college, I think.
But you're digitizing fast forward. I mean, much quicker than we are. You've leapfrogged completely the steps that we did back in the 2000, going mobile first. There's a ton of conventional learning that Estonia, as a digital leader in Europe, can achieve from learning from Ukrainian counterparts. No, I mean, this is really, really true.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is like DIA and Ministry of Transformation of Ukraine is actually doing very nice. And we have actually near my house, there is like United, like something like Silicon Alley, but in Kyiv. So they brought like offices of best like these digital companies into one place. So I actually was like one of the, let's say, student who came there. You can just easily come if you're a student and come to any company and then just ask them, what are you doing here? I want to work on you. So I think that it's actually very nice. And but I'm not professional in terms of digital society, so I'm not sure what we can learn from Ukraine, so I'm not going to be speaking about it.
Well, as it happens, I've dedicated a fair share of my academic career to studying digital society, and that is really true. I mean, Ukraine has surpassed Estonia in many aspects with the technological solutions. So maybe you were not talking earlier to the Minister of Defense or Economic Affairs, but the rector of the university.
Exactly.
Yeah. We will definitely nominate you.
Yes, and it has been a long day, but fantastic talks. And, you know, for sure, we can remain in discussing hybrid security and learning with and from Ukraine. Thank you, everybody, for joining me, joining us, joining the whole day. And I have the only thing left to say, see you next year.